The action takes place in a distant murim. The great elder lies with his eyes closed, and his disciples say that if he leaves, it is unknown what will happen to them. When the elder was young, he struggled to survive on the streets, and, by pure luck, ended up in the Hwasan faction. Since then, he's risen to the top and become an elder, a position that someone like him would never have achieved. He was able to become an elder because he lived in an era when everything was abnormal. This place was torn apart by war for decades. Countless people lost their lives in it. People soon began to refer to these times as the war era. Many members of the Hwasan faction, the organization to which the elder belonged, also died. In those days, it was impossible to find anyone to fill the elder's position. So, without much choice, the position fell to Sochan. Sochan was the oldest and most educated, and so the century of war ended, and peace finally came. Within the Hwasan faction, Sochan spent most of his time studying murim, but he took no disciples because he had not rightfully assumed the position of elder. Sochan was too busy worrying about what others thought. Now he feels incredible pity and annoyance. As an elder, Sochan gained access to all the murim books held by the Hwasan faction. His status rose even higher. But Sochan's life lacked meaning. He couldn't find the kind of love so easy for others. He only practiced martial arts. Never even touching a woman's hand, Sochan wanted to excel at murim. But he wasn't good enough. One of the most chaotic eras in murim history. Countless stories are still told. There are heroes and villains who made their names famous during this time, but Sochan isn't among them. He's convinced he's wasted his life, and he deeply regrets it. Suddenly, the elder heard someone calling his name. Sochan opened his eyes and saw the master standing before him. The master told him that he had been crying in his sleep again and saying something. Sochan realized that something unimaginable had happened. Then Sochan realized he was 8 years old, a 4th-generation student of the murim, and before him was Master Yu. Sochan is simply convinced he's traveled back in time. He realized that after several days of doubt, Sochan, who had been promoted to elder during the war, had died, and now Sochan returned to Hwasan as a child. Before the flowers were stained with blood, and before the world was filled with wars. Sochan was overjoyed to be back. He didn't know how he'd return to the past or who had sent him here, but none of that mattered now. After a week of reflection, Sochan decided once again that he could now use the memories from the past to live a new life. When Sochan took over as elder, he learned many secrets of the murim alliance and the Hwasan faction. He also knows all the events that will occur from now on. And now Sochan knew with complete confidence that he would do it, that this time, everything would work out. In his past life, Sochan was strong, but not anymore. He's just a child now, barely 8 years old, and in the Hwasan faction, there's no such thing as freedom. Everyone must strictly follow the same rules. Sochan was terrified when he thought about having to go through all that hellish training again. The teacher shouted at them to run without stopping. Sochan remembered that whether you are a child or an adult, training until death does not change. Every teacher knows their students' limits. It's important to rest before passing out to recover, then start over again. The worst part for Sochan was that he hadn't even reached the training camp yet. The training center for the 4th generation is located in the Nakan temple. The path to this place is called Nakan Hell. Sochan understood that he had to go through a long and very difficult journey again to achieve his goals. A year later, Sochan turned 9. Master Yu praised the boy and said she was proud of him. At first, Sochan felt strange being treated like a child, but over time, he got used to it. That day, the master told him that from now on, he could train on his own. Sochan was overjoyed at this news. He couldn't train while his master was by his side every day, but that didn't mean he missed it. He still had to endure the hell of Nakana. Just when he thought he was getting better, the masters raised the bar and made everyone suffer. Even if this is a second chance in Sochan's life, he doesn't want to go through that hell again. Once was enough. And Sochan began to organize his memories. He might know what would happen in the Murima, but he didn't know everything. Human memory has its limits. So Sochan began recording all the important events that happened in the future. Who would have thought that what he learned would come in handy? Sochan was happy that he would finally be able to do what he had been waiting for a whole year. 66 years before his death, there was a genius in the faction, famous for his hidden talent. And thanks to this genius, the secrets of Manhwa Qigong were discovered. This is the foundation of martial arts techniques, known to everyone. Who would have thought such a simple matter could contain secrets? Sochan sat down by the tree to feel the energy of the few. Reciting poetry near the Manhwa tree allows one to absorb its energy. And it doesn't just absorb its life force. If that were the case, the tree would have been exhausted long ago. It wouldn't be considered a technique. It's not about taking the tree's life force, but rather borrowing it. Qi energy exists not only in humans, it also flows in animals and plants. All living organisms exist and breathe qi energy. This technique was Sochan's favorite. Sochan knew that if he revealed this secret, he would receive honorary titles, but it would be wrong for that person from the future. Sochan decided to keep this to himself. Although Qigong is known for its stability, its drawback lies in its limited speed and strength. It didn't make him particularly popular, but with the discovery of his secret, he was highly valued and recognized. With the discovery of the secret, problems related to speed and power disappeared. Sochan realized that with this, he could surpass the others. The master wasn't around, so he decided to just do it. Sochan no longer had any reason to suppress the flow of Qigong. Using this technique, Sochan's Qigong, which was level 5, instantly grew to level 10. Sochan was unable to push his Qigong beyond its limits due to lack of training, but he will achieve this with time. Afterwards, Chol, a third-generation disciple, approached Sochan and said he had heard that Sochan had reached the 5th level of Qigong. Sochan confirmed this. Chol said that he would now teach Sochan the Manhwa techniques. The boy was delighted and thanked him. Soon, Sochan began his training. Chol insisted on the importance of learning the basics of Hasan before attempting swordplay, so he didn't entertain any complaints. Chol noticed that students usually whined about not being able to use a sword right away, but Sochan was different, and that's what he liked about him. One day, Sochan was practicing Manhwa by a tree again. Suddenly, some boys approached him and began to bully him, saying that the tree was his only friend. Sochan remembered that there was no greater evil than children. Normally, he would have said he was busy and asked them to leave, but even if he had said so, they would still have continued to harass him. The world is full of hatred, so Sochan told them he would end this cycle of events by breaking their hatred. He ordered the evil children to do what they had planned. Sochan said he had learned the Manhwa technique to eliminate hatred. The evil children didn't expect this and didn't understand what was so special about Sochan. Sochan began to deal with each of them in turn and was even able to use a kanho strike. When the children heard Sochan call his kick a kanho kick, they started laughing at him and saying it was just a normal kick. Then Sochan offered them a taste of his Manhwa technique and proceeded to tear the boys to pieces. Unexpectedly, after what he saw, one of the guys knelt down in front of Sochan and asked if he would like to be his secret friend. After all these events, Sochan realized that he had gained 6 months of experience in just 1 month. Sochan developed his internal energy at the age of 8. He spent a whole year accumulating Qigong energy and mastered it in just a month. But Sochan understood that any knowledge was useless if the body couldn't keep up. He couldn't risk harming the growing boy's body. So he decided not to be greedy. If his body had allowed it, Sochan would have begun sword training, but there was no other choice. He would have to approach his goal step by step. Suddenly, the same guy who wanted to be his secret friend approached Sochan. Sochan thought he was back for more, but this guy didn't come alone. He brought his master. The master asked Sochan if he was a Manhwa lover. Sochan introduced himself and said he was a 4th-generation disciple. The master replied that he was an equal to his master, Yu. The master said he had heard that there had been a quarrel between him and his student not long ago. Sochan asked what he meant. Suddenly the boy started shouting and saying that he told the master about the vile attack that Sochan had carried out. Sochan began to say that this was not true and that his student was pestering him, as usual during training. The master was surprised and asked if his student had really been pestering him. Sochan replied that it was true. After this, the master slapped Sochan and asked how he dared to speak like that when he knew that his student wanted to befriend him because Sochan had no friends. He added that Sochan should know his place because instead of showing gratitude, he responded with violence. The master also said that he might have considered forgiveness if Sochan had apologized, but he decided that the boy needed to be punished. Sochan knew he couldn't avoid it, and even if he could, it would only make matters worse. He'd have to endure it. Sochan couldn't let this affect his master. Suddenly opening her eyes, Sochan noticed her master Yu standing above her. She grabbed the boy's master by the hand and asked what he was doing. The master told her that no explanation was necessary because her student had been cruel. The boy nodded and said that Sochon was bad. The master also added that Sochon had disregarded kindness and acted like a coward by attacking his student, not to mention lying. Sochon replied that this was not the case and that he had been training in solitude. Master Yu said her student would never do such a thing, and she believes her child. He's not that kind of person. The master was angered by this answer, thinking Yu was accusing him of lying. Yu replied that she only believed her child. The master assumed an attack stance. Yu was surprised and asked if he was confident in his actions. The master paused and replied that he seemed overexcited, but after all, children will be children. The master asked them to forget about what happened and said that he forgives Sochon, and he left. Suddenly, Master Yu started coughing. Sochon was terrified and ran to her to make sure everything was okay. Yu said everything was fine and she just overdid it. She should have been more careful, that's all. Sochon knew what was happening. After all, how could he forget what would happen 5 years later, when he was 14? Master Yu would pass away due to his illness. Possessed Blade Yu. That's the nickname they gave her because she was always smiling. The master always had a talent for martial arts, but illness weakened her. Although her abilities have not deteriorated, she experiences severe seizures when making sudden movements. With her skills, Yu could have become one of the Hwasan swords, but her condition prevented her from doing so. Sochon still couldn't forget the day his master fell to the ground from another attack before his eyes. Sochon decided that this time, he absolutely must not lose his master, and he would do anything to prevent that from happening. Sochon decided there were 2 major things he had to do: change Master Yu's fate, which would pass away in 5 years, and be the first to reach the triple sublime mind. 300 years ago, there lived a legendary thief who became famous throughout Murim. He was a triple sublime mind. He was active for a century after his first appearance, but nothing more than his notes have been discovered. When he became inactive, the government announced to the public that he had been caught, but no one believed him. People discussed how the government had captured a triple, exalted mind and dismissed it as nonsense. After all, neither the government nor the Murim had found a single trace of him in the last century. But 6 years later, a legendary treasure will be discovered, and the world will be engulfed in a storm. Following this discovery, people will flock to the treasure's location. This was enough to sow chaos among people, but it did not cause any wars. Sochon decided that before then, he needed to clean out the place. After all, the treasures would allow him to gain wealth, which in turn would help him in the future. But the bad news is that Sochon won't be leaving the faction for the next 6 years. Even though 15 years is practically an adult, but even that wouldn't give him enough freedom as an adult within the faction. Sochon began to consider what to do. After 2 months, Sochon had achieved 2 years' worth of development in just half a month of work. Sochon had known all along that the Suikun was simply amazing. Sochon came to see his master Yu, but while he was at the door, he heard Yu coughing. For now, he could only ask the doctor to examine her, but he even rejected the requests of the murim leaders and elders. Sochon somehow remembered being obsessed with rare medical books. Sochon had lost count of how many times he'd tried to get a doctor there. If only he could get the medications the doctor used. But it was too expensive. And then Sochon realized that it didn't necessarily have to be medicine. It could be a medicinal plant. These herbs can be used for both healing and chi strengthening. Why didn't Sochon think of this before? The boy began to think that there must be newly discovered medicinal herbs, and then he remembered the fruit that would be discovered in 20 years. He had the power to transform an ordinary peasant into a supreme martial artist. Sochon hoped it would work. The fruit was discovered in a flooded cave north of Sochon's location. He figured it would be easy to find, since the man who found it had spread its location around the world. Sochon despised himself for having only the treasure trove on his mind all this time. He decided his mind needed to be more flexible. Sochon came to visit the master again, to check on her well-being. He knew he'd have a chance when the master attended a meeting the following week. The time came, and Master Yu left for the meeting. She told Sochon that she would return in 4 days. Sochon decided to go get some fruit. It wasn't easy to escape the faction through various rat holes, but he succeeded. Sochon even suggested he could get there in just 1 day. The journey was difficult. Sochon expended too much energy to get to the right place, but it was worth it because he made it in time. It was necessary to dive underwater. Sochon buried his things nearby and warmed up properly. He jumped, hoping he wouldn't freeze. Sochon realized he should have prepared better before jumping. If it weren't for the master, Sochon would already be swimming back. The boy immediately ordered himself to pull himself together. This pain was nothing if he could save the master. Finally, Sochon swam into the cave. This proved more difficult. He thought that if things continued like this, he would freeze to death. Sochon decided to use the energy to create warmth. He set a clear goal: to retrieve the fruit and return to Hwasan. And suddenly, he finally saw a tree that shone with unusual beauty. It was amazing that such a miracle could grow in an underwater cave. Sochon noticed the fruit, but it wasn't quite that simple. Sochon hadn't expected to see a mythical animal there. He noticed that, judging by the snake's size, it was at least 100 years old. But for now, it was asleep. However, Sochon remembered nothing about the giant snake guarding the tree. He didn't understand why it was there. But then Sochon realized that of course he didn't remember about the snake, because this place would only be found in 20 years, and everything would be different. Sochon was already wondering if he could escape from there, but the fruit and Master Yu's health played a huge role. The guy understood that even if he returned here in a year, it was not a fact that the snake would not be there. Sochon slowly and quietly crept through the snake and saw that there were not one, but 2 fruits. He couldn't even believe his luck. Sochon took out each fruit with extreme quietness and caution, and finally exhaled. "You've done the job. Go ahead and walk." Suddenly, the snake opened its green eyes. Sochon's breath caught in his throat with excitement. Running was pointless. Sochon and the snake gazed into each other's eyes for a long time. The boy was afraid to even move. And, lo and behold, the snake closed its eyes again and went to sleep. Sochon was overjoyed at this stroke of luck. He finally swam to dry land with the 2 fruits. Cold, tired, and scared, Sochon headed back to his faction. Now he faced another challenge: how to slip Master Yu the fruit without her noticing. The guy was tormented by doubts about whether she would take him if he said that he had picked it somewhere on the street, and it would be better to tell the truth. The master suddenly approached him and asked him what he was thinking. Yu said that Sochon looked as if his mind was weighed down by deep thought. The master advised Sochon that if he couldn't solve the problem himself, it might be helpful to get help from someone else. Sochon understood that if she started to suspect something or ask questions, there was nothing he could do about it. It was all for her well-being. However, there is a chance that the fruit will lose its medicinal properties, and this would be the worst-case scenario. Then Sochon plucked up the courage to offer the master a try. Yu was surprised and asked what it was. Without thinking twice, Sochon replied that it was medicine. He knew it was too stupid, but he had to force her to take it, no matter what. The teacher asked if Sochon had stolen it. He replied no. She then suggested that he had traded it for something, but Sochon also denied it. After this, the master suggested that Sochon had tricked someone to get him, but Sochon shouted that it was not so. The master asked him again where he got it. Sochon explained that while she was gone, he'd escaped the faction and accidentally found the fruit, but Master Yu sensed that Sochon was hiding something from her. She said she could see it on his face. Sochon was about to defend himself, but Master Yu said she trusted him. Sochon couldn't believe the master trusted him without any proof. Yu replied that if the master didn't trust his student, then who could he trust? And if she'd suspected Sochon of anything, she would have started asking questions long ago. The boy was surprised. Yu said she didn't know exactly what it was, but she noticed that from that day on, Sochon started acting more mature, and he tried his best to hide it. Master said that she understood that Sochon had a reason for this, and that was the same reason he brought her this fruit. So she believed him. Sochon sincerely thanked the master. The master then asked him to protect her while she accepted the fruit. Master Yu began to devour the fruit. She noticed that it was beyond any medicine she had ever tried. Yu didn't understand why her body wasn't listening. She thought her body was failing. Master told herself that she couldn't leave this world and abandon Sochon because he was so young. At this point, Sochon stood by the door, unable to find a place to rest. Suddenly, the master came out and hugged Sochon tightly. She said he had saved her life. Sochon asked what had happened. The master replied that it seemed to be a problem with the life force, or qi. Life force qi is a special type of qi the people are born with. It is the purest source of qi and cannot be replenished. Therefore, if you lose this qi, there is a risk of death or constant illness. The master said this was just her guess. But if we imagine qi as a bowl of water, then the master's problem was like a crack in this bowl. The master said that it was only natural that her body would be weakened due to training, with unstable chi life force. The master couldn't even imagine that the fruit would restore the destroyed chi when no medicine could. Sochun replied that it didn't matter anymore. Sochun understood that all that mattered was that the future had changed. Overjoyed, the boy threw himself into Master Yu's arms. Master Yu apologized to the boy for making him worry and said she had something for him. Suddenly, the master pulled the very same fruit out of her pocket. Sochun was surprised. The master said she wanted him to eat it. The master asked not to mention that Sochun wanted him with her, just in case, because she knew her body was already fine. Sochun then asked her to eat another piece of fruit to prove it. However, the master replied that he might find it more useful. Then, during one of his practices, Sochun looked at the fruit and knew that now that the master's health had returned, he could cross this off the list. He suggested that why not continue training after he ate this fruit and absorbed the surrounding energy. Sochun knew that with what he had achieved in his previous life, he could have developed Manhwa Qigong to his heart's content. But that would have only drawn unnecessary attention to himself, which would have limited his actions. So Sochun decided to practice Qigong and hide from everyone, developing other techniques. He remembered the art of purple mist, a technique passed down only to the supreme elders of the Hwasan faction. But as an exception, 5 elders also learned this technique. Many were killed during the war. If the supreme elder died at that time, his disciple would inherit the position. Due to his young age, he did not yet have a disciple of his own. With this in mind, the new elder took into account the possibility of his death and selected 5 elders under his command to whom he imparted key knowledge. Unfortunately, the transmission of the purple haze was forbidden. Given the state of the world, it was the only solution. But peace was restored, and all the worst predictions were forgotten. But the art of purple haze has its difficult aspects. Even a practitioner of this art cannot fully realize it until they reach a certain limit. The purple haze technique gets its name from the color it produces when used. It's a power that can only be achieved by reaching its limits. Until the user reaches a certain point, the full potential cannot be utilized. Therefore, Sochun decided that this was the ideal technique, one he could study and seek. Sochun understood that by the time everyone found out and started asking questions, the era of war would already have arrived. And when that happened, he would be able to provide a good excuse. A month had already passed since Sochun ate the fruit. Thanks to this, his body was able to absorb the surrounding energy without any problem. If all the absorbed qi were added up, it would equal 30 years. This upset Sochun. His body simply wasn't capable of fully absorbing the fruit and its power. It was simply too much for his untrained and young body. But Sochun focused on the blood and qi channels. It was worth it. The master was proud that he had finally managed to absorb the fruit and use it for good. She knew it had been very difficult, but she was genuinely happy. The master was amazed that Sochun had managed to absorb half a year's worth of qi in just a couple of days. This fruit is incredible. Sochun was surprised that the master did not notice that he used Manhwa Qigong to speed up this process. The boy realized that the purple haze technique had been started correctly. Now he could advance to the next level. The trainer said that, given his progress, she was thinking of intensifying his training. She suggested starting today. The master said that she came up with these exercises in an attempt to cope with her terrible condition. Yu explained that Sochun currently had a 30-year supply of internal qi, which was a huge amount. But that wasn't very good either. In the world of Murima, there's a saying about the body and qi. Balance is critical. The human body is much more fragile than people might think. And if there's an imbalance, the body will be damaged. Sochun replied that he knew about it, but then he remembered that he couldn't reveal all the details. It could backfire. So Sochun decided that from that day on, he would absorb everything that Master Yu taught him. Sochun began training. The master told him to expend his qi and then climb the wall. Sochun remarked that this was a great way to train. The human body is like steel. It grows stronger with every strike, but one mistake and death would be waiting. Sochun began to tell the master that it was too painful. The master replied that it might hurt, but it was only pain, and it would soon pass. She felt very sorry for subjecting Sochun to this pain, but she knew that if Sochun didn't do this, he would become lazy. Sochun shouted that everything was fine, and a little laziness wouldn't hurt him, but the master, through tears, replied that she couldn't allow him to become lazy when his future was at stake, and she asked for his forgiveness. Sochun replied that everything was fine, but asked her to find the way to help him, and promised that he would not become lazy. The master replied that it was okay if Sochun hated her, so she should keep going, and she believed in him. A few months later, Master Yu was already praising Sochun for having made it, and the rock climbing was over. All this time, Sochun kept thinking about how much he hated rocks, and asked the master to stop encouraging him because rocks made him sick. Sochun realized that after his training, he had grown and reached a high level of Manhwa Qigong. Suddenly, Master Yu approached and called him. Sochun went with the master, and she informed him that from today on, she would teach him the art of swordsmanship. Sochun was delighted that the time had finally come. The master said she would now demonstrate the swordsmanship that Sochun would use. The master explained that this was Manhwa sword qigong. Sochun was upset, as he already knew this. Sochun noticed that the master was approaching her limit. He remembered that the master had passed away just before this moment. Sochun thought that the master lacked insight, and that if she were helped, the master deserved to reach the highest point. Сачхон решил, что он сделает это. Если мастер не может выйти за свои пределы из-за того, что ей не хватает прозрения, то Сачхон просто поможет ей. Спустя неделю мастер Ю не понимала, как Сачхон достиг таких успехов. Еще год назад ей стало очевидно, что он необычный, но кто бы мог подумать, что он станет таким. Мастер считала его гением. Но, конечно, Сачхон таким не являлся, ведь он просто использовал то, что уже знал. Но с точки зрения мастера, ее ученик был гением, и со своими навыками он может войти в отряд Лотоса. И неожиданно Сачхон попросил мастера показать ему иную технику меча, нежели мечевой цигун Мэйхуа. Также он сказал, что ничуть не ставит под сомнение учение мастера, но ему бы хотелось узреть демонстрацию настоящего владения мечом. Мастер Ю сказала, что она поняла, и покажет ему 14 искусств владения мечом, цигун Мэйхуа. Но перед этим она спросила Сачхона, знает ли он что-то об этой технике. Сачхон ответил, что 14 искусства — это техника фракции хвасан, произошедшая от их 24 искусства. Начинается с движения цигуну обочины и заканчивается 14 шагом. Мастер ответила, что для начала его знаний хватит. Сачхон заметил, что первые 9 секунд мастер держится идеально, но с 10-й у нее начинается затруднение. Похоже, ей не хватает не прозрения, а мастерства. Мастер закончила и сказала, что это было 14-е искусство владения мечом. И добавила, что его глупый мастер недостаточно искусно, чтобы исполнить его идеально. Сачхон стал кричать, что это неправда, и ее искусство владения мечом даже величайших мастеров не оставит равнодушными. И Сачхон сказал, что ее недостойный ученик не рассмотрел ее технику как следует, и попросил, чтобы мастер показал ее еще раз, но только помедленнее. Мастер ответила, что если у нее получится. Она знала, что исполнить эту технику в замедленном темпе гораздо сложнее. Хотя 14 техника цигун Мэйхуа была мощной, она требовала больше концентрации. Сачхон видел, что дисбаланс 5 элементов из-за того, что мастер съела фрукт, ее водная ци гораздо сильнее остальных. Фрукт спас мастера, но затруднил ее переход на новую ступень. Дисбаланс 5 элементов — это лишь начало следующего шага. Мастер Ю усердная и трудолюбивая. Говорят, что чрезмерное упорство является причиной ее ограничения предела возможностей. Некоторых раздражает ее серьезный подход к делу. Никто не понимал, в чем же был секрет мастера Ю. Все дело в отдыхе. Порой нужно просто отстраниться от всего. Это посоветовал Сачхон мастеру Ю. Мастер ответила, что они дожили до того, что теперь Сачхон учит ее. И поблагодарила парня. В это время в императорском дворце обсуждали то, что мастер Ю сделал это. Она не только вылечила свое тело, но и стала сильнее. Тогда поступило предложение испытать мастера Ю. Будущее вновь изменилось и применило новые краски. Мастеру Ю поступило задание. Давненько она не получала заданий. Сачхон стал волноваться. Но мастер успокоила его, так как хоть ее тело и вылечено, ей все равно не поручили какой-то великой миссии. The master also said that she had signed Sochun up for the Lotus Association exam and told him to be prepared. The teacher was confident that Sochun would cope. She told him not to feel like he was under any pressure. Everything would be fine if he failed the exam. After which the master said goodbye and said it was time for her to go. Sochun said he would pray for her safe return. Sochun began to consider uniting Lotus. This department, as one of the few buildings in the Hwasan faction, can be visited by the 4th generation of students. It is also the place where outstanding 4th generation students are selected to train before becoming adults. Sochun didn't know what to do. In his past life, this was truly the place he wanted to go. Now he doesn't know if he should do this. Sochun also must not forget the triple sublime mind. Sochun thought that after 5 years, the triple exalted mind's note would be discovered. But he still needed to quickly get to the strength contest. It will take Sochun at least a year to accomplish everything. He'll need help. But finding someone trustworthy will take 2 years. Sochun really needs at least a year, 2 years at the most. In other words, he needs to qualify for the competition by age 13. It would be quite tiring to wait until I was 13 years old to get a chance to fight. Sochun understood that he would have to keep his strength low due to his youth. he decided to display only those skills that would allow him to pass the Lotus competition. There are 3 years left to wait. This year, Sochun will join the Lotus Alliance and demonstrate his abilities. Although he hates to flaunt his efforts, there is no other choice. The day of the Lotus Union selection arrived. Sochun looked at his competitors and felt a twinge of awkwardness in such surroundings. Sochun passed by, and one of the guys noticed that his face looked very familiar. It was the same guy who had brought his master to the showdown. Sochun immediately realized that these guys would fail, and he really wouldn't have to use his strength to get through. Suddenly, everyone around started screaming, and some even started crying. One of the guys fell to the floor and started saying he knew some genius would emerge. Sochun noticed that this reaction was due to the appearance of a girl named Nak. Nak, the phoenix of the plum plant martial arts. Everyone was discussing her appearance, and Sochun couldn't help but notice her. As the only woman among the 5 great masters of Hwasan, she is the descendant of an excellent master who wields the blood and iron sword. Her skill reached such a level that she became the first person to have the word phoenix added to her title. But there's a saying that the most beautiful flowers are the first to fade. During the war, Nak was very active and earned the title of hero, but she died before reaching the age of 20. During the competition, Nak beat everyone. The boys stood there, thinking that maybe next year they'd be so lucky. Suddenly, Sochun raised his hand and shouted that he wanted to fight. The guys around him were displeased with this behavior and began to bully him. Sochun approached Nak, who wished him luck. Sochun greeted her, and Nak said she was granting him the right to attack first. The judges were watching the process, and one of them said that it would be over in 3 seconds. Sochun launched an attack, and Nak was greatly surprised by such internal energy. But the girl calmed herself. She was thinking about how to predict his next attack. Meanwhile, Sochun had already launched his next attack. Nak tried to hold her ground, but Sochun was unlike her previous opponents. His strength was clearly different. And suddenly the judge announced that Nak had lost, and Sochun was declared the winner. The guys who had already lost to Nak began shouting that they wouldn't accept this victory, because it was only a matter of strength, not swordsmanship. Sochun had assumed this would happen, so he didn't care how inevitable it was. He was worried that it would damage his master's honor. The judges began to debate. The owner of the blood sword and the iron sword, named Shim, said she disapproved. The wise elder Haksun suggested listening to Sochun's story first. One of them said he agreed with Elder Shim, and that this is not up for discussion, because how can they accept into the Lotus clan someone who insulted a Hwasan swordsman? The great one of the Tso clan told the two of them not to argue too much with Elder Hawk. Herbalist Yun said he'd heard news that swordsman So's apprentice had drunk the elixir. They couldn't extract it from his stomach, but he'd like to see what effect it would have. Plum Blossom Blade Master Jikel begged to join the Lotus, even though he was only 10 years old and only halfway through his education. After all, no matter how talented someone may be, if they teach them, even through beating, they will become strong enough. Finally, the meeting ended, and the elders came to the general conclusion that the only ones who would join the Lotus clan would be Sochun and Nak. A year later, Sochun was practicing by a tree when Nak suddenly snuck up to say hello. Sochun didn't expect it, and said that if she continued to sneak up on him like that, he might fall into a state of chi deviation. Nak apologized for scaring him. Sochun replied that she didn't need to apologize, because she's still a big kid. Or maybe it's because she's that old lady's student's student. Nak was almost offended by the joke, but Sochun told her not to be offended because admitting a mistake was the right choice. Nak called Sochun her big brother and said that she wanted to ask him an interesting question. Sochun agreed, and the girl asked him to be honest with her. She asked if the abilities he was displaying were truly his own. Sochun replied that it was true. He reminded her that she knew Elder Shim hated him, and therefore it was best for her not to approach him. However, rejecting Nak was very difficult for Sochun, as the memories of the first time he saw her still lingered deeply within him. As the first of the Murim faction's superior generation, and the phoenix of the Plum Blossom Sword, she should have been celebrated, and countless men would have tried to win her over. Since her abilities and reputation were far superior to Sochun's, he would simply follow her around, lacking the courage to speak to her. A few years later, Nak became such a beauty that it was said that she was the most beautiful warrior of the Murima, and at the same time, she became a hero. Sochun, being nothing, followed people for several years, several decades, until he died. Sochun was telling himself he just needed to endure it a little longer. Suddenly, Sunbei approached him. Sunbei grabbed Sochun and called him an enlightened weakling. meaning he only had fortitude and no murim abilities. Sunbei started yelling at Sochan, saying how dare he dismiss his warning as meaningless. He'd clearly told him not to hang around with Princess Na. Sochan began to explain that it was a misunderstanding, as he couldn't ignore his order. He was merely conveying a message from the teacher. Sunbei calmed down and let the guy go, calling him an impudent bastard, and went about his business. Sochan reassured himself and said that he just needed to be patient, because there was only a little time left. Afterwards, Sochan went to see an herbalist for an examination. The herbalist said that no matter when he examined him, Sochan's strength was always astonishing. He added that even though Sochan is 12 years old, if you think about it, he's already reached the Gabya stage. It's no wonder he's considered a miracle. Sochan knew that this was not the fruit's effect at all, but the plum blossom's training. The herbalist told Sochan that he and that weakling had eaten such a good thing, and that they were selfish scoundrels. After all, they should have taken care of their elders first. This really angered Sochan. He asked her to stop teasing him. After all, how funny was it to make fun of a child and humiliate his master? The herbalist burst into laughter and replied that, of course, it was funny. Then Sochan said that if his examination was over, he would go about his business. But the herbalist said he had news about his master, and Sochan sat back down. Then Sochan thanked him and said he was very grateful. The herbalist also informed Sochan that he should prepare to go outside. The boy was delighted, as he had been looking forward to this for a long time. The elder continued to say that Sochan knew very well that the Lotus Clan members were much better and more magnificent compared to the rest of the disciples. But Sochan didn't care. He finally waited, and the time had come. Sochan was happy. The 14th escort, Gupong, greeted the boys and said that from today on he would be looking after them. Gupong said he would take roll call. Then he called out names: Home, Soyeon, and Sunbei. Sochan also added that they weren't planning on going to their deaths or anything, so they could relax a bit. All that awaited them was the descent down Mount Hwasan. Gupong said it was time for them to go and led the children away. Sochan decided to ask him where they were going. Gupong replied that they would reach the south, cross Chongqing, and arrive in Guizhou. The girl, Soyeon, asked again if they were really in Guizhou. Gupong said it was a provincial area on the border between the light and dark factions. Gupong also added that it was just as dangerous here as in Guizhou, and there were many masters from the Justice faction around, so they wouldn't be injured or killed. At this time, Sochan was only happy that they were heading to Chongqing. He was thinking about the treasure trove of the Triple Sublime Mind. Chongqing was the Justice faction's center of influence in all directions. The treasury of the Triple Sublime Mind is located there, in Chongqing. Their group traveled south from Shanxi, arrived in Chongqing, and continued south toward Guizhou. But Sochan had no way to penetrate the treasury. Even if he had, it would have caused problems. The treasury wasn't for show. Organizations and warships were lurking around. For now, he couldn't act. Suddenly, Sunbei noticed a ship and asked the elder what kind of ship it was and where it was going. Soyeon told him to look at the sail, and Gupong explained that the ship was called a hosen, a type of border patrol ship. The man who was steering the boat asked them to calm down their killing intent and to calm down. The ship approached, and the man from the ship apologized for interrupting their journey in such clear weather. He also added that they were members of 18 pirate groups that defended the river's waters. And they defended the river's waters for nothing, which is why they found themselves in a difficult financial situation. And they asked Gupong if it wouldn't be too much trouble to compensate them for their losses by donating some money. Gupong replied that they were guarding the waters of this river, so it was the least he could do. He added that they didn't have much money, and that was all they had. The pirate grabbed the tribute and said it was an honor to meet them. Soyeon and Sunbei started shouting why he gave in to those pirates. They shouldn't just let them get away with it, and even if they have no experience fighting on the water, pirates are no match for the swords of the Hwasan. Gupong became very angry and shouted at them to be quiet. He then apologized to the man piloting the boat, explaining that the two were being overly enthusiastic. Gupong asked if they seriously thought he was afraid of pirates. He wanted to give them a little money without causing a conflict. If they had acted differently, it could have caused problems. Soyeon and Sunbei didn't understand what problems the elder was talking about. He said that, for starters, an entire country couldn't guarantee that every pirate would be deterred, and he asked if they knew why. Sochan then replied that it was because pirates were experienced sailors and had an advantage on the water with their attacks. Gupong confirmed and said that if someone had decided to escape, the news would have immediately reached the 18 groups. After which, Gupong asked who they thought would be the victim in this situation. If not them, or the Hwasan faction. And Gupung explained that the victim would be this honorary citizen who was piloting the boat. And even if they killed several pirates, the pirates wouldn't lay a finger on the Hwasan. But their target for venting their aggression would be the boatmen. So Yoon began screaming that it wasn't their fault. Gupung said they don't say who's right and who's wrong. It's no secret that Group 18 is going down the wrong path. That's natural for them. And Gupung also added that if the guys are not going to take responsibility for the boatman's life, it would be better to leave everything as is. And if word of this spreads, no one will offer them their boat and escort again. For this to stop, 18 groups must disappear. But their size and power are not insignificant. Not only the Hwasan faction, but also the Murima alliance must take action. Therefore, this is also inappropriate. Gupung asked if they knew why, and Sochon replied that it would upset the balance, because the power of the most powerful organizations creates a perfect balance. They were equal in strength, so neither could act. If the Murim declares 18 groups as his enemies and starts a war with them, he will lose his military power. The remaining houses can join forces and displace the weakened Murima Union. Gupung replied that Sochon understood this well. He added that the guys knew it too. They just didn't want to admit it. With some regret, Gupung said that it was not that he did not understand their hopes, but that great power came with harsh reality, and they needed to think about that. They finally arrived in Guizhou. Gupung said they had business there and needed to hurry. There they were met by the king of merchants, Li. His name is not very well known now, but in the future he will become the first merchant in the central regions. Sochon understood that the merchant king was not someone to be enemies with. He needed to have this money flea on his side. Sochon knew there was no need to doubt his skills, and if he left the treasure in the merchant king's care, he would be in charge of it himself. And if Li is bribed, he will become the most trusted man in the world. And it's worth noting that Sochon can confidently leave him the treasure. Suddenly, an unknown man approached Gupung. He began admiring them and saying they looked like nobles and were most likely swordsmen from the faction. The man said that he was a merchant from the provinces, and seeing their elevated gait, he could not contain his admiration. Gupung replied that there was no need for them to unpack at the inn, so let him take them to the Cayenne branch of the Murim Union. And if he decides to do something weird, it won't escape Gupung's notice. The man bowed politely. Gupung told the boys that if their destination was a Murim, they wouldn't have to stop there. And if there was nothing else in mind, they would be given shelter there. A merchant from the hinterland was surprised that they provided housing in the Murim. He asked Gupung his name. Gupung gave his name and said the man was very proactive. The merchant assumed Gupung was a big shot. The merchant could not stop himself and said to himself that he had some kind of extraordinary premonition, because these were students from the great Hwasan. Sunbae couldn't stand it any longer and told the merchant to be quiet because he had already lost all shame. Gupung asked Sunbae what these manners were. After all, he was a member of the faction and should be more careful and friendly. The merchant apologized and said that it seemed he had caused some awkwardness and that he should make amends in the future. He asked the other party to follow him. The merchant led them to the Cayenne branch and said they were there. He quickly went about his business. They were met by the Cayenne branch manager, Shin. He said it was an honor to meet the 14th honored swordsman. Gupung replied that it was also an honor for him to meet the branch manager, who was in charge of the front line in Guizhou. Shin said he'd ordered food and shelter prepared. He asked what those Lotus Union members were up to. Shin said he was glad to have the opportunity to meet the master who will be responsible for the future of Hwasan this year. Gupung replied that in the name of the Hwasan faction, he assured them that no matter what mission they were given, they would succeed. Shin replied that Gupung was nobler than anyone else and said he would soon inform them of their mission. Shin also warned that the royal family was currently in Kaiyang. They would likely be working together on the mission, so it was worth getting to know them. Sochon remembered the Chuka royal family. He didn't know if it was the right time or not. Grand Minister Sak approached Gupung and greeted him. Gupung was delighted to see him again after 3 years. Sak asked if the youth behind him were from the Lotus Alliance. Gupung confirmed it. Sak said he had just brought the royal family so that she would become a magnificent young generation in the faction. And if all goes well, he would like to create a place where negotiations can be conducted in harmony. Sak introduced his nephews and nieces. Sang approached Gupung and greeted him, saying that in the Kanko he had been given the title of the beautiful Jade Sage. Then the young lady, Surin, introduced herself and said that Sang was her older brother. Sochon shouted out her name in surprise. Sochon immediately apologized. Sang replied that there was no need to apologize, since, on the other hand, He was glad that a Lotus Alliance member knew their Sudan. Then Sak introduced the boy Ju. He timidly stepped forward and introduced himself. Sak said he usually keeps a low profile, so it's not surprising. He asked me to remember that he's reserved. Meanwhile, Sunbae told Soyeon that he had a feeling that Sochon would become friends with his younger brother. Sochon, frankly, hadn't even expected to end up here. He was just pondering the possibility. This era witnessed the birth of an incredible number of heroes who have made history generation after generation. Sang, who would later be called the Celestial Warrior, would become one of these heroes. When the murim world was filled with wars, Sang demonstrated astonishing skills. Sang was brilliant in military strategy and tactics, while the intriguing Surin became an expert in politics. During the war, most of the murima tactics were developed by these two. People even believed that Ju had been reincarnated as a boy and a girl. Ju, who was assessed a little later, was placed on the top wanted list along with the other two. However, the strange thing is that Sochon didn't expect to see Ju in such a place. Meanwhile, Sak was yelling at Ju to stand still, calling him a failure, and that just looking at him would immediately make you disappointed and furious. Sak said it was all Zu's fault, that he was the one who created this mess, and that's why they called him a frivolous eccentric. Sochon was surprised by such terrible treatment. Sak said he wasn't asking for much, just to practice regular meditation like everyone else, and to stop studying useless things like the structure of mechanisms. Machine building is an art that was abandoned and deemed useless. Along with the art of using it, machine building was a source of pride in the Druga family. But now, this combination is forgotten. If the enemy force had been a jewel, its destruction would have attracted some attention. But that's not the point. It was forgotten because of the two demonic forces. Therefore, the study of something like the structure of mechanisms would be enough to earn contempt. Meanwhile, Soyeon asked Sang if their younger brother was strange in the Hua Mountain sect too, and suddenly, Ju apologized for his behavior. Soyeon joined Sang, and Sunbae began hanging out with Surin. Meanwhile, Sochon asked Kupung if he could go with Ju, explaining that even though he'd been called a frivolous eccentric, they'd find common ground. Soyeon laughed and said that strange people are drawn to each other. Sochon approached Ju and asked if he wanted to be friends with his uncle. Ju became very aggressive and replied that Sochon was only 2 years older than him and started yelling at him to stop talking nonsense. Sochon laughed and said that he was a small, strong man, and if his uncle saw this, he would be scared. Ju grew even more angry and asked what he was trying to achieve. Sochon replied that he just wanted to play. Sochon understood that he just needed to flatter him first, because even one wrong step with him. Unexpectedly, Zu replied to Sochon that it was strange for him to say such a thing, but it would be better for Sochon not to associate with him. Ju considered himself a pathetic fool who had not even reached 20% of the Heavenly Star attack mastery and was obsessed with mechanism construction, so he was completely useless in this era. Sochon understood this was an oddity, and as his nickname Ju suggested, it would take some time for his talents to be properly appreciated. Ju was spotted while exploring the treasury of the Triple Sublime Mind. This happened because some mechanisms were located within the treasury. The faction, especially the Druga family, gained access to vast amounts of treasure thanks to Druga's knowledge of mechanisms. At that moment, Ju decided the disdain towards him would end. He couldn't have been more wrong. Of course, there were some who changed their minds about him, but most believed he was at least good for something. And when Ju had been almost completely forgotten, his existence became widely known again. And this was because of the design of mechanisms. Mechanical engineering, once considered useless, was revived in the era of war. And since the skill of mechanics had been forgotten, the only one who could take the necessary action was Ju. Later, the royal family's influence skyrocketed. This was natural because the only person who was considered an expert in the construction of mechanisms was Ju. However, leaving all the work to Ju was extremely stressful for him. He was the only one who understood the mechanisms and therefore had to keep an eye on everything. He worked on everything himself, and his room was under surveillance by a so-called guard. Under such pressure, maintaining mental stability was impossible. Ju finally became overworked and burned out. About 10 years later, he committed suicide. At this time, Sochon replied to Ju that he knew he was far from a gift, a pathetic sight who whined about everything. But Sochon said he knew Ju was obsessed with mechanical engineering, and that wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, being interested in something others wouldn't dare to explore was amazing. And if he sticks to his faith and continues to work hard, there will be nothing in the world that he cannot achieve. Therefore, one should not stop, no matter what others say, but go the way that one likes. And also, as he had done before, not to give up. Everything he had achieved, everything he had learned, not to renounce it. And that if the world didn't accept it, then Sochon would. And those who neglect the genius child Sochon will know his wrath. Ju was simply shocked by such words. Ju asked him to tell the truth and asked if Uncle Sochon had asked him to flatter him in order to somehow influence him. He then kicked Sochon out. After some time, Shin showed the map to Gupeng and said that moving from Guizhou, they would reach the east in 2 days and get to Wengan. In 2 or 3 months' walk, they will reach a village, which in turn contains the murim and the river of evil banners. Shin also said that from today's report, they found out that they were pushed back, and he hoped that the Guizhou branch Marima warriors would support them. Sok replied that it might be a little dangerous, but it would be a good experience for Sang and Seren. Which was wonderful. Gupeng confirmed that the Hua Mountain sect would support this idea. Shin replied that in that case, they should leave at 1 p.m. today. Meanwhile, Sochon went for a walk with Ju. Ju said that there wasn't really a war between the true faction and the false one, so why was Guizhou the only place where there was unrest and discord arose? Sochon replied that Guizhou was a place that divided the two factions, even if peace and harmony had been established. If they weren't capable of killing each other on the front lines, it would lead to consequences. Sochon realized that Ju was truly only interested in mechanisms and knew nothing about what was going on in the murim. So he needed to hammer that into his head. Sochon told Ju that no matter how he tried to maintain control, the murim soldiers were patronizing and spiteful. And Guizhou is just such a place. The chains of patronage and malice make it impossible for him to change anything. No matter who tries, he won't be able to break them with genius. Ju asked what he meant by genius, and that his intentions were obvious, but not so bad. But then Ju said that if Sochon meant something else by genius, then if his uncle had sent him, it would just be a cheap trick. Sochon asked the little boy to be humble, because he knew that he was also considered strange on Manhwa. Sochon knew he had a very unstable nature, but he didn't think he was so fragile. Or really, so strange. But Sochon understood that if he didn't believe in this weirdo, no one else would. Sochon gave Ju a friendly slap on the back of the head and said they had a lot of work ahead of them. Ju started screaming that he was crazy. Meanwhile, Mr. Sok arrived at the soldiers' quarters. He said he had arrived as soon as he learned of what had happened. He asked for a more detailed explanation. One of them said that the river of evil is 600, the union of murim is 400, and they have 3 supreme masters, but not a single top one. Sok said that the first thing they would do was learn the progress of the battle and decide. But he was interrupted by a soldier who ran into the tent and started shouting that he had an urgent message. Sok asked what was going on, and the warrior explained that news had come in that a trio of mad dogs had been spotted in the battle against the river of evil. Gupeng said that no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't relax. So he'd leave Sunbae and Xiaoyun to the 2 warriors. Sochon was surprised why only the 2 of them. Gupeng replied that he'd forgotten to tell him beforehand, and that he really wanted to take him along, but he thought it would be too difficult to bring 3 Cayenne warriors. So he had no choice but to leave him, the youngest, here. Sochon was disappointed, but he agreed and wished them a safe journey and that he would pray for their well-being. Gupeng appeared on the battlefield. The Vins were delighted to see the 14th accompanying swordsman. Sok was also glad that these dogs were nothing compared to him. Seren asked Sang what was happening to him. He replied that for some reason there were too few of them. Sang approached Uncle Saku and said he thought they were trapped because the enemy force numbered between 100 and 150. Sok replied that he had little experience in military affairs, so he was probably just mistaken. Sok told him to better look ahead because these are the last lives of the river of evil. Suddenly, one of the warriors looked through his binoculars and was horrified. He began shouting that they were attacking the city while they were still in the field. Some soldiers didn't know what to do. Some wanted to flee because they didn't know what would happen to the women and children. No one expected them to be trapped. Meanwhile, Sochon glanced into the distance and said there were about 100 of them, but the master had to be there. Sochon realized they only had 1 first-class warrior. He hoped those geniuses probably realized it was a trap. Sochon expected reinforcements to be sent, no doubt. He just needed to hold out until then. He also noticed that Zhu had disappeared from his sight, and he assumed the little boy had gone into hiding after learning of the trouble. It was for the best. Sochon gathered his strength and told himself it was time to begin. By this time, the enemies had already breached the gates. One of the enemies burst in and started shouting for them to come out because he was Pak, and when he found out and became silent, even the children stopped crying. And then he suddenly noticed Sochun standing in front of him. Park didn't understand who this boy was standing in front of him. Sochun replied that he didn't need to know who he was because he was going to die soon anyway. Park laughed at this. Park then asked Sochun if he really intended to fight them all alone. Sochun replied that he wasn't alone. Park replied that he was even a little excited because he was so confident in himself. Sochun replied that he would punish him with his sword for underestimating them. The battle began. Suddenly, another of the enemies asked Sochun what made him so confident and attacked the boy. Sochun didn't expect this, as he was always behind. The enemy asked if he had wet his pants out of fear, but Sochun pulled himself together and realized it was his turn to move forward. He began to hold the line. Sochun began to practice the Qigong technique of Manhwa, the butterfly dance, and the subversion of sensual beauty. Sochun managed to defeat them one after another. He also used the plum blossom technique. Park watched this and was overcome with rage. He started shouting and asking Sochun who he was. The boy replied that he was just passing by. 30 minutes before, Sochun had been trying to form some sort of tactic with the remaining warriors in the city. Sochun told them to wait in front of the gate, blocking the enemies so they wouldn't all rush in at once. And the second-class warriors must stay close and provide insurance in places where their assistance is needed. And finally, in the center, Sochun will fight one enemy after another, and in this way, perhaps, they will be able to win. One of the warriors did not believe in Sochun at first, but after seeing him in battle, he realized that they had the cover of the Hozan. Meanwhile, Sochun told him to be on guard because the enemy was pressing too hard. He also said he understood his feelings, but they were too few and they needed to stick together. Suddenly, another enemy attacked Sochun, screaming that he would die that very second. However, the boy managed to defend himself in time. The enemy began to laugh, wondering if the Hozan faction, which championed honor, was actually kicking. Sochun replied that he had originally been a staunch swordsman, but after experiencing war, he had changed his mind. Sochun overpowered him. One of the enemies began shouting that 30 warriors had already fallen. Park heard this and became enraged. He ordered him to think positively. After all, if they had fought with all their might against 30 men, they must be exhausted. Park knew there was no turning back now. Ordinary people might have been able to, but since he was responsible for all of this, he would certainly be pursued. Suddenly, Park shouted to his warriors that whoever killed this boy would be reported to the senior officer and rewarded with gold. Hearing the word gold, the enemies became even more enraged and with wild eyes saw Sochun's prey in front of them. Sochun realized this was a real ambush. Suddenly, 1,000 arrows appeared in the sky. The enemy couldn't figure out where they were coming from. At this time, Ju stood with a bamboo crossbow in his hands and was happy with his success. Sochun realized that this was definitely what the Tang clan of Sichuan had used during the war. And being people of honor, they were embarrassed to use Ju's invention because it was a device for killing. And so they sold it to the Tang clan. Sochun admired his baby. He knew that in the future, Ju would certainly become an outstanding person. Sochun shouted at Ju that it was excellent work and he was undoubtedly a genius. So he needed to help his older brother, and they would do it together. Ju didn't go overboard with his praise and told Sochun that he was talking nonsense again. At this time, Park was shouting to his dogs to attack and destroy everyone in their path. Despite his age, Sochun fought with dignity and protected women and children who relied only on him. The young man noticed his warriors' spirits were low, and they were exhausted, so he decided to cheer them up. He began shouting that he was Sochun of the Hosan faction, and was asking for support from the glorious warriors. The warriors understood that he was still a child, but they believed in him and shouted for everyone to follow young Master Sochun. Park didn't understand what this guy was doing. He was sure it was a bluff, as Sochun had been fighting non-stop and was probably exhausted. Sochun replied that under normal circumstances that would be the case, but not in his case. It wouldn't even make him break a sweat. Sochun began to advance on their horde, and Park's dogs began to flee. Park didn't expect this and also began to flee. However, Sochun managed to grab him in time and said that Park wasn't going anywhere, as he needed the details of the operation from him. Park started shouting that he knew little and begged to be let go. Sochun then replied that he would have to kill him if that happened. After that, Park promised to tell her whatever he wanted and to do whatever Sochun said. Finally, Gupeng and Lord Sak arrived at the city gates. Seeing the broken gates, they were afraid to see what had happened. But when they entered and saw the mountain of defeated enemies and Sochun, they realized that the warriors had defeated them. Sak began to interrogate the senior warrior, and said that although the troops of the River of Evil consisted of third-class warriors, he single-handedly defeated an entire 100. The warrior began shouting that all this wasn't his fault, but that of the young master Sochan. Sak became angry and ordered everyone to tell it as it was. After all, everyone knows he's only 12 years old. The warrior shouted that it was true, and yet he had seen it with his own eyes. Then Sak replied that if he says that all the warriors of the River of Evil were third class, and half of them fled in fear, then maybe there is some truth in it. Sochan justified everything by saying that he has much more internal energy than his peers, and this played a big role. Gupung praised the boy. He'd had his eye on Sochan before, and although his fighting skills were average, his insight and inner energy were impressive. Gupung knew that usually when a person participates in a real battle at such a young age, his body becomes numb. But Sochan fought calmly and led the warriors. Gupung sincerely believed that young Sochan would become a key figure in the future. Sak decided to celebrate the victory, and they threw a feast in gratitude for the efforts shown by their friends from the faction. Sunbae approached Sochan and said that he now appeared in a completely different light, and it was nothing compared to what the elders had done. Sang and Suran also congratulated Sochan on his victory, and Soyun also admitted that she underestimated him. The boys sat at the same table, all rejoicing in their victory. However, only little Ju was missing. Ju was sitting alone at the door of the banquet hall. Suddenly, Sochan opened the door. Ju asked him what he wanted. Then Cheju asked Sochan to keep his use of the bamboo crossbow a secret, because using a hidden weapon in such a prestigious faction would be humiliating. Sochan replied that, frankly, they won thanks to the little genius, and without him, Sochan would be dead. But Sochan added that it was unfortunate that they had to keep it a secret. But at least Sochan acknowledged Ju and asked him to cheer up. Ju thanked him and said that the great man wasn't him, but Sochan. Sochan laughed and said that he finally realized his older brother's greatness, and he added that he should not be envious, since he was lucky enough to use the miracle cure, and if Ju accepts it, he will become equal to him. Ju was surprised and asked what this miracle cure was. Sochan replied that yes, a martial artist has a difficult life, but no matter how difficult, the medicine simplifies everything and allows one to solve any problem. Ju replied that if the world were like that, there would be plenty of martial artists. Then, Sochan asked what he would say if his older brother got him the medicine. Then Ju replied that if this was true, he would be not only his younger brother, but also his subordinate. And he hoped Sochan would remember this promise. 2 days later, a crowd of people stood at the city gates. A man approached, and a guard asked the purpose of his visit. The man replied that he had come to congratulate it on the victory, because he wanted to present a gift to the 14th accompanying sword. Gupung announced to his boys that today he would teach them how to deal with people. He explained that if they asked for a favor when receiving a gift, it was best to refuse, because for a Taoist, being acquisitive is taboo. One should always accept gifts in moderation, and if the gifts are expensive, one's attitude toward them may change. Also, if someone's tone suggests something, avoid them. Communicating with a faction like theirs is a heavy burden. The boys and Gupung went to receive congratulations and gifts. Some arrived from Sichuan. Some came simply to express gratitude and offer warm words. Others praised the Lotus Squad. The gifts varied to suit every taste, sometimes pleasant, sometimes not so much. But Sochan was waiting for only one person to appear. The boy knew he had to be here somewhere. He was waiting for the merchant king, Li. The boy had done a lot to help him, and he was waiting for him to show up. A man suddenly approached and said hello. He said they'd met again. Sochan looked and remembered it was the small merchant, but it definitely wasn't him. He might have changed his name, but his passion for money is matched only by his fatness. He's also so proud that even if he had to confront the Murim alliance, he wouldn't back down. At least Sochan understood that he would not act like an ordinary merchant. It would not have an average build. Sochan decided that once it was all over, he would definitely have to check the visitor's book. At this point, the merchant told Gupung that he had heard the news and was delighted. And that, usually, when speaking of swordsmen, the Kosan faction rises above all. Gupung replied that he had already spoken to too many people, so he was deviating. The merchant asked for a little time, but Gupung replied that it was time for him to go. The merchant begged him to stop and grabbed Gupung by the arm. The guards grabbed him. The merchant started shouting that at least they knew who he was. He began shouting that he was a warrior of the Cayenne branch of the Union, the Gold Merchant Organization, and that he was the head of a small merchant association called the Gold Merchant Organization, and his name was Li. It seemed to dawn on Sochan. Merchant Li went home upset, but So-chun stopped him and said hello. The merchant was very surprised. The merchant apologized to him for the trouble he had caused, and asked what had brought him here, whether this was an order from the 14th swordsman. So-chun replied that he had made this decision on his own, and that he had business with the merchant. So-chun suggested they take a walk somewhere else and talk there. The merchant agreed. Lee sensed there was something there, and the scent of money, so he happily followed the guy. So-chun suggested skipping pointless chatter and getting down to business. He asked the merchant to speak freely. So-chun said that deals are usually based on trust and manners. The guy clearly understood that if he needed his help in the future, it would be better to establish an equal relationship. The merchant asked So-chun what he meant by business. The young man replied that he was interested in the business he proposed. Lee replied that, frankly, even he didn't think there was anything special about a small merchant like him. And he couldn't understand why So-chun trusted him. And he added that in all likelihood, So-chun had come there without informing the 14th Sword Escort and the rest of the Lotus Squad members. So-chun said he had an interesting proposal. The merchant was very interested. But So-chun also added that he'd first like to learn about his business. The merchant, of course, agreed. Lee explained that he calls it a business to make it sound more prestigious, but in reality, there's nothing special about it. They sell their most popular product, rice. But the whole point is that Lee wants to sell rice as military provisions. So So-chun then said that it meant he needed a chance to become a military merchant. So-chun asked if he needed financial support. Lee replied that that was fine, and they needed help in other ways. So-chun said he was ready to listen. Lee responded that the question was a bit sensitive and asked him to hear it out. Then the merchant said bluntly that they needed connections. No matter how, he needed permission to conduct military trade. The merchant couldn't get the full amount, but he could prepare a partial one. So-chun replied that he wouldn't get angry during the conversation, so the merchant could speak. The boy wouldn't judge until he heard it out. The merchant then asked if, as a member of the Lotus Squad, So-chun and Gupungum had likely visited the meeting place where the head of the Kaiyang branch was located. The young man confirmed this. The merchant then suggested he knew about the conflict in Guizhou and asked So-chun to tell him about areas that were cut off or experiencing supply shortages. From what So-chun has heard, Lee's greed is nothing short of outrageous, and whoever initially helped the merchant is also insane. And judging by the situation, he's asking for information that should be kept secret. So-chun understood that the merchant king wasn't the kind of man who could distinguish between good and evil. The word gold in the organization's name wasn't a coincidence. He was only interested in money. So-chun had expected this. So-chun told the merchant that he could help, but only in the Wanong district. Lee, of course, agreed. So-chun also added that normally he would have refused, but he thought the merchant knew the reason. The merchant thanked So-chun for listening, and frankly, he was surprised that his head was still on his shoulders. And now So-chun said the time had come for his proposal. The merchant promised to listen. So-chun didn't hide it, and immediately asked if he knew anything about the Triple Sublime Mine. The merchant immediately realized that this was a tomb containing the treasures of the three-eyed phantom thief. So-chun revealed that the fruit he ate several years ago was originally found in a tomb, not in an underground cave. So-chun asked the merchant what he thought about it. Lee could see in So-chun's eyes that he was telling the truth. The merchant replied that if the treasury really existed, how could So-chun plan to transport all those treasures without anyone noticing? It was impossible. He continued that So-chun was a member of the Lotus Squad and needn't worry about his safety. But Lee was an ordinary merchant and would certainly be killed by robbers. So-chun replied that there was no need to take everything, only a very small portion. He asked Lee to gather some men, and with them, So-chun would go to the treasury and take only the most valuable. So-chun also added that the merchant should keep this a secret, and then he would suggest that the Wanana Detachment's military entrust the replenishment of supplies to the Gold Merchant Association. The merchant replied that he understood everything, and asked if the treasure really existed, why was So-chun entrusting it to him? So-chun couldn't say he knew the future, so he replied that no one else would believe his story. So-chun also announced that he didn't have much time, and would leave tomorrow or the day after. The merchant promised he would do so. The merchant understood that if this was real, it was serious business. And even if it wasn't the treasure trove of the three-eyed phantom thief, gaining supremacy in the Wanan military trade was worth it. So-chun and the merchant struck a deal. The next day, Gupung informed his men that they were to return to Hosan the following day, so they needed to get ready. Soyun ran up to Gupung and asked if they weren't going to see the Shaolin Temple, the Mutan faction, or the Murim branch. So-chun hoped the little one would come to an agreement. But Gupung replied that he too wanted to show them as much as possible. But that would be difficult. no matter what. Sunbei began to say that the squad's first outing into the world was for sightseeing and gaining experience, and it shouldn't be so dangerous. Gupung replied that fortunately they were unharmed, but headquarters was concerned about them and had unanimously decided to return them home, so there was no choice. Sochan's thoughts were divided. On the one hand, the royal family had also been ordered to return, so he could go to Chongqing, but on the other hand, he can't ask the merchant king to go with them. Even if they went to Chongqing and plundered the tomb, he would have to return to Guizhou. They set off back anyway. Meanwhile, in the River of Evil, a subordinate came to Lord Chang and said that news had arrived that the 14th swordsman would soon arrive at the Yangtze River. Chang was overcome with rage and said that even executing those who attacked the Wenan and fled would not appease his anger. Did they really think they would escape unharmed? He ordered his subordinate to teach those Kosan bastards a lesson and not return with bad news. After some time, Gupung, the boys, and the royal family arrived at the port of the Yangtze River. Sok noticed that Gupung was acting strangely and asked him what was wrong. Gupung replied that it was nothing serious. He simply thought there weren't enough ships. Usually, at this time of year, a lot of people gather there to enjoy the beauty. Sok replied that Gupung had simply become very wary because of what had happened in Wenan. He needed to rest. Gupung took a deep breath and savored the beauty around him. Then he looked into the water and began to scream. Gupung shouted for the Marima warriors to protect the Lotus detachment and the royal family. Sok couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, armed men appeared on the cliff. One of them said that the 14th swordsman really did have a keen sense of smell. The enemy jumped off the cliff right onto their ship. Sok realized they were pirates of the 9 seas. Gupung told them that if they had confused their ship with some other one, he forgave them and ordered them to leave. One of the pirates laughed and said that they had met before, so he was definitely not mistaken. The pirate said he hadn't introduced himself last time, so he didn't remember. The pirate said his name was Yuk and thanked him for the payment he'd received earlier. Sunbei immediately recognized this pirate. Sok also knew that Yuk was one of the 100 greatest masters, the spearman of leaping water. Gupung realized that it was indeed a water-jumping spearman, and he asked what he was doing on that ship. Yuk told Gupung to listen to him carefully, and that they were the pirates of the 9 seas, the guardians of the Yangtze River. Since ancient times, if someone wanted to cross the river, they had to pay a fee. But Gupung discredited them by calling them thieves and did not pay the fee. Sochan started shouting that it was all a lie. Yuk replied that it wasn't they who had turned against the Lotus Squad and the stubborn children of the royal family. And what was it that those children suddenly said that they would not cooperate with the pirates and pointed their swords at them? Song told his uncle at this time that something seemed to be going on, and it didn't look like these people would let them go just like that. Hupung asked why there were so few ships in the port. Yuk replied that the young murim's blood was hot, and it was only natural to make mistakes without knowing the balance of power. Yuk reiterated that the river's territory is the territory of the pirates of the 9 seas. They are causing trouble, and so, as guardians, they protect the peace and law of the river. Yuk ordered an attack, and no one was to be spared. Gupung and the others had no choice but to hold the line. Sochan couldn't understand what was happening. Sunbei jumped forward and told Sochan to hide behind him. Sochan didn't understand anything. If they'd fought the leaping water spearmen, he'd never have forgotten. This hadn't happened in his past life. However, Sochan pulled himself together and realized that this was not the time to think, as Gupung was at a complete disadvantage in this fight. Sochan clearly understood that he had to help the 14th swordsman, but he couldn't die here. Meanwhile, Surak, Soyan, and Ju stood to the side. One of the pirates shouted for the girls not to be killed. Suddenly, Sochan ran up and struck a nearby pirate. Soyan called him brother and warned him to be careful. Sanbei yelled that Sochan was crazy. Sochan replied that he would help Gupung, so there was no need to voice his concerns. Sochan headed toward Gupung. Sanbei tried to stop him, shouting that he shouldn't do this and offering to come with them. Sochan began attacking the pirates. Sok and everyone around him couldn't understand what was happening or how he was doing it. Sochan turned to the pirates and said that he didn't have time, so let them all attack at once. One of the pirates shouted that he was a complete idiot and ordered that the guy be killed quickly so that he wouldn't look like such a bad guy. The pirates attacked the boy, but he held on very firmly. Sochan shouted to the warriors that he could no longer cover everyone and asked them to focus on defense, not attack. Sochan began using the Manhwa radiant sword technique, but he didn't expect it to take some getting used to. The pirates watched the battle from a cliff. One of them said that the captain should be warned. Another answered him that he really thought that the spearmen of the jumping water would lose on the water. Yuk was fighting with Gupung at this time, when suddenly he noticed that his subordinates were falling from the sword of some kid. Gupung fought valiantly, but suddenly his sword began to tremble. Yuk knew that in comparison, his martial art of the spear of steadfast water neutralized the shaking, becoming terrifying. Yuk had learned enough about the astonishing skill of the Hosan swordsman, but he decided it was time to determine the winner between him and the 14th sword. Gupung knew this was bad. He knew Yuk was still assessing him, and if he fought at full strength, Gupung wouldn't last long. Suddenly, the body of his subordinate flew over Yuk. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. Just then, Sochun stood behind him and greeted him. Gupung asked him in surprise what he was doing. Sochun replied that he understood his feelings, but now was not the time, because they didn't know what those pirates on the cliff would do. At this point, Suruk told Gupung that he wouldn't believe it, but young Master Sochun had destroyed most of the pirates. Sang pushed her aside, saying she was getting too forward. Gupung was very surprised and said that if they got out of there alive, they would talk about it later. Sochun said he would help, but Gupung stopped him and said it would be best for him to stay out of the way. He added that he knew Sochun was hiding his true strength, but the enemy was too strong, and if Sochun interferes, then instead of helping, he will only hinder, and asked to leave Yuk with him. Gupung continued to fight with Yuk, but Yuk clearly had the advantage over him in the water, and showed good techniques with the spear. Yuk began to laugh, and shouted that all his efforts were useless. He kicked the ship's floor and it tipped sideways. Gupung fell, and Yuk seized the opportunity. Sochun couldn't stand by and watch Gupung being attacked. He attacked the pirate. Yuk got angry and started yelling at him for being a presumptuous child. Sochun told him to stop already. Sochun gathered all his strength and used the non-spitting Manhwa thrust technique. Then he launched a flurry of Manhwa attacks. But Yuk didn't tolerate such antics for long. He used a technique and began spinning the entire ship clockwise in the water. The spear was flying straight towards Sochun, but the boy realized that this was his chance. Yuk, fully confident of victory, flew at Sochun with his spear, but he didn't expect the boy's sword to hold his spear back. Meanwhile, Gupung launched an attack on Yuk while Sochun held off the attack. Gupung praised him and said he did a good job. Gupung reminded the Kopek smith that he had been careless. Yuk couldn't believe he had been defeated. But then he asked again what Gupung had called him, and he swung his spear straight at him. Yuk missed Gupung's body, but he broke the ship into two halves, and everyone began to roll into the water. Sak was barely floating in the water. One of the warriors shouted for him to swim towards him. Gupung ordered everyone to grab onto that rock. Gupung looked around and asked if everyone was there. Soyun started screaming that she couldn't see her brother Sochun and Ju. They started screaming, but there was no response. 3 weeks later, in Guizhou, Merchant Li couldn't get enough of the money. He hugged it, kissed it, and said he loved it to death. He knew he owed Mr. Sochun a great debt. If it weren't for him, he'd still be licking someone else's ass. The merchant wanted to repay him, but Sochun was no longer in this world, so he couldn't. Li began to cry and said that if Sochun could be reincarnated, he would give him the silver coins. But he quickly came to his senses and began to say that silver coins were a bit much. And besides, Sochun was no longer in this world, and how could a dead man use money? So he decided to simply pray. And he'd almost forgotten Sochun's name for the prayer. Suddenly, a subordinate entered and said a martial arts master wanted to meet him. Li asked if he looked rich. The subordinate replied that he looked absolutely destitute. Then Li asked if he'd mentioned being a member of some well-known association. He replied that he was a wanderer. Then the merchant told him to send him away. Someone knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. Li gave his permission, but as soon as he saw who had entered, his eyes widened. The merchant hadn't looked so scared in a long time. Unexpectedly for the merchant, Sochun entered the room. He asked Li why his complexion was so unhealthy and whether he was ready to plunder the tomb. Li started shouting that it was a ghost. Sochun laughed and replied that it was wrong to bury people prematurely. Suddenly, little Zhu appeared before the merchant. Li began shouting that they were two ghosts and that they should leave him alone, as he wouldn't pay a single penny. Sochun slammed his fist against the wall and told the merchant to shut up because he was not dead and was standing in front of him alive. Then Li began to say that the murim said that they had died, but he believed that Mr. Sochun was still alive and never doubted it. Sochun said that he and Ju were carried away by the current and became separated from the rest of the group. They ended up near Hubei. From there, they traveled to Hunan and returned to Guizhou. This took some time. Then the merchant asked why they returned, since Hunan is the territory of the Light faction, and, moreover, isn't the royal family there? Sochan said that it was for this reason, that if Ju or he were found, there would be an uproar, and they would return to the faction and the royal family. And if that had happened, they wouldn't have been able to escape into the world for several years. And that would have meant they wouldn't have been able to do anything with the treasure. Li replied that Sochan had brought a member of the royal family to maintain secrecy, and that it was prudent of him. Sochan replied that that wasn't the issue. He also said that Ju was their partner, and that the tomb raiding would have been impossible without him. Ju asked Sochan if he was sure the tomb even existed. Sochan replied that even if it didn't, they should follow him. Sochan asked if the merchant was ready. Li replied that he was. At this time, Gupung arrived at the Hosan faction. He apologized to the master for failing to fulfill his duties and for the death of her student. Gupung said that it was all his fault, and if he had more faith in Sochan, this would not have happened. The master placed her hand on Gupung's shoulder and replied that everything was fine and that there was no need to be too hard on himself. The master also told Gupung that she had just returned and was a little exhausted, so she needed to be alone for a while. At this point, the master pulled a letter from her inside pocket. In it, Sochan wrote that he was fine. Sochan wrote that he and Ju were currently together and asked for it to be kept secret. He promised to reveal the reason later. Sochan also apologized for worrying the master. He promised that he and Ju would return safe and sound. At this time, in the gold merchant organization, Sochan was evaluating the warriors that the merchant had gathered. Sochan noticed 9 second-class warriors, 1 first-class warrior, close to becoming a supreme warrior. Merchant Li said that he had already warned the warriors that they were going to plunder the tomb. Sochan asked if they could trust them. The merchant replied that there was no need to worry about that. The merchant also said that warriors value their families, and each of them has members who need help. Ju then asked if he had taken their family members as hostages. The merchant replied that he wasn't that vile. The merchant said that he had made a deal with them, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and therefore the treatment would be free for them. Then Sochan asked how the merchant had introduced him to the soldiers. The merchant said he had told them to obey his orders. He also said that since neither Sochan nor Ju knew what he looked like, there was no need to worry. Sochan replied that it was good work and said the treasury was in Chongqing. He handed the deciphered text to the merchant and ordered him to burn it. The merchant said he would support Mr. Sochan on his journey from the side, from behind, and from the shadows, and he would plunder and collect everything, even the bones of the three-eyed phantom thief. As Sochan passed by the warriors, one of them said to the other that they should really trust this brat. Suddenly, a man named Wang came up and told them to shut up, because couldn't they see Mr. Sochan's stride length and stepping technique? The warrior apologized. Wang reminded them that they had to follow Sochan's orders, as the chief merchant had commanded them to do so. Wang also said there was no need to apologize to him, and for the slightest mistake, they would appear before the chief merchant. The warriors, along with Sochan, arrived at the location of the treasury, but few believed it. Suddenly, Ju began to move one of the stones. Sochan noticed and asked what he was doing. Ju replied that he didn't yet know what he was doing. Sochan realized that he was no stranger to mechanical engineering. Without Ju, he wouldn't have even found the entrance. Then Zhu shouted out what he'd found, and huge pillars emerged from the ground. Sochan found it truly astonishing. However, Sochan was tormented by one question. Who could be buried in a tomb with such a mechanism? Together with the warriors, they began to descend, and immediately at the entrance they were met by the symbol of the three-eyed phantom thief. Suddenly, the warrior Cho approached Sochan and asked him to tell the truth about whose grave this was. Sochan smiled and said it wasn't a grave, but a tomb. Cho asked whose tomb it was. Sochan replied that it was the tomb of the legendary phantom thief. Cho said it was just a rumor. Sochan replied that they would find out once they got inside. Sochan asked if anyone wanted to go inside. One of the warriors said he could die, even though he didn't want to. Sochan replied that they would try to make sure no one died. But if someone did die, Sochan promised that their family would be taken care of. Sochan also said that No would go in front and Zhu would be in the middle, so he would need to be protected from all sides. But he asked not to block Zhu's view, since there are so many devices in this tomb that it can be considered one large mechanism, and only Zhu can study them and neutralize them. Cho looked at Zhu with disdain and asked if this could really be a child. Sochan replied that he would lead everyone, but that Zhu had to be the top priority. He was the expert after all. The warriors couldn't even imagine that their lives would be in the hands of a 10-year-old. Sochan asked Zhu which way to go, The boy looked around and replied that all the paths were the same. Then, Sochan suggested going straight ahead, but Ju suddenly stopped Sochan. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the passage. Suddenly, metal spears came flying from all sides. Sochan told him that he'd said all the paths were the same. Ju smiled and replied that he was right. They were all traps. The warrior asked Ju how he knew and asked him to teach him too. Sochan smiled and shouted that it was useless to ask him. Ju said it couldn't be explained in words. He asked the warrior if he hadn't seen that the passage was set up as if it were a trap. Cho said he was a very strange child. Sochan replied that he was, but he was very reliable. Meanwhile, as they continued deeper and deeper, they came across some wooden figures. No one could figure out what they were doing there. Ju said that these were also mechanisms, but he had never encountered them before, so he couldn't say what to expect. Sochan told him not to worry, and that he would find out for himself what these pieces of wood were capable of. Ju said that there were no other devices in this area except wooden devices, and asked Sochan to be careful. The warrior asked Sochan if he was sure he would go alone. Sochan replied that he would be fine, and that they should protect Zu. Sochan approached the figures, and they suddenly began attacking him. Sochan asked Ju if he could disarm them. Ju replied that he didn't know how. Then Sochan said he'd simply smash them all. The warriors watched Sochan and realized that, as Brother Wang had said, Sochan was a true master. Ju asked Sochan if he was finished with the figures. Sochan replied that he was almost done. The boy then asked for some time to study them. Ju examined the debris very carefully. He said it looked like wood, but he couldn't understand why it hadn't rotted. Sochan urged him on. They continued on and suddenly saw a huge pile of silver coins in front of them. Cho reached out to touch them. Sochan shouted at him not to touch it. Cho apologized for his reckless actions and reminded him that everything would still belong to the chief merchant. Meanwhile, Zu examined the pile of coins and revealed that there was a trap there. So Sochan told Cho that even the slightest mistake could trigger the trap, and only on the way back could he collect the coins. Suddenly, Ju noticed a box among the coins. He took it out and opened it, revealing 3 pearls. Sochan reminded the soldiers not to be greedy, and if they returned safely, they would be duly rewarded. He also reminded them not to think they could escape Sochan's notice. Meanwhile, the girl Sochan liked was practicing with her master. The master told her that her skills hadn't worsened, but they hadn't improved either, and it was all because of that idiot. The girl replied that he wasn't a fool. The master said she was right. To think he hid his powers, he was an amazing child. And she also added that it no longer makes any sense, because this amazing Sochan is dead anyway. The master said that she was not so cruel as to prevent her from grieving, but she could not allow her to cry forever. Meanwhile, Sochan was defending himself from a monster that was attacking him. It was made entirely of iron and had glowing eyes. Cho screamed, "What's wrong with this kid if he can't do anything about this trap?" Ju screamed, "These aren't mechanical devices, they're witchcraft." An hour ago, the team approached a whole squad of Iron Knights. And as soon as they approached, the Iron Knights opened their gleaming eyes. Sochan had heard that the 3-eyed ghost thief had stolen from other places besides Zhonggan, but who would have thought that he had stolen the sorcery of the southern barbarians? Cho told Sochan to stop, because he wasn't afraid of the wooden figures that moved because of machinery, but he was afraid of these things that moved because of witchcraft. Sochan and Cho fought off the Iron Ones, but they rose up and attacked again. Then Sochan realized they needed to cut off all the body parts. The warriors tried to implement this, but it was easier said than done. So Sochan ordered everyone to simply defend themselves. Cho watched Sochan fight and said that if possible, he'd like to learn a few moves from Sochan. Sochan finished off all the Iron Ones. The warriors asked how much chi energy he had. Sochan replied that he had enough. During the battle, Sochan tore off some kind of iron chain that smelled of witchcraft. He decided it was better to take it with him than leave it there. However, Zu noticed. Ju said that if Sochan took things like that, he would be cursed. Sochan replied that they were already cursed for plundering this tomb. The squad decided to rest a bit and grab a bite to eat. A rather unexpected thought struck Sochan. How the hell had this place been built? Creating a multitude of mechanical devices and traps would, of course, require money, but the hardest thing would be to keep everything secret. Cho said there's a saying that with enough money, even the dead can be brought back to life. With the 3-eyed thief's luck, it's no wonder he managed to keep everything a secret. Cho thought about it. Cho patted Ju on the head and said that the 3-eyed man's wealth would be enough to buy the whole of Guizhou. Suddenly, Ju said he had a question. He asked what had happened to the warriors that they had gone to such a dangerous place. Sochun told his brother it was rude to ask such a question. One of the warriors replied that it was fine, since he was just a child, and the warrior recounted how, when he was young and immature, he didn't want to inherit his father's arable land, so he ran away from home. Later, he wandered the world and eventually became a first-class hero, and by the time he returned to his village, an epidemic was raging there, and it was devastated. Zhu apologized. The warrior replied that everything was fine. Fortunately, his mother had survived, and he hadn't become an orphan. However, she was too old and ill. Another warrior, a woman, chimed in and said she had a son and daughter, but they had a very rare disease. Her husband was also weak, so it was because of his blood, and that's why she needed a lot of money. The next warrior chimed in and said everyone had similar stories. He had a sister, and she had an injured leg, and it was his duty to take care of her. Another warrior said his beloved had been sold to a man with terrible sexual urges. He was looking for her because he feared she was dead. So the warrior cut off his dignity, took his beloved, and disappeared. It was then that the chief merchant picked him up. Hearing the story, the warrior supported his actions. Then one of the warriors stood up and said that it was time to move on. Enough of this whining. The squad gathered and came to a huge pile of gold bars. The warriors began to look around, searching for anything suspicious. Suddenly, the woman found a chest. Sochun decided to check what was inside. He opened the chest and realized he'd found the real jackpot. And then Sochun noticed that among all of this, there was a box with a miracle cure inside. Sochun realized it was a Shaolin enhancer. He knew it was a medicine that, when consumed, would release 20 years worth of qi. Sochun understood that stealing the Shaolin amplifier would be the same as declaring war on Shaolin. Sochun couldn't even imagine such a thing, because the three-eyed thief stole 10 pieces. How fearless he was. Sochun began laughing loudly and thanking the three-eyed thief. The warriors thought he'd gone crazy. The chest also contained some amazing books. One of them was about the art of the god of archery. Throughout history, only a few have ever been granted the title of god. The archer god was one of them. Murim existed in many forms of martial arts, but archery was ignored. If a murim warrior spotted an arrow, he could easily dodge it, so archery was considered harmless. But the god of the archer rectified this. His mastery of the bow and arrow was on a whole new level. Legend has it that his shot split the Yangtze River. His arrows shattered rocks, and if he missed, the arrow would turn on its own and strike the enemy. Some believe that in the future he will be resurrected and will strike fear into the hearts of countless martial artists. Sochun also noticed a book about the unity of 10,000 martial arts, and if he had to choose between the art of archery and this book, Sochun would choose this one. Sochun decided to see what else was in this wondrous chest, and then he pulled out a sword of astonishing beauty. One of the warriors noticed this and asked if it was really a yokan. Sochun replied that if he was talking about the famous yokan sword, then yes, it was. No one present could believe what was happening. It seemed as if the three-eyed thief had robbed the entire world. The squad continued on their way. 2 days passed. They descended, then ascended, and they no longer knew what floor they were on. Suddenly, they came to a strange door with a huge symbol in the middle. Sochun had never seen a door like that before. Ju walked to the door and said that he would like to say that there was no trap there, but he was not sure about it. Ju noticed that the wall was thick, and there was only one handle. That was odd. Sochun replied that they couldn't turn back, and reached for the handle. Sochun pulled the handle, and the mechanism activated. An earthquake began, and rubble began to fall. The door opened, and Sochun saw a red carpet laid out right up to the throne. But then they saw a strange body. Without a second thought, they said in unison, "Can it really be a zombie?" One of the warriors said that if they really were zombies, they would definitely be finished. Sochun said it would be better if they really were zombies. After all, if it were an invulnerable creature, they would all fall there. The body began to draw ever closer. Sochun shouted at them not to be afraid yet and to retreat. At that very moment, the body flew up and attacked Sochun. Sochun didn't expect it and started shouting that this zombie was quite fast. But he added that it seemed he hadn't been such a great master in life. The battle continued. Sochun began to laugh loudly and shouted that, whatever the case, he had found him. Sochun hadn't expected their meeting to happen so soon. Those around him had no idea what he was talking about. Then Sochun said that this was the three-eyed phantom thief. The Vins couldn't believe that this zombie was the great thief. So-chan said that no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't feel his presence, and only one person could do that. So-chan also said that there must be a great treasure hidden in this room, if the owner of the tomb himself is guarding it. The female warrior asked So-chan if she could beat up the three-eyed thief. So-chan replied that she shouldn't, because So-chan has personal motives. The battle continued, but So-chan was mistaken. The thief proved to be a very strong opponent. The thief displayed amazing techniques in battle. So-chan couldn't understand how the thief could be so powerful. The boy used the divine art of purple mist. In response, the thief used one of the most powerful murim techniques. So-chan couldn't believe what was happening. The warriors watched from the sidelines and were already thinking that maybe they should intervene and help Mr. So-chan. So-chan shouted at the thief that he was fighting dirty and that he should at least give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. So-chan knew that if this continued, he would lose. He had to stop his momentum and finish it all in one blow. Then, So-chan decided to use the purple mist genesis technique for the first time. He hadn't dared to do it before. The thief's body collapsed under the powerful blow, but So-chan also lost his footing. The guilds ran to him, one of them shouting for medicine. The only thing So-chan could think of was that he had defeated the thief who had stolen the entire world. And then, he was the one who had stolen from the guy who had robbed the world. Time passed, and So-chan woke up. He asked the warriors how long he had slept, and they answered that 2 to 3 days had already passed. So-chan thanked the warriors for guarding him all this time. The woman replied that there was nothing to thank him for, since even if they hadn't been there, he would have been able to consume the miracle cure anyway. So-chan replied that he had just woken up and didn't remember what had happened. The warrior explained that after the zombie fell, the altar disappeared and the tombstone appeared. Ju explained that they hadn't touched the stone while So-chan was sleeping. Then, So-chan decided to find out why they had been suffering all this time. So-chan approached the stone and said they had found a phantom martial art. The tombstone had interesting inscriptions. Heaven is knowledge, earth is power, man is people. If one possesses both heaven and earth, one can attain the 2 eyes. Therefore, one must find the 3rd eye and steal the entire world. After this, So-chan found another amazing book on the tombstone. The Pran Sacred Art. The divine martial art of the Shaolin monks disappeared centuries ago. Legends speak of its greatness. Today, it is considered an unrivaled martial art. So-chan gathered all the essentials he needed. The warrior asked if they were leaving already. So-chan replied that he had found everything he needed. Now they could return home. The warriors were overjoyed. The journey was long. It took them several more days to get out. A merchant greeted them joyfully at the entrance. So-chan greeted him and said it had been a while. The merchant asked if they had had a hard time there. One of the warriors replied that just thinking about how difficult it was brought tears to his eyes. The merchant immediately said that he had prepared a carriage for Mr. So-chan and said that everything was finally over. So-chan, Ju, and the merchant were riding in the same carriage. The merchant suddenly asked Ju if he was injured. Ju replied that it was necessary to look him in the eye when speaking to him. The merchant immediately fell silent. So-chan said that everyone should pull themselves together and talk about what to do next. So-chan asked how much time had passed since they went to the tomb. The merchant replied that it had been a little over a month. Then So-chan asked if anything significant had happened during that time. The merchant explained that some master had fought someone and died. The merchant also said he had built residential quarters in Guiyang and intended to settle there. So-chan hadn't expected such news. The merchant told So-chan he was curious about something and wanted to inquire. So-chan asked if it was about the distribution of treasures, and the merchant happily confirmed. So-chan replied that he would tell him directly. Meanwhile, the merchant was wondering how much he would give him. 20 to 30%? And then So-chan said he would leave him everything. The merchant nearly lost consciousness for a second. He couldn't even blink. So-chan replied that he wouldn't do much with them anyway, even though the Hosan faction is down to earth and strict about property ownership. That's why he's an ascetic. So-chan also added that he found out that the merchant was a skilled and trustworthy person, so he invested in him. The merchant asked what investing meant. So-chan asked if he couldn't make more money without money. He told him to use the money he had and increase his capital. So-chan also said that in exchange, his request should be given priority, and the merchant should help him. He added that the same applies to Ju. He said that initially the merchant should receive 2 shares, Ju 3, and So-chan 5. Ju told So-chan that if he helped him with his teachings or his family when they were in a difficult situation, Ju would not object. So-chun looked sternly at the merchant and asked what he had to say about that. The merchant stood there for a moment, his mouth open. The merchant then rushed to So-chun and said that he was ready to kiss his feet as a sign of gratitude, promising that he would fulfill all his demands. Their cart arrived in Guiyang, and then So-chun remembered something. He decided to tell the merchant about it. So-chun handed the merchant a package containing the coordinates of the three-eyed phantom thief's tomb. He ordered the merchant to spread rumors that treasure was there. It wasn't that So-chun didn't trust the soldiers who were there with him, but before they told the wrong person, it would be better to tell everyone about her. A few days later, rumors were already swirling. One man asked another if he'd heard about the treasure trove, and the other replied that he didn't believe it. Others said it was worth checking out. Some claimed this nonsense was back in fashion. So many people, so many opinions. At this time, the king was discussing the fact that the comb of the three-eyed phantom thief was found inside the treasury. Rumors reached the Murim Union. They ordered an immediate meeting of the Elders' Union to resolve the treasury issue. Even in the River of Evil, they already knew that the tomb was filled to the brim with gold and silver coins. In the River of Evil, word spread that the Murim Alliance had recently sent a search party there. The demonic forces were currently simply observing. The leader of the River of Evil ordered a letter sent to the Murim Alliance. He assumed they were probably waiting for him to offer a truce. The leader understood that very painful events could happen, but if the tomb was real, he could not give it to the dogs of the Light faction. Sometime later, the Murim search party met up with the River's Leah detachment at the tomb. They searched the tomb and looked for an entrance. The Murim warrior reminded his own that the Murim had made a truce with the bastards from the River of Evil, and if a battle broke out, the search would be over, and they would be punished. In the end, although it was unpleasant and unbearable for the Murim warriors, they could only endure. At this time, Zhu asked So-chun why he couldn't return back to his family. So-chun explained that the search had only just begun, and if he showed up, the royal family would immediately take him away. So So-chun told Zhu to just continue to digest the Shaolin enhancer he ate. So-chun knew that, given the labyrinth's complexity and endless traps, it would take time to loot the tomb, but he promised Zhu that they would return. So-chun said that he had told the merchant everything that was necessary, so they needed to move slowly. But before leaving, So-chun decided to give something to the merchant for safekeeping. He handed him a book. The merchant asked what it was. So-chun said that these were valuable books that he found in the tomb, and ordered that they be given to the soldiers who were with him in the tomb. So-chun also said that there was no point in copying these books, as they were first-class martial arts. The merchant said he would take this into account. So-chun and Zhu set out on their journey. They came to a relatively quiet area, and So-chun said they would settle there, and that he would help him with his martial arts training. So-chun looked at Zhu and asked him if he was ready and confident in his abilities. Zhu proudly replied that he was ready. So-chun liked the boy's drive and began training. Surprisingly, Zhu turned out to be quite a capable guy. A month passed, and So-chun told Zhu that he didn't want to say it, but so far, Zhu was a complete zero in martial arts. Zhu became very angry and said that So-chun had said that he would become a master if his chi increased. He called So-chun a liar. So-chun replied that usually, when you eat a booster, you become a master. But since Zhu wasn't trying his best, it was his fault. Zhu got angry and started yelling, but he realized it was his fault for training so lazily. But he still felt cheated. So-chun believed in him and ordered him to continue training. So-chun too wasted no time. He mastered the divine purple mist art by 40%. He had just begun practicing the purple mist sword. So-chun told himself he needed to be more patient and not be as afraid of being caught as he had been before. Over time, So-chun mastered the art of wielding the 14-petal plum sword. It was time to move on to the 24-petal sword. So-chun lasted 15 seconds. Now it's time for the 16th. The falling petals are like rain. It was incredibly difficult. Because his chi volume exceeded 60 years, the efficiency of Qigong Meihua's chi absorption decreased. So-chun decided he was lucky and the time had come. He pulled out a book on the unity of 10,000 martial arts from his pocket. Martial arts are usually too complex to master many at once. The teachings are so difficult that it's difficult to achieve greatness in even one, and it's impossible to develop others simultaneously. It is well known that if one learns the techniques of one martial art, there is a risk of chi deviation when trying to learn a martial art with a completely different nature. But transitional art allowed for a way to go against established assumptions. When it came to transitional art, everything was open to exploration. So-chun understood that although he could only demonstrate half of the original technique, he would develop what he lacked himself. However, Sochun said that he didn't take the book for that reason, and how he would use it was another matter. Sochun burned the book. Now he's clipped the wings of the Dark Heaven Lord. We're talking about a force that hasn't yet emerged in Murim, the Dark Heaven faction. It was unknown when and where she appeared, but Sochun knew that they had been preparing for a long time to conquer the murim. Besides the tomb, the Dark Heaven Lord was everywhere, putting obstacles in the way of the murimu and controlling the Zhongyan. And in the future, when the murim weakened, they appeared in this world and began a fierce war. And the central figure in all of this was the greatest man in the world, the Lord of the Dark Skies. Sochun saw him only once, and he wasn't human. With a strength that defied common sense and incredible intelligence, he hid in the shadows, holding the murim in his hands. An extraordinary genius who could master any martial art with ease. He, like no other, can be called both the greatest man in the world and a monster. But now the unity of the 10 martial arts is no more. Sochun hoped that this would weaken the Lord of the Dark Heavens. Sochun also tried to learn archery. Archery itself isn't difficult, but using chi proved unexpectedly challenging. At this time, Ju was training and shouted to Sochun that he himself had told him to train hard, but for some reason he was lazing around. A month later, at the Marima Union headquarters, Commander Chigel received news that Sochun and Ju were alive. The informant reported that the head of the Wuhan branch had become suspicious and double-checked. The commander wasn't exactly thrilled by this news, as he had the treasure trove on his mind. He asked if everything was okay. The informer said that the boat had crashed, and he had barely managed to escape from the Yangtze. At this time, unknown people shared rumors with Sochun and Ju that the Hosan faction disciple and the royal family member had survived. Sochun and Ju asked where such news came from, and they replied that it was all about the treasury. Sochun told Ju that if he was upset, it was best to forget about it. After all, they had no other merits. Thanks to the 9 major factions and 5 great families, they were at least mentioned. He added that there was no need to constantly attract attention. If rumors spread that Ju understood mechanical engineering, he could be kidnapped. Sochun reminded Ju that he had always said it would be safe to remain in hiding for now. Ju agreed. Sochun is certain the Dark Heaven Lord is focused on the Three-Eyed Thief's treasury, and he and Zu haven't attracted his attention. He needs to prepare for what happens next. And then came the War of the 7 Blades. 2 years after the discovery of the Three-Eyed Thief's treasury, the tomb of the cursed demon was discovered, guardian of hell and master of the 6 primordial demonic arts. When the tomb was excavated, several forces were gathered, 3 of the 9 great factions, 2 of the 5 royal families, the demon church, and the river of evil. Unlike the time when the Three-Eyed Thief's treasury was discovered, various clashes occurred during the excavation of the tomb. These gradually escalated, and eventually war broke out. The tomb of the Three-Eyed Phantom Thief was different from the cursed tomb, in that this time, everything was orchestrated by the dark skies. Sochun wanted to stop them at all costs, but without spying on them, it would be almost impossible. Besides, a lot of changes have occurred. But it's not like Sochun didn't expect this, so he needs to find talented people. Sochun wasn't satisfied with the current situation. He still had people he needed to win over. Suddenly, someone approached Sochun and asked him what he was thinking about. He thought he was hallucinating, and then the voice said that no matter how much time had passed, it was a little rude to treat the voice of one's master as a hallucination. Sochun realized it was his master. Without a second thought, he threw himself into her arms, overjoyed, and Sochun asked why she was there. The master replied that he was her disciple after all, and who else could have come to meet him? The master said she was very worried. Sochun apologized. The master smiled and replied that if he understood everything himself, then everything was fine. From the look on Master Sochun's face, he could tell she was genuinely worried. Then suddenly Zu arrived, all in tears. Sochun asked him why he was crying. Zu replied that he didn't have a master, and that it was so touching. The master asked who the child was. Zu wiped away his tears and said he'd forgotten to introduce himself. He said he was a member of the royal family. The teacher approached him and said she was pleased to meet him and introduced herself. She also added that Zu was no longer at an age when children played within families, and that he had been through a lot. Zu pulled himself together and replied that everything was fine because he was the child of a warrior family. The master smiled, patted Ju on the head, and said he was so young, yet so amazing. She was glad her student had made such valuable connections. Sochun was thinking at this time that Zu was from the 5 royal families, who took blood ties very seriously, but to think that they didn't understand that he was a child. What a miserable life. Ju doesn't remember his parents, and he was bullied and oppressed by his family. But despite all this, he didn't give up what he loved. So-chan knew he was a much more remarkable person than he thought, a person who would prove himself later. Sometime later, So-chan and Ju were sitting by a cliff, chatting. So-chan asked him if mechanical engineering wasn't difficult. Ju replied that it was difficult, and So-chan asked why he was doing it then. Ju smiled and said it was fun. So-chan gathered Ju, and together with the master, they sent him home. Ju said goodbye and promised to see him again. After they saw off baby Ju, the master became interested in what So-chan had been doing all this time. So-chan replied that it was the same as what the master already knew. The master smiled and said there was definitely more to it. So-chan asked how she knew that. The master replied that, judging by his letter, it wasn't hard to tell there was something hidden there. The master asked what had happened. Then So-chan said that he was the first person to discover the treasure. The master was surprised and asked what it meant that he managed to survive in the Yangtze, and then somehow managed to get into the treasury. So-chan asked what was wrong. The master replied that she was slightly concerned that greed might cloud his judgment. So-chan replied that he was well aware of the teachings of the Hosan faction, and that greed leads to destruction. He added that he had also given several items to the merchant so that he could help the poor. The master replied that that was wonderful, and asked what he meant by several things. So-chan replied that if the conversation had come up, he would show them. So-chan showed the master the Shaolin amplifiers. The master was stunned by what she saw and was speechless. So-chan asked her to take one before they returned to Hosan. He himself could easily take two. So-chan wanted to give the master everything, but he knew that too much was bad, and they didn't know what the side effects would be if they consumed too much. So-chan said he'd take the blame, but the master said it was neither his nor hers, so it had to be handed over to the Hosan faction. The master said that if he stole them from the treasury, then they were stolen from the Shaolin temple, and they don't know the owners of the other items and can't do anything with them. But they need to return these amplifiers to their rightful owners. So-chan categorically disagreed with the technician. She asked if all the amplifiers were in the box. The guy replied that the merchant still had 4 more tablets. The master would very much like to return to Guizhou, pick up the rest, and go to the Shaolin temple, but she has no right to do so. The master said that they were 2 days from the village where their elders and younger comrades were waiting for them, and they needed to meet them as soon as possible. The master expressed gratitude to So-chan for worrying about her, but reminded him that in their country, there is a law of duty. This is especially true for things like the Shaolin amplifier, whose origins are clear. So-chan replied that he understood everything. Finally, So-chan and the master reached the place where their comrades were already waiting. After a difficult journey, they decided to have a snack together. The master ate a little and said she was tired and would go rest. So-chan wished her a good rest, and suddenly one of the guys approached So-chan and said that now they could talk about anything without worrying about anything. He began to tell So-chan that it was time to tell them everything that happened to the pirates of the 9 seas. So-chan suspected this was possible. One of the guys asked the owner of the establishment to bring them drinks and snacks. The guys began interrogating So-chan. So-chan told the whole story about the pirates, the spearmen, and so on. The boy replied that hearing it directly from someone who had been there was a completely different feeling. The guy said that this means that So-chan's abilities are superior to Chang-hun and Chang-seon. Another guy said that, to be honest, he hadn't paid attention to So-chan until now, and thought he was just lucky. But now he apologized for that. And suddenly the door of the establishment opened, and a woman burst in. She screamed loudly and asked for help. The owner of the establishment asked her what had happened. The woman said that while she was washing by the stream, martial artists appeared and started causing a disturbance. The guys heard this. They didn't understand how this could happen on the territory of the mutant faction. Suddenly, the master came down. She told the woman that she was a follower of Kosan and could not ignore injustice, and she asked her to tell her everything. The woman couldn't get a word out. Then the technician said they'd check it out themselves and asked her to show them the way. The woman told them to follow her. Suddenly, the master told one of the boys it was a trap. She didn't look the master in the eye. Besides, if it had been a martial artist, she wouldn't have been able to escape. The guy asked if the foreman would follow her. She replied that she had already said she couldn't ignore injustice, and perhaps this woman had been threatened. The boys agreed and said they would accompany the master. They followed the woman. The woman led them into the forest, and as the master had suspected, it was a trap. The bandit leader was holding the woman's child hostage. The leader addressed Sochon and said that he had personally come to Hubei to meet with him. Sochon couldn't understand how they'd gotten there so quickly after learning he was there. The master clearly recognized him. Sochon asked her who this man was. The master replied that his name was Eop, also known as the Long-Armed Monkey. Master had fought him while on a mission for the Murim Alliance, but that time she was foolish and didn't follow through. This was another unexpected development for Sochon. Eop heard this and started shouting that the master had fooled him with her stupid smile and he had gotten distracted. And then he suddenly attacked the master. The fight began. One of the guys shouted that the river was evil, cowardly bastards. Suddenly, he noticed that Sochon was missing and started shouting where he had disappeared to. Sochon shouted that he was here and not to worry about him. He asked them to hold on a little longer and he would be there soon. Sochon led the pirates deeper into the forest. They told him that even though he was in the Lotus Squad, he was still just a child. Sochon replied that the master was worried about him, so he wouldn't play with them for long. The battle began. The pirates didn't expect this from an ordinary child. They wanted to destroy him. Sochon remembered that he had already died once, and he didn't want to repeat it. It made no sense now. Sochon dealt with several pirates and shouted to his master that he would be coming soon. At this time, the master was fighting the leader. The battle was quite fierce, and only one could win. The master fought fairly and proudly, but the leader fought dirty. He shouted that he had come there only to avenge his defeat. The leader shouted that he would rip the master's belly open. The master realized he had completely lost his mind. He hadn't had so many weak points before. The master was clearly in the lead, and she told the leader that he should be most afraid of himself. The leader shouted at her to keep her moralizing to herself. The master replied that she would put an end to his hatred. The leader laughed and replied that that's why they're called light ones. The master realized that something was definitely wrong with him. The leader smiled, and suddenly blood began pouring from the master's mouth. She realized he had used poison. The leader replied that he had used an extract from the white spirit herb, which was rumored to be one of the most poisonous plants. He also added that the master had used up too much qi while fighting him, and now detoxification was impossible. The leader laughed and said that she would have to experience such terrible pain that she would ask him to take her life. And then the master heard Sochon scream. He was flying straight at the leader, determined to destroy him. The leader asked her if he was really her student. She said that humiliating her in front of her student was a good idea, but killing her student in front of her was even better. Sochon shouted at him that he had no idea who he'd angered. The leader smiled and said he had a temper. Sochon broke his arm with one blow. The leader couldn't understand how such a thing could happen, since he was just a child. The leader prepared to strike a brutal blow, but Sochon got ahead of him and said that it was too late. Sochon rushed to the master's aid, looked at her, and realized that things were too bad. However, that didn't mean there was no way out. Sochon apologized to the master in advance and took out the Shaolin amplifier. He didn't know what kind of poison it was, but the amplifier would definitely neutralize it. Sochon understood that in exchange, the miraculous properties would disappear, but this was a small price to pay for the life of the master. Sochon addressed the master and said that if she could hear him, then she should make her qi circulate. The guy saw that the master was completely unconscious, and he had to do everything himself. Sochon concentrated and knew he couldn't let up. However, the poison was spreading rapidly, and about 70% of his body had already been affected. The contamination was too strong, and Sochon couldn't remove it all at once, so Sochon decided to absorb the dirty energy from the master's body. Sochon did so, and, completely exhausted, stepped back and fell near a tree. The boy didn't expect it, but his control over his internal energy increased. He'd managed to reach the unbridled limit in his previous life, but it was too fast this time. Sochon didn't understand what had happened. He thought it might be because of the water fruit, or the purple mist divine art, or the Shaolin enhancer. Sochon understood that the water fruit and Shaolin enhancer only increased his qi, while the purple mist divine art did not enhance his control skill. Then Sochon guessed that it must be because of the unity of 1,000 martial arts. The divine art of purple mist and the art of archery are difficult to master. Normally they cannot be trained at the same time, but thanks to the unity of 10,000 martial arts, Sochon was able to master both of them. And without a doubt, his mastery of qi control rapidly increased as a result. This martial art is far more amazing than Sochon thought. Sochon understood that if it weren't for his reincarnation, he wouldn't have been able to achieve all this. The guy stopped himself and said that now was not the time for this. Sochon's organs felt like they were in a vice. Knowledge of poisonous arts proved useful to Sochon. Under different circumstances, he would have been able to increase his resistance to poison. So-chun got ready and said it was time to go. He barely made it there and saw the guys already raising the master, and she came to her senses. The master ordered a carrier pigeon to be sent to the main temple and the murim to inform them of what had happened, and the others were told to find a health resort and receive treatment. So-chun thanked the master. She replied that there was no point in thanking someone who claimed their students' accomplishments as their own. So-chun began to shout that he arrived when the leader was already exhausted and he only came to a ready-made situation. And then the master asked what she should do, because she had used the Shaolin amplifier, which she had to return. Then So-chun asked if he, as an unworthy disciple, could ask his master a question and tell him what was on his mind. So-chun said she'd already used the enhancer, and there was nothing she could do about it. Even explaining it to the Shaolin temple wouldn't have worked. He added that she didn't use it on purpose, so there was no need to worry. So-chun is sure that even Buddha would tell her not to blame herself. So-chun said that if she told the truth, it could damage the relationship between the Hosan faction and the Shaolin temple. This could not be allowed to happen at any cost, so it was best to leave it at that. The master accepted this and said she understood everything. So-chun understood that the master could now become one of the 100 greatest masters. The master said she would now be indebted to the Shaolin temple. She would take this secret with her to the grave, but one day, she would repay them. So-chun understood that he too had to repay tenfold for the favors he had been unable to repay in his past life. So-chun told the master that they had recently decided to return, but he had already caused her a lot of trouble and asked for forgiveness. The master smiled, stroked his head, and said that the more she looked at him, the more she admired him. The master said they now needed to prepare for departure, and they had little time left. They had to get there as quickly as possible. After a long journey, they finally arrived. Before So-chun could even get there, Sunbae and Soyun suddenly pounced on him and embraced him. They began asking him how he managed to survive. They were interested in every detail. Suddenly, that same Suran appeared in front of So-chun. She, too, rushed into his arms. The girl burst into tears and said that she had been very worried. Before, So-chun could not even dream of such a thing. During this time, various people visited the tomb to get rich. However, they were not prepared for the traps. Losing one after another, the squad could not understand how many more traps were set in this treasure trove. One of them said that it was not surprising that all the treasures that the thief had collected during his life were kept there. But he honestly didn't think the reconnaissance would take so long. A whole year had already passed. So-chun knew it would take a long time without Ju, but he never thought it would take a whole year. In my past life, it took a year to do everything. But just think. Now only half has been explored. So-chun met the piercing swordsman. So-chun called him his savior and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. So-chun replied that he had become the supreme master and there was no need to be embarrassed. He asked him to say whatever he wanted. The swordsman said it was all thanks to him. So-chun noticed that the chief merchant wasn't with him this time and asked if there were any problems. The swordsman replied that he brought only good news and asked them not to worry. He said that some low-class scoundrels had attacked, but he didn't know all the details. And besides that, there's the rivalry between merchants. So-chun replied that because of the treasury, the craftsmen's movements are limited. At this time, no threatening situations arise, so he told the swordsman to develop the organization, recruit troops, and prepare for the end of the reconnaissance. The swordsman replied that he understood everything. He admired So-chun, saying that he was only a boy, but his strength and intelligence were astonishing. 2 years later, the exploration of the treasury was declared complete, and both elders departed. This meant So-chun had a year to train. So-chun continued to study the divine art of purple mist. He had already mastered it to 60%. Then So-chun moved on to his second form, a fan of rain petals. The key for So-chun was to take his time. He trained with all his might, but the cutting direction was imprecise, and the flower petals didn't even fall from the impact of the purple mist. So-chun considered it a failure. He knew it was because the purple mist divine art and the secret sword art were too complex, and if he continued, he might vomit. So-chun knew it was no coincidence that these martial arts were only accessible to the greatest geniuses of the Hosan. But he wondered what kind of monster the Lord of the Dark Skies had been back then. So-chun was angry that he'd lived to 77, barely reaching the limit of infinity, suffering. And they'd learned while having fun. Life was so unfair. The guy told himself that an ordinary person like him had to train all his life. There was no other choice. So-chun decided to pull himself together and take up the divine art of archery. His goal was a 400-meter shot. The guy missed the target, but it was already good that he at least hit the leaf. Sochon didn't stop. Suddenly, Surin ran up to him and asked what he was doing. The boy frowned at her and replied that he was breathing. After that, Sochon laughed. Suran looked at him and asked if he really thought it was a joke, adding that he had trouble with his sense of humor. Sochon asked her why she was looking for him. Suran said she came to tell him about the lotus competition. Sochon was surprised and said that lotus competitions hadn't been held in a long time. Suran smiled and replied that she thought Sochon knew. Sochon immediately thought it was all about the pirates of the 9 seas and the treasure chest. Suran asked him why he looked so displeased. Sochon replied that he would be released next year, so he wanted to spend that time relaxing. The lotus competition is an annual tradition. It's not intended to make martial artists world famous, but that doesn't mean the participants are taking it lightly. Quite the opposite. An opportunity like this only comes around once in a lifetime. The lotus competition is more of an assessment than a competition. If a participant demonstrates outstanding results, a miracle cure or a personalized sword will be the reward. The participants strive for something completely different. This competition selects potential candidates for the next generation of Hosan swords. Once, Sochon also dreamed of becoming Hosan's sword, but he understood that if he became one of them, his freedom would be limited, and he'll be forced to remain in Hosan to carry out missions. This will affect his plans. Sochon decided to show the bare minimum. At that time, the Lotus Elder said at the meeting that 3 years had passed, and this time there would definitely be many outstanding people. And suddenly the woman said the winner had already been decided, and it was Sochon. The herbalist asked her why. The woman replied that it was the elder's decision. Unexpectedly, the man said that his grandson, who doesn't even want to join the Kosan swords, might well have a chance. So he apologizes in advance. The woman replied that there was no need to apologize since, as she said, the winner had already been decided. The man said he would stick to his guns. Suddenly, a very familiar feeling came over Sochon. He knew and felt something familiar. He looked at the elder and realized that he was instinctively attracted to the purple mist divine art. Suddenly, Surin called out to him and asked if he was paying attention to the instructions. Sochon replied that he was, of course. The instructor said that since there were only 9 members in the Lotus squad, there would be 5 matches in the first round, and in the second, they would draw lots. Sochon thanked Suran for worrying about him. She replied that everything was fine and that she should go as it was about to start. The competition began. Suran entered the first round. Her opponent looked very formidable. The instructor ordered them to get ready and greet each other. Then he announced the start of the fight. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes. Surin skillfully overpowered her opponent and knocked the sword from his hands. The elders watched this. The chief elder told the woman that Surin was incredibly precise and frighteningly strong, and that she took after her, the owner of the bloody and iron sword. The woman thanked him for such words. The instructor announced the next person, and it was Sochon. His opponent turned out to be Pang Cheolsan. Sochon looked at him, unsure what to do. Meanwhile, the man shouted at Sochon that he was dumbfounded by the sight of his grandson, and rightfully so. Sochon didn't want to stand out, but he understood that if he lost without thinking, his retirement would be delayed because he would be seen as weak. Therefore, he needed to win by holding back. But the boy still didn't understand how to do it. Then Pan said he'd let him strike first. This angered Sochon. Han was the grandson of the great Cho Mu-yan. Like Suran, his talent was recognized at a young age, and he was immediately accepted. However, unlike Suran, he had a nasty personality. Sochon didn't like this at all. Being a genius, he was inundated with praise. Even Chong, known for his strictness, was never harsh with him, and so he grew up an arrogant fighter for the light faction. Ban told Sochon that he'd heard what happened to him 2 years ago, but he thought it was a bit exaggerated, adding that any martial artist must be able to demonstrate his skills in any circumstances, on land or on a boat. Only weaklings cannot do this. Pan also said that Sochon is actually ignorant, and if he hadn't given it his all, how else would Sochon have been able to defeat one of the greatest masters? He added that this was precisely why Sister Surin had taken pity on him. He asked her to stop burdening him, and that it was time to leave her. Sochon was already on edge. Ban told him not to worry, because he was his brother, and he would be merciful to him. And suddenly Pan laughed and asked how he would feel if he couldn't land a single blow on his little brother. The elders watched. One of them asked Cho if he thought his grandson's manners were a little inappropriate. Cho replied that he was still young and might not understand it. Besides, Wasn't he worried about his older brother's honor? He added that he was still so young, which is why he behaved this way. But he had a kind nature, and you just have to look at how caring he was. It was very touching. At this point, Ban told Sochun that, despite his respect, Sochun hadn't even pretended to listen to him. He left him no choice but to destroy him in front of Suran. Pan prepared to strike and shouted for Sochun to get ready as he would squeeze out all the tears, snot, and other fluids that were in him. Pan began to apply the technique. The instructor was perplexed as to how the 5 steps of Qigong could be mastered 80% by a 12-year-old. The observers also realized that it was not without reason that Cho treasured his grandson. He looked quite arrogant, but he was very good at martial arts. Sochun realized that Pan liked to show off. But if people found out that Sochun had mastered the 5 steps of Manhwa Qigong long ago, they would be shocked. At this point, Ban thought Sochun was overwhelmed by his movements. Sochun thought he was so excited that it wouldn't work out well if he simply knocked him out. So Sochun decided to make it look like he was struggling, while Bang decided to finish things off with the flower technique of the scattered spirit. Cho watched his grandson with admiration. He even cried out that this was what he deserved. Pan shouted that it would all end now. Sochun realized it was time to end it all carefully. Sochun used his technique and knocked Pan down with one punch. No one expected the fight to end like this, and suddenly Sochun realized he'd overdone it. Even though he hadn't wanted to draw unnecessary attention to himself or show off his strength, suddenly Cho started screaming that his grandson had almost been killed. The elder asked him to tone it down, otherwise their eardrums would burst. He added that his grandson wasn't seriously injured, he was just unconscious. He'll be fine after some rest. The elder thought at this time that Sochun had simply grown incredibly during this time. An amazing child. Cho started shouting that this bastard must have used some kind of magic. Otherwise, Pan wouldn't have lost so easily. The elder told him not to be a laughingstock. And does he really think the boy managed to deceive the 10 thrones of the high heavens? He added that he understood how much Cho adored his grandson, but he must remember that love could corrupt his student, and he must teach him that he is his own worst enemy. But the elder also said that with one blow, it was certainly amazing, and they should keep an eye on this child. Suddenly, Sochun shouted that he surrendered. Suran stood before him, and the fight was about to begin. Suran asked him again what he had said. Sochun shouted again that he was giving up. The girl couldn't understand what was happening. The instructor asked him to explain. Sochun said that to repel Pan's attack, he used qi over most of his body. As a result, he suffered minor internal injuries. They haven't healed yet, making it too difficult for him to fight Sister Surin. The elders listened and thought that perhaps this was true. After all, blocking Pan's attack with average capabilities would be impossible. And besides, his opponent was Suran. He wouldn't be able to fight in his condition. One of the elders said he wasn't happy about that. The herbalist was angry that Sochun appeared in a different light to him after the incident with the 9 Seas pirates. But although his skills are quite good, he lacks courage. The herbalist was angry and told himself that Sochun was bragging about his qi. But just look at what happened now. The chief elder was pondering something at this point. He thought he'd probably imagined something. Sochun headed to his quarters when someone told him the work had been done well. And then Sochun saw his master. Sochun apologized to the master. She replied that he had done nothing wrong and asked what he was apologizing for. Sochun began to explain that this was because he was a disciple of the master, participated in the lotus competition, and the teacher stopped him and said that he needed to stop because she understood how he felt. The master said that Sochun was amazing during the battle with Ban, but she's certain it wasn't enough to cause internal damage, and she thinks his body is fine. And knowing him, she is sure that Sochun must be equal to that amazing girl, Suran. The master also said that she knew he wasn't interested in becoming Hozan's sword, so there was no need to worry about her anymore, and so he didn't have to try his best in the lotus competition. So he gave Suran a chance. Sochun replied that she was mistaken. The master said everything was fine and there was no need to deny it. Caring for the younger generation, without regard for fame, deserved respect. Sochun again said that everything was wrong. The master hugged him and said that there was no need to be embarrassed, because she was already proud of him. Sochun stepped back to rest. Suddenly, a female elder entered. Sochun greeted her. The woman looked at him sternly and said she owed him a favor. Then she simply walked out. Sochun was angry because she thanked him for taking care of his granddaughter. What a strange misunderstanding. After which he paused for a moment and said it sounded pretty good. And then, unexpectedly, Surin walked in. It was her again, So-chun thought. Time passed. So-chun turned 18. The sun was setting, and he was still practicing. He has mastered the divine art of purple mist to 80%, with 20% remaining until full mastery, and So-chun will be able to use this divine art. He has mastered the second form of this technique. He has 10% left to fully master the art of archery. Fortunately, no changes in history had occurred during these 4 years, so he could prepare at his leisure. He was especially worried about the tomb of the damned demon. It was supposed to happen next summer. 6 months left. The War of the Seven Blades, born from the tomb of the cursed demon. So-chun was certain that nothing would turn out as they wished. Surin suddenly ran up to him and asked what was wrong. So-chun replied that everything was fine. He said he saw her and lost himself in admiration of her beauty. The girl became angry and asked if he was okay with saying such things. So-chun replied that she was so cute when she was embarrassed and tried to kill him with her cuteness. He then asked why she had come. The girl replied that the master was looking for him. So-chun was surprised and didn't understand why the master needed him. So-chun arrived. The master said she was glad to see him and that he was already 18 years old, and she had something to tell him. The master asked him not to worry. She said they had spoken about him at the elders' meeting yesterday. So-chun was actually looking forward to it. Master said that, frankly, she was having a hard time deciding whether to send him alone or not. At this point, So-chun was thinking that if only they would send him off without any escort. He didn't need that at all. However, the master said the elders reassured her and told her these were pointless worries. So-chun exhaled. The master said that she would finally be able to see her student leave the Hozan. This was quite exciting for her. She apologized to him for not being there last time. So-chun said it wasn't worth it, since she was on a mission last time. So-chun said they were looking for someone skilled in martial arts. The master smiled and said he was a gifted speaker. The master could hardly hold back her tears. She approached So-chun, put her hand on his head, and wished him a safe journey. So-chun thanked the teacher and said he would return. He too felt a sense of melancholy. In his previous life, when the time came to depart, he went to war. So this is his first journey to becoming a saint. So-chun knew the War of the Seven Blades would begin next year. Saran approached him to say goodbye. So-chun said they would see each other next year, although he didn't think he'd be able to keep his word to his sister Saran, because the future was very grim. The chef prepared a meal for So-chun for the journey and wished him a safe journey. The boy found this very touching. Then So-chun remembered he needed money for his journey to become a saint. He set out to get it. So-chun took the money and now has 6 months left until the tomb of the cursed demon is discovered. If he were to face the Dark Heaven Lord, it would be difficult to survive without special skills. So-chun would need even more strength for that. He needed 3 things: Sichuan Divine Flame Carp, Yunnan Seven-Horned Serpent, and Tibetan 1,000-year-old Snow Ginseng. So-chun decided that the Carp of Eternal Flame would be the first. He set out and arrived at the gold merchant's office. The man at the reception said that there were no free rooms for travelers at the moment, and that he should look again. So-chun introduced himself and said he was from the Gold Merchant Organization. The man immediately stood up and said they had been waiting for him, and that he was the manager of the place. The Gold Merchant Organization now conducts business not only in Guizhou, but also frequently visits all branches in the light and dark factions. So-chun thought the chief merchant was making life easier for many people. He told the manager he didn't need food or alcohol, just some water for his bath. So-chun noticed the manager was worried about something and asked what was wrong. The man explained that Shenmi was founded on the trade of various minerals, but iron was the biggest seller. Their department prioritizes iron and salt, but over the past few months, bandits from Chongqing are expanding their territory, and now they've set their sights on the southern villages. They've been robbed under the pretext of a transit tax. The manager said that the chief merchant asked him to ask So-chun for a favor, but not to put him in a difficult position. So-chun asked where exactly the 9 mountain bandits appeared, and the manager replied that it was near the Sichuan border. So-chun told the man that he could accompany him across the border into Sichuan so they could avoid the threat of the 9 mountain bandits. The manager thanked him. The time had come, and they prepared to set out. The manager's assistants couldn't believe So-chun was a master. But how could he lie on top of a shaking carriage? One of the drivers told another that no matter what he looked like, he was still a Hozan follower. The other replied that he knew the followers were amazing, but he didn't understand why the chief merchant had told them to treat him with the utmost respect. Perhaps he was patronizing the apprentice of someone with whom the chief merchant was very close. The driver said he usually resorted to flattery when he needed something from someone. But in any case, they would soon cross the border into Sichuan. Suddenly, Sochun shouted for everyone to stop immediately. The driver said he'd go check. Sochun ordered the soldiers to watch the carriage and remain where they were. The drivers were shocked. Sochun went deeper into the forest. The bandits said it was surprising he'd spotted them before they'd been ambushed. He must have a very good sense of smell. The driver noticed an engraving on all the bandits' clothes. They were the very same Nine Mountains bandits. One of the bandits asked Sochun to introduce himself. Sochun gave his name. The bandit replied that he was young and arrogant, and most likely he's from the 9 great factions or the 5 great royal families. Sochun replied that he's from Hosan. The bandit replied that the swordsman from Hosan was a worthy opponent. He asked if anyone else wanted to introduce themselves. Sochun replied that he alone would be enough to crush them. The bandit laughed and said that if he was a Kosan adept, then he was at least a first-class warrior. But what did he hope to do against all of them? The driver started saying there were too many of them. Sochun asked him not to panic. Sochun told the bandit that he talks too much, and from his experience, he can say that they are necessary for the course of the story, but they definitely don't look like strong bandits. The bandit got angry and replied that he was talking complete nonsense. Sochun looked at him and said that he should start. Sochun flew up to him and destroyed them. At first glance, Sochun determined that most of them were third-class warriors. The rest would pass for second class. There were about 30 third graders and maybe 5 or so second graders. Sochun promised the bandits that everything would happen quickly. One of the bandits ordered his men to attack, because even though he was a master, there was only one of them. The bandits began attacking Sochun. The driver watched from the side and shouted at Sochun to be careful. However, just over a minute passed, and Sochun had littered the field with bandit bodies. The driver couldn't believe his eyes. Sochun said it was all easier than he thought. The remaining bandits fled to avoid the same fate as their brothers. Suddenly, Sochun noticed that the bandits had forgotten a cylinder. He picked it up and decided to see what was inside. Sochun ordered the driver to go ahead and continue on their way to Sichuan. He would ensure that the bandits didn't pursue them. The driver asked what that meant. Sochun replied that it would take too long to explain, so he should simply obey without protest. Sochun followed the escaped bandits and saw that the number of people was much greater than he expected. Sochun decided to use the solar chi concentration to burn the mountain and settle the matter with them. However, Sochun suddenly noticed an arrow flying towards him. He realized he had been spotted. Sochun realized it was the scouts on the towers who were the culprit. He fired arrows at them. He had 6 arrows left, and the boy knew he had to hurry. Sochun decided to first kill the man who looked like the ringleader. He was sure there were people trapped there. He fired an arrow at him. The bandits realized they were under attack and went into battle readiness. The bandits looked in all directions, unable to figure out where the attack was coming from. Then they spotted Sochun on the tower. The escaped bandits recognized Sochun. The order was given to immediately eliminate the archer. Sochun picked them off, one after another. Running out of arrows, he descended from the tower to deal with the rest. The battle began, and Sochun killed many bandits. Suddenly, some of them began begging Sochun to spare their lives. Sochun asked why he should spare them. The bandits promised to do anything. They started shouting that they would improve. Sochun laughed and said he would check it out in his next life. The guy tied them with a rope and took one of them to show where the captive people were. The bandit brought him in. Sochun entered, and people started screaming. The guy said he was a Kosan adept and had come to save them. Sochun freed them, and the old man thanked him for doing it for them. The boy replied that he didn't need any thanks. Sochun told the old man that he had seen a vault near the prison and that there should be money there. He asked the old man to use it for the needs of his village. The old man replied that they couldn't do that to their savior. Sochun smiled and said it was all right, since, as an ascetic, he would have been punished for his greed. The people burst into tears and began to thank him. They asked him to at least tell them his name. Sochun told them his name and said that he was a Hosan follower. Sochun thought about how good it would be to be free. Having reached the limitless limit, he would no longer have to hide. Meanwhile, news of Sochun reached the Tang clan in Sichuan. The boy is still unaware of what's happening there. Sochun said goodbye to the people he had saved and said it was time for him to go. He thought about the divine flame carp and how it contained a vast amount of chi. Sochun knew that if he absorbed it, he wouldn't be able to properly digest it, and the slightest mistake could lead to internal damage. If Sochun could get his hands on 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, it would be his first choice. but Sochan would freeze to death before he even found it. So Sochan decided he needed a remedy he could take with the divine flame carp, and the Tang clan would provide it. Sochan arrived at the Tang clan and was met by the poisonous phoenix Tang He. Sochan was shocked when he saw her. 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. In the martial arts world, the dragon and phoenix prefixes to a title carry greater significance. This select 7 represents the elite of the elite among young talents. In their 20s and 30s, they boast outstanding achievements in social standing, beauty, and martial arts. Sochan knew that if he hadn't been the apprentice of the smiling blade of Hosan, it would have been difficult to meet her. He hadn't had the opportunity to see her in his past life. It was their first meeting. He couldn't understand why the young ascetic was looking at her so thoughtfully. She told Sochan that she had heard that the Hosan ascetics were only aroused by swords, but looking at him, she thought that was not true. Sochan was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. The girl apologized, saying she had a loose tongue and that the joke had been too crude. Hei added that when guys see her for the first time, they tell her she has a beautiful name and stare at her with lustful eyes. And she noticed that Sochan is different. The girl asked him not to worry, and if he was brief and said his name at least 3 times, then perhaps she would remember him. Sochan didn't expect the poisonous phoenix to be so corrupted. She said Sochan could stay as long as she wanted and could rest before continuing her journey. The girl also asked him not to look for her. Sochan replied that she was very impulsive and that he had met her to have a duel. The girl was surprised and asked what kind of match it was. Sochan replied that it would be a betting competition. He said he intrigued her and asked him to post everything online. She also reminded him that it was best not to compare her to other ordinary girls. Sochan replied that he hadn't even thought about it. The girl asked what his bet would be. Sochan took out his sword, placed it on the table, and said it was an excellent sword. He said it was certainly not bad, but if Sochan asked for her hand in return, it would be pure robbery. Sochan replied that not all men wanted that. He said he wanted frost poison in exchange. The girl was completely baffled as to why the Kosan adept would need poison. Sochan replied that if she was interested in his motives, then why didn't she defeat him and ask him about it? The girl replied that this was quite impudent and asked me not to anger her again, otherwise it would end badly, because she can throw him into the river and hold him underwater until he literally turns into a river ghost. The girl exhaled slightly and said she accepted his challenge. Then, Sochan said it was up to her to choose the time and place. Suddenly, the girl pointed a butterfly at him. Sochan realized it was a poison butterfly. Hei praised him for dodging the haunting butterfly. Sochan replied that her attack had failed and what she planned to do next. She then replied that Sochan would survive the next attack, and then she would easily admit defeat. The girl stamped her foot, shaking the entire room. She began to fight the boy, but it was a distraction. The butterfly was hunting Sochan. However, Sochan wasn't as stupid as the girl thought. He cut the butterfly in half with his sword. They were suddenly interrupted by the female subordinates. They rushed in to grab Sochan. She held them back. The girl asked Sochan's name again. He reminded her. She ordered her subordinates not to lay a finger on him until she returned. At this time, Sochan hoped that she wasn't planning a surprise attack to try to kill him again. The girl returned, and as they had agreed, she handed him the poison he had come for. Sochan took the box and said that he was not happy to meet her and hoped that they would never meet again. And then the girl asked him if he knew what the most terrible trait of the Tang clan was. Sochan asked what if he didn't want to know. The girl replied that they were the most sinister clan in the martial arts world, and they believe that if you offend a girl, you'll inevitably suffer a sin. He said she always pays her bills and promised it wouldn't be a sin, but a poison that would consume his entire body. Sochan replied that he had heard that the Tang clan was the most generous in the world. He added that he had finished his business and would go his own way. Sochan set out on a journey that lasted several days. He finally reached Mount Zongliao. Sochan took a deep breath and used his technique to search for the carp. With a little effort, he found it. He thanked the Dark Sky faction, an organization under the Dark Heaven faction that collected and recorded data on miracle cures and mythical creatures. During the war, they used a vast number of mythical beasts to boost their internal energy or recruit masters from outside their faction. There was a reason for their strength. After the war, their archives were revealed only to a small number of people, mostly faction leaders. But the records were of little use, as the faction left behind no cures or mythical beasts. Sochan read these notes out of boredom at one time, but he didn't think he would ever need them. Sochan fired 3 arrows at the carp simultaneously. However, He clearly underestimated the fish. The carp managed to evade. The carp then soared above the river and struck Sochon in the face with its tail. Before that, the boy hadn't seen the fish as a rival. Sochon got angry and shouted that he wouldn't leave alive after this, and anyway, he was going to kill him. Sochon began using the first form of the purple mist, Genesis, and then he progressed to the second form. Sochon used a fan of rain leaves and managed to catch a carp. He asked it how it felt. He added that even though he was a mythical creature, he was insignificant compared to humans. Sochon wondered what he tasted like. He picked it up to try it, but stopped and said it was not the time. Sochon stuck his hand into the carp's mouth and pulled out a pearl, and as soon as he pulled the pearl out of the carp, it immediately turned black and its eyes were like an abyss. Sochon thought he wasn't so appetizing anymore. Sochon set out on his journey, telling himself that life always boils down to the survival of the fittest, and he wasn't at all angry that he'd been hit. Sochon found a comfortable spot to absorb the boosters. His primary goal was to concentrate. He knew that by using frost poison, he would neutralize fire chi, and fire chi would neutralize frost poison. Sochon had heard that the Tang clan's poison was incredibly potent, but this one exceeded all his expectations. His body became covered in red spots and sweat. Sochon noticed that his chi had increased by 5 years, as well as his immunity to all types of poison and resistance to heat and cold. With his chi, Sochon protected his body, and using the fire chi of the divine flame Chipa and the freezing energy of the poison, he increased his resistance to heat and cold. In the process, the chi used is not restored, so despite its ineffectiveness, Sochon only wasted it. He's not entirely sure about his poison immunity, but his resistance to heat and cold has increased. Even though Sochon wasn't using chi, the heat had no effect on his body. Sochon was proud of himself, because at 18 years old, being immune to poison and resistant to heat and cold was truly an achievement. Next came the 7-horned serpent, and Sochon was already in anticipation. And so he set off again. But it turned out that unknown people were hot on Sochon's heels. They came to the spot where the boy had just been and found a dead carp. They also noticed scratches from the sword. They wondered who had dared to steal it. One of them became very angry and shouted that whoever did this would die a slow and painful death. At that time, Sochon arrived in Yunnan, and the guy thought that at least here he would have to sleep on a bed. Sochon arrived at the Milky Manor, specifically the Flying Tiger Security Service. Sochon knew that from Yunnan onward, the gold merchant organization would be unable to assist him, and he couldn't waste his money. And if there was time left after he obtained the core of the 7-horned serpent, it was worth visiting the Diansang faction. Sochon sat down at the table and heard a man asking another man if he had heard about the young man who had recently won the competition against the poisonous phoenix. He replied that he remembered and asked why he was asking. The man said that he had heard that Sochon had gone to Sichuan before. He killed about 50 mountain bandits. He also rescued captured civilians, and what's more, he even shared the stolen money with them. At this time, in Mount Ailao. This mountain has a notorious reputation as the Mountain of Death. Part of the reason is the wild environment, but mainly because of its poisonous fortune. The most dangerous area on the mountain is the Valley of Poisonous Blood. The entrance is filled with various poisons, and inside are numerous toxins. Even a poison master from the Tang clan would be unable to return once he set foot there. It's so dangerous that the state has designated the valley a forbidden zone. At this point, an unknown man arrived at a place he'd only heard about. He told his charges that if any of them wanted to turn back, it wasn't too late, and he wouldn't punish them. The squad shouted that no, and the moment he received them, they swore allegiance to him. The man replied that if it weren't for their help, no one would be there anymore, and he was grateful to them. They decided to continue on their way. It was getting hot. One of the warriors told the master that they would soon arrive in an area of poisonous insects. The master shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Poisonous insects began to attack them. He also shouted at the warriors not to be careless in the hope of a quick rescue, and that they would attack as soon as the warriors fell. They mustn't let themselves be bitten. Meanwhile, Sochon continued on his way and was bitten by an insect. He killed it on his shoulder and shouted that they had gotten. The guy couldn't take it anymore, grabbed the sword and started waving it, telling those insects to get lost. Sochon got rid of the annoying ones and decided to see if he could find more poisonous plants. Suddenly, Sochon heard people screaming. He couldn't even figure out where they were coming from. Sochon considered this and wondered if it was the Dark Sky faction. He decided it was worth checking. At this time, the master was fighting a huge insect. He almost defeated it, but the monster wounded him. The squad could no longer fight these insects and began to scream and call for someone to help. The gentleman began shouting at the squad to leave him and run away. Suddenly, someone hacked the insect's limb into pieces. Sochan recognized it as a great mantis from the illustrated section. He told the gentleman that when mantises mate, the female kills the male. He added that they choose those whose heads are easiest to rip off. Sochan also said that the gentleman thought he was going to die, but the sexual ritual drove him into a frenzy. Sochan had heard that the praying mantis had a nerve in its head that suppressed unnecessary force so it wouldn't injure the body. If you cut off his head, the nerve is also severed, unlocking all his power and freedom of movement. Sochan also told the gentleman that in the future, if he were a praying mantis, he would have to chop off his body, not his head. Sochan defeated the praying mantis and said that he hoped it was a lady screaming for help, and he would come and save her and become a hero. But after that, Sochan took the sword and began to destroy all the surrounding annoying poisonous insects. The gentleman asked Sochan who he was. Sochan looked at him and told him his name. A moment later, Sochan added that he was from Hosan. The man was surprised and said he was Tang of the Diansang faction. Sochan didn't expect the seventh master of the Diansang faction to stand before him. He didn't understand why someone like him was from the Diansang faction. Sochan apologized for his tactlessness, as he did not know that he was the seventh master and behaved rudely. Tan replied that there was no need to apologize, as he was his savior. He added that he felt embarrassed to ask this, but he would like Sochan to escort them to safety. Sochan replied that while passing by, he had come across a suitable cave where he could rest. Tan said he owed him his life. Sochan smiled and said he'd only done what he had to. Tan took his hand and said that as a follower of the Light faction, he understood that helping others was the right thing to do, but not always easy. Moreover, this is a valley of poisoned blood, and it's difficult to even take care of oneself there. Therefore, Tan expressed his gratitude once again. Sochan looked at him and thought he'd stepped out of the pages of a book. Tan's entire squad also expressed their gratitude. Tan noticed that Sochan was on the path to becoming a saint, and asked why he had come all the way to the Valley of Poisoned Blood. Sochan replied that he had come there to increase his strength and develop protection against all kinds of poisons. Then Tan said that if Sochan was planning to leave the valley, he could ask for a favor. Sochan asked what exactly he was asking for. Tan said that they would like Sochan to help them catch a mythical animal called the seven-horned serpent. Sochan was very surprised. Tan said there were still some complications and decided to explain them to Sochan. But first, he asked Sochan how much he knew about him. Sochan paused and said nothing. Tan said it was fine. Since he was the youngest of the Diansang faction, it was no wonder Sochan didn't know. Tan revealed that he was the faction leader's apprentice and the son of the Milky Manor owner. Sochan was surprised. Tan continued and said that, as is known, their faction is in Yunnan, a disputed area near Tibet. Due to the war, the Diansang faction was experiencing financial difficulties that desperately needed a solution. Then the owner of the Milky Manor, Tan's father, came to them and proposed a deal. In exchange for solving their financial problems, the owner's son would become the faction leader's apprentice. In other words, the Milky Mansion wanted the faction's martial arts and protection. Although the mansion has a monopoly, they remain merchants without the power to defend themselves. Tang said that the Diansang faction accepted the deal, but with 3 stipulations. First, only one person could become the faction leader's disciple. Secondly, they forbade teaching the martial art of Diansang to others, even members of the Milky Mansion. And thirdly, they were to be as discreet as possible. Sochan realized that, simply put, they had received money and sold a superior martial art. Tang said the other 6 faction masters knew this as well, and compared to his brothers, he was simply lucky to become the leader's apprentice. And then Tang said that, no matter what, he wanted his brothers to recognize him as a warrior of the faction. So he came to the valley to capture the seven-horned serpent. Suddenly, Tan said that he was so absent-minded, asked Sochan to help him catch the seven-horned serpent, but forgot to tell him something. Khan said that in the past, before the Valley of Poisonous Blood became forbidden, warriors from his faction came there. At that time, they said that they met a snake that had 7 horns and was immune to any attacks. Sochan couldn't understand whether the Diansang faction also knew about the 7-horned serpent, and from where. Tan said he was asking Sochan for help, and that he would never forget his kindness, and vowed to repay him one day. Sochan agreed. Tan repeated that the deeper they went, the more difficult it would be. It would be full of poisonous beetles, and the 7-horned serpent was an incredibly powerful mythical beast. Sochan laughed and asked if he hadn't said that the horns were the only part that couldn't be damaged. He said that everything would be fine and that they had a lot of people. They set out on their journey. Sochan ate poisonous plants along the way. Tan wondered if Hosan ascetics actually ate poisonous plants. Tan asked Sochan why he chewed poisonous grass. Sochan replied that they say poison masters poison themselves to increase their resistance. That's why he does it. And then Sochan said that now was not the time for that, as things had become unsettled. Tan said that he didn't see any of those countless poisonous bugs, and then a snake burst through the rocks. Tan was surprised by how big it was, and Sochan wondered how he was going to eat it. Sochan began shouting to the squad of warriors to gather and act according to the plan they had discussed earlier. Tan couldn't understand whether Sochan really intended to be bait. Was he brave or simply fearless? Sochan began attacking the snake from various angles. He climbed to the very top and prepared to strike straight at its head. Sochan thrust his sword in and shouted for Tan to block. He wanted to see what was there, but he didn't have time now. The snake began to scream loudly. Meanwhile, Sochan began to chop off the snake's horns one by one. The snake sensed this. However, when Sochan cut off the first horn, the serpent became even more enraged. Its eyes began to glow and it flared with blue energy. The serpent opened its mouth, and at that moment, Tang pierced its tongue. At that moment, Sochan pointed his sword straight at the serpent's eye. Sochan struck, and poison poured out of the serpent. He began shouting to the squad to be careful, as the poison would kill them. While the snake was still injecting poison, only Sochan could fight it. He began using the swordsmanship of the 24 plum petals. Sochan struck, and the snake sparked with bright energy from within. The boy managed to defeat it. After all, Sochan collected a pair of poisonous horns from the ground and wrapped them up for himself as a valuable gift. Sochan told Tan that he hoped they wouldn't stab him in the back, as he was one of the 7 faction masters. Sochan would take the 6 horns for himself and set out on his journey. Tan replied that he could not do that to his savior and would keep his promise. Afterwards, Tan and his squad thanked Sochan for saving their lives. Tan said he would never forget it and would definitely repay him. Then Sochan asked for a favor and told Tan to keep it a secret that Sochan helped him catch the 7-horned serpent. Sochan asked him not to worry, as if he said someone from the Hosan faction helped him, it wouldn't count. So it was in his best interests. Tan replied that he couldn't refuse his savior's request. Sochan knew he would be torn to pieces by the warriors, eager to obtain the serpent's horns. And of course, that would only create problems. Khan swore on the life he saved from Sochan that he would keep his promise, and these guys would also take the secret with them to the grave. They said goodbye. Then, Sochan noticed that the poisonous insects had appeared near them again. Sochan yelled at Tan to focus on defense. Tan asked if he would be okay. Sochan said that he must have been tired from fighting the snake, so he just asked him to look after his luggage. Tan again noticed how good Sochan was at martial arts. Sochan dealt with the insects, and now there were slightly fewer of them. Then Sochan walked up and picked up a bow and arrow. Tan was surprised and asked if he really intended to use the bow. Sochan replied that he did. Tan replied that although the insects' numbers had decreased, he didn't think they could afford such entertainment now. And then the poisonous spiders appeared. The warriors noticed that Sochan was extremely talented in martial arts, but no one could have imagined he could use a bow so well. Tan once again enjoyed watching how amazing Sochan was at martial arts. Sochan dealt with all the insects surrounding them, and they said their goodbyes. The boy continued on his way. Sochan returned to the snake. He secretly removed the core, so now he came to check what he saw there. No matter how much he wanted to check back then, it might arouse suspicion. So Sochan went with the squad. Suddenly he found what he was looking for. He had thought it would break due to the destruction, but fortunately it remained unharmed. Judging by how it was preserved, Sochan remarked that the quality was quite amazing and what was inside must be extraordinary. It was good that it was located close to the entrance, otherwise Sochan would have had to look for it for 6 months. Sochan opened it and saw that it was a lost martial art. 10,000 green-eyed martial arts. Sochan realized that the 10,000 green-eyed martial arts was a famous art from the past. 150 years ago, after the public learned of its existence, martial artists went searching for it, but were unable to find it, receiving fatal injuries in the process. It seemed to be hidden in the Valley of Poisonous Blood. Sochan didn't know how the Dark Heaven faction hadn't managed to find it. He collected some poisonous plants in the core of the 7-horned serpent. It was a chance given by heaven. Now Sochan decided to get out of this valley. He suspected that the Diancang faction must be in an uproar over the young master's report. The Dark Heaven faction, who have the most extensive information network in the world, will definitely hear about this. The seven-horned serpent is a mythical animal from the pictorial records they are studying, so they will definitely want to see it for themselves. Meanwhile, the men who had been following Sochan's trail arrived at the spot where the snake had been killed. They discovered that half of its skin was gone. The man grabbed his head and started screaming that this couldn't be happening and that something was definitely wrong. The man didn't know what to report to the commander. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the poisonous insects had finished off the weakened snake. He thought it was the work of the seventh master of the Diansang faction and ordered a search of the entire valley to collect the remaining antlers, as they are extremely strong and cannot be eaten by poisonous insects. He shouted that Tan had only brought one horn, so no matter what, they had to return all the rest. Unexpectedly, his subordinate showed him the arrows and pointed out the marks of whoever had used them. The man was perplexed. The man knew that the Diansang faction didn't use arrows, and he didn't understand who the hell would use them anyway. And then he wondered if it wasn't the Diansang faction that had defeated the serpent. And who it was, he couldn't figure out either. At this time, Sochon reached Yunnan. He knew that the gold merchant organization must be hiding and conducting business somewhere there. Sochon entered one of the establishments, and the man at the reception immediately recognized that it was Sochon from the gold merchant organization. The man said they had been waiting for him. Sochon thanked them for their concern, but first, he handed the man a package. He said he had hidden 5 of them nearby and asked that they be found tomorrow and sent to the chief merchant along with a letter. Sochon handed over the letter and the map of where he'd hidden it. He said he'd heard that 10 whirlwinds were waiting for Sochon. He asked that it be shown only to them and that they transport these things. Sochon said they were very valuable and asked him to be careful. The man promised to do everything. Then Sochon said he would go meditate. Sochon began with the 10,000 green-eyed poison arts. He managed to obtain the core of the seven-horned serpent and the ancient teachings. Sochon considered himself lucky. Sochon decided to consume the core, and with the core's energy, he would increase his mastery of the 10,000 green-eyed martial arts. Sochon has already moved from 10 to 20%. After mastering 20%, the number of poisons to which he is immune will increase from 100 to 1,000. Sochon didn't know if this had a direct impact on his body's condition, but he was using up most of his core energy. As expected, the consumption was significant, but the core's chi energy still remained, and Sochon now didn't know what to do with it. By increasing his chi, he could reach an unlimited limit. Alternatively, he could pursue the path of physical transformation. Sochon was incredibly tormented by thoughts of an unlimited limit or physical transformation. Sochon then decided to first focus on achieving the unlimited limit. He knew of the existence of 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, so after achieving the unlimited limit, he would focus on physical transformation. Sochon immersed himself in meditation and felt an incredibly familiar feeling. His thoughts told him to follow the flow. Sochon approached the tree and came to. He no longer sensed the energy of the seven-horned serpent. The increase in chi had only taken 2 minutes. But something had definitely changed. Sochon didn't yet understand. He tested his powers and realized that now his limits were unlimited. However, Sochon didn't understand why it was blue and not purple. He had achieved the unlimited limit, but that didn't mean his divine art or any other martial art had improved. Sochon got ready and came down from his room. He asked the manager how many days he'd been in the room. He replied 3 days, and he was going crazy, thinking something had happened. Sochon apologized for the inconvenience and asked about the antlers. The manager replied that they had collected them all by noon on the 2nd day. Sochon said that it was a good job, and he was going to Shizang and would come back when he returned. Sochon continued on his way. He approached the mountain and wondered if this was what nature called its grandeur. Only at such moments did he realize his own insignificance, and he decided it was time to climb. They say the 1,000-year-old ginseng grows at the top of the mountain, covered with numerous bodies of the dead. Sochon set off. Halfway to the summit, bodies began to appear, one after another. He couldn't understand why they were going there. Sochon knew that someone else was climbing the great snowy mountain, and that wasn't good news. Suddenly, Sochon noticed the body. He knew better than to do this, and he'd get into trouble just by looking at its clothes. But he couldn't have imagined that it would turn out to be a llama from the Potala Palace. The man thanked Sochon for saving his life. A group of martial artists outside of Zhongyuan practice unarmed combat. They reside in a temple in the Xijing region. They were called lamas because they came from different factions and held different views. However, their moral code is highly questionable. Their goals are rooted in evil intentions. This is especially true of the lamas from the Potala Palace. They are so aggressive that they attempted to attack Zhongyuan several times. Then Sachan suggested that the monk go their separate ways. But the monk stopped him and asked why he was in such a hurry. The monk said he couldn't just let Sachan go without repaying him. Sachan replied that there was no need to repay him. The monk asked if Sachan would mind if they climbed the mountain together. Sachan asked if he even listened to what he was saying. The monk asked if this was his first ascent of the mountain. He said that if he took the sad old monk with him, he would show him the way. Sachan didn't know what to do. He could see that the old man was weaker than he was. The monk said his destination was near the summit, and he could accompany him. The monk explained that in the past, lamas from the palace had climbed the mountain, and he had memories and the map. Sachan asked where he would take him if he accompanied him. The monk replied that if he were heading for the summit, he would head slightly below this point. Sachan agreed. At this time, the men who had followed Sachan arrived before their leader. He asked them why they had arrived empty-handed. And where is the carp of eternal flame? And where is the seven-horned serpent? After all, from its horns one could make 7 beautiful swords. And with the help of poison, he could lure the elder of the 9 great factions to his side. He asked the man, being his faithful follower, whether he was not ashamed to now tremble with fear. The man fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness. The chief ordered him to stop and looked at him with a disapproving gaze. He told his subordinate that he had made an invaluable contribution to their cause, that he was capable and useful, but his men were not. And he said that the price of their lives wasn't worth a maggot. The subordinate agreed with his boss. And then the boss said he very much hoped he wouldn't disappoint him. During the Yuan dynasty, Lamaism was the state religion. Its power and influence are needless to describe. The problem was that the lamas were trying to gain even more power and were only sowing destruction all around. This led to their decline. The Potala Palace was the most famous temple, but it earned itself a bad reputation. Lamas, especially those from the Potala, are still extremely haughty and shy away from darkness. Sachan continued on his way with the old man and told him that, just by looking at him, the boy realized that the old man was an unusual person. The old man replied that if someone makes a mistake, they must accept it and acknowledge their wrongdoing. If they don't, they will be bound by their own stupidity. Sachan thought that it seemed like this old man had been having troubles in the Potala Palace, and was most likely being bullied there because of his strange personality. The guy also noticed that the old man arrived unaccompanied and assumed that he had a low position there. Sachan decided to question the old man and asked him why he was there. Without hesitation, the old man replied that he was there to watch people suffer. The boy didn't expect such an answer. The old man told him that even though he looked stupid, it wouldn't be fair for him to answer the questions alone. Sachan replied that they had a long journey ahead and should hurry. The old man then asked Sachan his name. Sachan replied that they were not close enough to introduce themselves, and suggested that the old man imagine that they were passing crocodiles. The old man told the boy that he was as cold as the lamas, and offered to help teach Sachan warmth in exchange for a favor. Sachan asked him if he wasn't supposed to take a vow of silence, and if so, it was time to put it into practice. Finally, after some time, they reached the place where the old man thanked the guy for saving him and guiding him. Suddenly, Sachan noticed snow-covered bodies. The old man explained that in Lamaism there is a law of compassionate meditation, or, as it is also called, the exchange of a few words. This is the complete opposite of the Zhongyuan breathing technique, which requires inhaling positive energy and exhaling negative energy. The old man also added that Tongren allows one to inhale pain, which is negative energy, and exhale happiness, which is positive energy. It allows other people to be healthy, and healthy people make everyone healthier. The old man said that the snow-capped mountain is also called the Mountain of Death. It is full of suffering, grievances, and regrets. The old man explained to Sachan that he had come there to experience it. He said he would wait for the boy there and showed him the way. Sachan put all the events together in his head and realized that the old man was Tsongkhapa, a Tibetan religious figure and preacher. The boy went on his way, and the old man assumed a meditative pose. Suddenly, someone began calling his name from behind. The old man replied that it seemed he had guests from the Gelugpa. He asked them why they were looking for this old monk, Tsongkhapa. The leader smiled and asked the old man if the cold had frozen his brain, or if he had gone mad, deciding to die after he had comprehended the teachings of Buddha. Tsongkhapa rose to his feet and asked not to bury him prematurely because he was still of sound mind, and even though he was old, the fire still burned within him. The leader glared at the old man and said that this place would become his grave. He asked him why he had renounced his teachings. Tsongkhapa began to shout that Lamaism itself was wrong, and mired in the three poisons, Lamaism no longer discerned right from wrong. Darkness enveloped it. The old man addressed the chief by rank and called him the fifth elder of the Sakya school, and asked him how he did not see that the corruption had begun when the Kapshi became the Karmapa of the Yuan dynasty. The old man had repeatedly witnessed Lamaist disciples say that doctrine dictates that as soon as someone has a child, they must become celibate. But if they don't have a child, they can freely date women. The old man explained that the Sakya school teaches that one must cast aside the worldly and attain enlightenment, and only then will the path to nirvana open. But Tsongkhapa considers this foolish, since the path to nirvana opens only through arduous training. This approach contradicts the Bhava chakra and defiles the path to enlightenment. The old man told the leader that his path to enlightenment was flawed and asked him how he hoped to achieve it. The leader shouted at him to shut up. Then Tsongkhapa asked him, what about the 10 laws of Shaolin? After all, having inherited his position, the leader could correct the debauchery of the Sakya school, and instead of eradicating them, he allowed them to multiply and develop. Tsongkhapa considered this wrong. The leader lost his temper and started shouting, asking if he hadn't told the old man to shut up. He reminded the old man that there were laws to be observed and Buddhist scriptures to be studied. Tsongkhapa responded by saying that at some point, a tough political line would have to be adopted. Otherwise, Lamaism would always have a bad reputation. The fight began, and the leader began using his technique on the old man. Suddenly, someone ordered him to stop, as he wasn't the boss here. The leader turned around and saw a young man standing in front of him. He asked who he was. Sochon replied that he was a wandering ascetic. The boy quickly dealt with the leader. Tsongkhapa was surprised and asked him if he hadn't gone about his business. The old man said they could understand each other and get along. Although asceticism and Buddhist teachings differ, Tsongkhapa wouldn't mind having a friend from Juan. Suddenly, the lamas present heard that Tsongkhapa had renounced the teachings of Lamaism and had brought someone from Zhuan. Sochon replied that his eardrums were about to burst and asked the lamas if they were really going to kill them by causing an avalanche. At this point, Sochon thought that, judging by Tsongkhapa's strange character, he had expected something like this. But he never imagined that other monks wanted to kill him. The boy asked the monk if he needed help. Tsongkhapa laughed and asked him if they weren't just passing crocodiles. Sochon glared at him and asked again if he wanted to get help from him. Tsongkhapa looked pitifully at Sochon and asked for help. The boy immediately flew up and attacked the lama. The lamas didn't expect such a turn of events. They thought there was no one to stand up for the old man. The lama shouted at Sochon, asking how dare he act like this and raise his sword against the lama. After just a few seconds, Sochon managed to overpower the lama. The monk's disciples called him a bastard and asked how he dared kill their teacher. They pounced on the boy. Sochon looked at them with disdain and said that they were just a bunch of stupid monks. The boy was killing one after another when suddenly someone addressed him. One of the lamas asked the boy who he was. The stranger said he'd heard that Zhuan's martial arts were superior to ordinary ones, but he couldn't understand how Sochon could surpass them so greatly, considering they'd reached the highest level. Sochon laughed loudly, stated his name, and clarified that he was from Hosan. The lamas were then even more surprised. They knew that Kosan was one of the 9 great factions, and they did not understand why a warrior from Kosan was interfering in the affairs of Sistan. The boy became angry at this point and called the lamas evil heretics. Just think, they'd tricked him into revealing a secret he'd kept hidden for so long. The lamas then turned to the boy and asked him to calm down and talk, as it was just a minor misunderstanding. Sochon glared at them and replied that they had learned something they shouldn't have. The guy started to attack them. One of the leaders of the lamas shouted that they should kill the guy. Several lamas attacked Sochon. One of them used a double attack, but Sochon had no trouble repelling it in a second. The leader didn't understand what was going on because it was a double attack, into which he put all his strength, risking internal damage. They honestly didn't understand how the guy managed to block the double sword attack without using any chi. The lamas looked at each other, unable to comprehend this nonsense. How could Sochon be a sword master at his age? Within seconds, Sochon had defeated each of them. Tsongkhapa watched from the sidelines in amazement. Sochon looked at him and said he hadn't done it out of good intentions. It was because the lamas acted as if they wanted to talk, but were actually looking for an opportune moment to kill him. Sochon learned this from his past life. If one must act with contempt or kindness, one must take a closer look at one's opponent. Otherwise, they will take advantage of one's naivety. Sochon and Tsongkhapa continued on their journey. The old man explained that the Nigma consisted of priests and wealthy people, which was why crime had increased and prevented it from developing into an influential organization. Sochon replied that in Zhuan, he was interested in Buddhist teachings, but hearing about it in Xizang was simply something. Tsongkhapa continued to pester the boy, sharing his suspicions that he was being bullied because he was underestimated as a weak old man. Sochon replied that he was getting tired of such talk. Tsongkhapa smiled and promised to stop fooling around and start being serious. But suddenly the old man turned to the boy and asked who he was. Sochon turned and glared at the old man. Tsongkhapa continued that all the lamas he had fought 2 hours earlier were from the Potala Palace, and there were quite a few of them. The old man explained that he'd never heard of such a martial artist, especially one in his 20s. Such mastery was simply impossible. At this point, Sochon simply looked at Tsongkhapa in bewilderment. Then the old man asked if it was possible that Sochon was a rejuvenated master. For a second, Sochon's eyes widened, but he immediately burst into loud laughter and told the old man that if he said something like that again, people would think he was completely out of his mind. Starkey simply looked at the boy, puzzled. Sochon then changed the subject and said that Juani emphasized doing favors, holding grudges, and exacting revenge. The boy continued that he had saved Tsongkhapa's life, and therefore wanted what had happened today to remain a secret. The old man replied that it was quite simple to accomplish, but he was worried that there was nothing more he could do to repay the man who had saved his life twice. Sochon replied that he would pay for the first time with this, and that he would save the second time for something else. The boy clarified that in the future, the old man would help Zhuan or him if danger arose. The old man replied that humans are greedy by nature, but he was surprised that Sochon spoke so unhesitatingly about preserving Zhuan's peace. Sochon actually doubted that he could ask the old man to teach him Mahamudra, and he was sure that he did not have a miracle cure either. Tsongkhapa said that if there is danger in Zhuan, even without the consent of the Potala Palace, he swears in the name of the Lama that he will help without hesitation. They finally came to a common understanding and continued on their way. Evening fell, and they descended the mountain. Sochon told the monk that this was the end, and that each would now go their separate ways. They wished each other safe travels, and the old man asked the boy to take care of himself. Sochon and the old man parted ways. On the way down, Sochon tried to remember the name Tsongkhapa. It sounded very familiar to him. Aside from Zhuan and the other three, he didn't know much about the powerful factions. Sochon hoped that saving this monk wouldn't change the future. The guy continued on his way, found a rather cozy cave, and decided to have some food. He thought about how he had to use so many miracle cures, and soon he would be able to be called the King of Medicine. Sochon realized how cool it was to know the future. He absorbed the miracle cure, and then it all began. Sochon used techniques to improve his skill with this tool. He understood that he shouldn't rush things, as it was dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause a chi disturbance. Sochon began his physical transformation, feeling as if his bones were breaking from within. He knew that if he lost his focus, things could end badly. He'd curl up and disappear into a nameless cave. Sochon never imagined that his body's transformation would be so exhausting and painful. Nothing could distract him from the pain. The boy had moved on to the second stage, the unification of mind and soul. He understood that no matter how much he restrained his mind and spirit, this world was not nirvana, and so it would appear ill. The energy of the 1,000-year-old ginseng will cause the accumulated toxins between the mind and spirit to disappear. Sochon felt the strength draining from his body. The third stage, complete regeneration, has arrived. After that, the final stage of bodily transformation. And then, instant healing from any illness or injury. Finally, it was over. Sochon burst out of the cave like a ray of sunlight through the tree branches. His body was perfect. The boy immediately decided to assess himself. He picked up the sword and looked at his reflection. He realized that the physical transformation hadn't made him more handsome or anything. He couldn't understand whether special magic was needed for that. The boy understood this was a harsh reality, but he decided to be content with what he had. He had expected this, but his chi hadn't increased at all. Sochon decided it was time to return to Zhuan. There are 6 martial arts that should never be studied. They are called the 6 great demonic arts, or the 6 forbidden arts. They're all so powerful and terrifying that it's hard to decide which one is the worst. However, if you look at those that have come to light more recently, the greatest forbidden book of martial arts will be the manuscript of the skills of the cursed demon Lao. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Mountains, the head of the Kunlun faction, named Sun, received information about the tomb of the cursed demon. Sun understood that if the cursed martial art were revived, it was terrifying to even imagine what would happen. He decided that at all costs, they had to prevent it. The Kunlun faction went to find out if the rumors about the tomb of the cursed demon were true. When the petitioner faction and the 9 great factions began their investigation, rumors spread even faster. The cursed demon was an enemy of the murim and fought against its greatest masters of the time. He not only managed to escape alive, but also to win. He didn't care that the whole world considered him an enemy. The main thing was that it meant being the strongest. Meanwhile, at the demon temple, rumors reached the tomb of a cursed demon. The leader was unaware of the 6 forbidden arts, but when the cursed demon was alive, he collected manuscripts of demonic arts. The leader didn't know whether the cursed demon's tomb was real, but he decided to explore it. Meanwhile, in the River of Evil, the leaders are at a loss to understand where the cursed demon's tomb came from, as not much time has passed since the discovery of the 3-eyed phantom thief's treasury. At the council, they decided that they had no choice but to go and see for themselves. They couldn't just send the Kunlun faction. Besides the involvement of the River of Evil and the Demon Temple, this time more factions were involved than when the 3-eyed phantom thief's treasury was discovered. The Kunlun faction alone cannot resolve the situation. They decided they couldn't act rashly, and if this was a trap, it would be a bad idea to gather the strongest factions in one place while events unfolded elsewhere. In the end, they decided that they needed to carefully consider who would stay put and who would go to the tomb of the damned demon. One of the leaders of the petitioner faction shouted that they would go. He was asked if the petitioner faction and the 9 great faction hadn't obtained untold riches from the treasury. Arguments broke out, someone shouting that if they showed up again, they'd get all the treasures for themselves. The leader of the 5 Blades faction shouted that they'd take care of it. The Supplicant faction and Kunlun of the 9 great factions, the 5 Blades of Evil, the Sunsan faction, the Hansan faction, the Namkung noble family, and the 5 great noble families. 2 demonic forces, the Demon Temple and the River of Evil, are also heading there. The conditions leading to the War of the 7 Blades have been established, but Sochan decided that the future would not repeat itself. He would like to stop the war before it began, but now he is forced to fight. He does not know who might be a spy for the Dark Heaven faction. Sochan decided that his first order of business would be to destroy the cursed demon's tomb and try to minimize the damage caused by the war. Killing the Dark Heaven Lord's minions would simply be a bonus. Meanwhile, the unknown individuals stood guard. One asked the other how long they would have to stay there. The other replied, until the Light faction, 2 demonic forces, or another powerful faction arrives. One told the other that they should focus on their mission and understand its importance, and they shouldn't forget the situation the head of the illustrated notes found himself in. And then, unexpectedly, an arrow flew at him. Another immediately started screaming that they were under attack, but his throat was immediately slit. This is Sochan's doing. These people were from the Dark Sky faction. Sochan hadn't known they had such a heightened sense of smell. Others wouldn't have noticed. The others immediately came running to help. Sochan dealt with them one by one. Finally, there were 7 of them left. The guy even joked that it was just a coincidence, but their name, the 7-Star Squad, fits perfectly now. The leader immediately ordered Sochan to be taken alive. He specified that they could cut off his arms and legs, but they would capture him alive. The leader turned to the boy and said that if he surrendered alive and told everything he knew, they would kill him painlessly. Sochan asked him who he was to make such decisions. He reminded him that he had 7 idiots above him, like Chunchu and Chungsan. The boy continued that if the leader made his own decisions, they would punish him. The leader became enraged and asked how he knew these names, and who he was anyway. Sochan replied that he was simply a wandering warrior. After that, he immediately launched an attack. Sochan quickly dealt with him and concluded that people are always this dense. Suddenly, another opponent attacked him from behind. Sochan appreciated his rather impressive attack and even appreciated his poisonous palm. A second later, he defeated him. The boy picked up his weapon and realized it was the triple fury of the 10,000 green-eyed poisonous arts. Sochan glanced at the remaining ones and told them that their appearance brought back memories. The boy knew that these were soldiers from the 7-Star Squad of the Dark Heaven faction. The Dark Heaven faction had many branches besides the Illustrated Records branch. The 7-Star Division had the largest number of people. They specialized in everything related to martial arts, and every one of them was a first-class warrior. Only the best were accepted into the 7-star division. At the time, Sochon was no match for the other masters of the Hosan faction, let alone the 7-star division. Looking back, this situation is unimaginable. Sochon told the soldiers in the squad that they were his past, and now his present, and his future. The boy dealt with everyone and decided it was time to return. He knew that, given the fame of the 24 plum-petal swordsmanship, he would have problems if he left traces behind. It's a good thing there was a pit right at the entrance, designed as a trap. Sochon dumped the bodies there. In any case, Sochon was going to destroy the traps, but perhaps he should have taken Zhu with him. Now he'd have to check the traps blindly. He set to work immediately and charged forward, hoping to avoid all the traps. Sochon was heading to the tomb of the cursed demon. Meanwhile, in Tianjin, problems were being discussed. They were saying that the 7-star department was not responding to calls, and even taking into account the delay, it was taking too long. One of those present said they were undoubtedly dead. Then, Alcade, the very star in the Ursa Major constellation, said he would go check. At this time, Sochon was on his way. He touched one of the walls and completely forgot that the Yangtze River flowed there. He thought that under certain circumstances, this would be very useful. For now, he headed to the very bottom floor. He encountered many traps along the way, but Sochon turned out to be much stronger than he thought. He kept wondering why the damned demon's tomb had such poor defenses, but it turns out he was too strong. The guy continued walking and seemed to have arrived at his destination. He was greeted by a path lined with glowing lanterns. A weapons depot and a mountain of treasure were visible. He decided to take a closer look at it all. Sochon began to sift through the pile of weapons and knew that there was definitely what he was looking for there. And suddenly the boy cried out with joy. He had finally found the Gojian sword. It was one of 3 swords forged by order of the great General Yi, Wang Gojian. Sochon understood that although his Yehan was amazing, it was no match for Taiya's divine sword. Now only the tomb remained. Suddenly, Sochon noticed a red pillow with a book lying on it. The boy immediately realized it was a 9-fisted martial art. He asked himself, should he learn it? With a combined power of 10,000 martial arts, Sochon would have been irresistible. However, he immediately closed the book and told himself to forget about it. The 9 Furious martial art is as old as the 6 Great Martial Arts. It's a forbidden book, the purpose of which even the author himself was unaware of. It was created in Zhuan during the Xia dynasty. It is not a collection of martial arts techniques, but rather a spell. Later, as the Xia dynasty began to decline, the 9 fierce essences were lost. Countless years later, a sage accidentally discovered a copy, partially translated it, and gained its power. It was a technique that drew its power from the underworld, hence its name. Its use enhanced a person's physical abilities. It grants the colossal strength and regenerative abilities of the greatest demon from the underworld. But the effect is only temporary. In less than a month, the user's body is completely transformed. Transformation is not quite the right word. It would be more accurate to say that the very nature of a person changes. A person is given power, but begins to resemble a demon. Finally, in the final stage of transformation, the person completely transforms into a demon. Humanity gradually disappears. It's like practicing dark martial arts. Eventually, the practitioner ceases to be human. Sochon decided that he should just forget about it and take only the most important things. So he did, gathered everything he needed, and set out. Along the way, he tapped on the walls, and a strange sound was heard in one of them. Sochon thought that there must be water channels crossing at this place. He immediately drew his sword and used the first technique of the purple mist divine art. Using this technique, he managed to cut through the wall and escape. However, the tomb remained in a far from attractive condition. The next day, Grandmaster Hansen arrived at the tomb with his men. He couldn't understand what had happened there. He asked his subordinates if this was the right place, and whether they were deceiving him. The subordinate replied that when they arrived, the tomb was already in this state. Suddenly, a first-class master of Tangsan named Sun told the Supreme Master that even a child could understand everything here. The Supreme Master replied that if he did not explain everything in detail immediately, he would not spare him. Song smiled and asked Ma-Gedo what he thought about this. He looked at him and answered that he wasn't here to answer his questions, and he asked him to only contact him if he had something to discuss. Otherwise, he'd cut out his tongue. There was another person present behind them, and after seeing what he saw, he went to report to his leader about what had happened. When he arrived and told the news, the leader immediately hit him with such force that his forehead was broken. He explained to the leader that they had stationed several soldiers from the 7-Star Squad at the tomb. 2 days before the researcher arrived, they had lost contact with them. He also said that he sent Quan to scout out the situation, but by the time he arrived, the tomb had already been destroyed, and the Star Squad itself was nowhere to be found. The leader became furious and replied that, in short, the plan they had worked so hard on had failed, and now they didn't know why. The leader said they had a ton of different options, but nothing was working, and he had never been humiliated like that before. He thought about it, and came to the conclusion that there was no madman among his people who would dare betray him. Therefore, someone else had destroyed the tomb. He ordered his subordinate to go to Tianjin and find out what happened there, and if he screwed up, he would kill him. Meanwhile, in Hubei, Sachan woke up in his bed when a girl suddenly burst into his room and said there was something he needed to know. Sochan asked what was wrong. The girl explained that he had a visitor. She asked Sochan to at least clear his head before meeting this man, as he seemed like a big shot. The young man was completely surprised and had no idea what kind of visitor he might have. He tidied himself up and decided to have some tea. Suddenly, someone called him Big Brother. These words made Sochan choke on his tea. Ju burst into the room. Sochan felt uneasy, but he was definitely glad to see the boy. As a joke, Sochan asked Ju who he was. Ju smiled and replied that it wasn't funny, since he was his older brother's only genius brother. Sochan said that most people think that their siblings don't change, but Zhu has grown a lot. Sochan asked Ju how, with such a face, he still hadn't married or made any friends. So, he was still just as weird and talented, but lacking social connections. Ju started shouting that he had a lot of friends. Sochan smiled and said that, judging by his reaction, he was lonely as always. Then Sochan asked him to name at least 5 friends, not counting his family. Ju smiled, and they shook hands. The boys sat down to breakfast, and their conversation turned to the fact that 5 years had already passed. Ju said that the last time he saw Sochan was 5 years ago. Sochan asked how Ju was doing. Ju replied that he was doing just as well, just continuing to study in his room. Ju asked what was going on with him and how Sochan was doing. He'd heard a little about him and wanted to meet him in person. Sochan replied that he'd just returned, so he'd tell him later. Sochan looked at Ju carefully and asked if he was really already 16. Ju smiled and replied that in 6 months he would be 17. Sochan asked the boy if he had freedom of movement. Ju looked embarrassed and replied that he had wanted to help with the tomb of the cursed demon, but it had collapsed. Ju said that only Sochan knows he's a genius, but he has few opportunities to showcase his talent, so he's forced to simply study. Ju immediately fell silent and said in a frustrated voice, "What good is he without martial arts?" Sochan looked at him and realized he was still the same. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he had grown so much, and if he sat in his room, he would simply wither away. Sochan asked him if he could socialize a little more. Ju looked at him and asked if Sochan had really come to take care of him. Sochan smiled and replied that that was exactly it, and that he needed his strength since there was no one else who could help him. After a touching conversation, the boys went for a stroll in the garden. Suddenly, someone called out to Sochan and said they hadn't seen each other in 6 years. Sochan suddenly turned around and saw Suran, Ju's older sister, standing in front of him. The guy looked at her and thought that she had probably already heard all sorts of compliments about her beauty, so he didn't say anything about it. Sochan asked if the heir was with her now, as he wanted to greet him too. Suran replied that her older brother was temporarily absent. He returned to his father's house only once a year.
Сачхон ответил, что он слышал, что наследника уже порекомендовали на роль стратега Альянса Мурим. Суран улыбнулась и сказала, что не зря его называют «мудрый дракон». Суран объяснила, что она пришла сюда, услышав, что Джу покидает семью и отправляется в Ганхо. Джу от страха побелел. Суран спросила, кто надоумил его на это, и уточнила, неужели господин Чу сказал ему так сделать.
Джу все это время также робко стоял и смотрел на сестру. Она казалась ему старше его в несколько раз, и он слова боялся ей сказать. Однако Джу неожиданно собрал всю волю в кулак и, осмелев, сказал сестре, что это его личное решение. Суран посмотрел на него и улыбнулась. Она сказала, что отец рассмотрел его просьбу, и он считает, что это будет хорошим шансом установить отношения с большой фракцией, так что не следует волноваться. Также Суран добавила, что отец раздумывает, какую охрану ему выделить, и скоро Джу узнает о его решении. Джу стоял в это время неподвижно. Суран обернулась к Сачхону и сказала, что она надеется, что ему понравилось пребывание в их доме. Сачхон мило улыбнулся. Сачхон объяснил Джу, что даже если в семье его не очень любят, кровь гуще воды,
Они должны переживать о нем. И поэтому Сачхон подумал, что кто-то точно придет увидеться с Джу. Более того, Сачхон не знал почему, но он был уверен, что этим человеком окажется или Суран, или Санг. Никто из них не признал гениальность мальчика, но они пытались его защитить. Сачхон похлопал Джу по плечу и сказал, что теперь, когда все решено, пришло время собираться. Парни собрались, и неожиданно одна из подчиненных сказала Джу, что она бы не подумала никогда, что он решит отправиться в Ганхо, так как она предполагала, что Джу всю жизнь проживет в затворниках. Также она сказала парнишке, что она очень о нем волнуется. Джу взглянул на нее и предложил пойти с ним. Девушка посчитала эту идею не очень хорошей. Она объяснила, что ее семья проживает неподалеку, и к тому же она не любит кровь мечи. После разговора с подчиненной, Джу подошел к сестре и поблагодарил ее за то, что она поверила в него. Суран попросила его не стесняться просить помощи у семьи, если что-то случится в пути. В случае чего она попросила Джу отправить письмо в Мурим, и его старший брат ответит незамедлительно. Также Суран вручила брату книгу, в которой она расписала, чего стоит остерегаться в Ганхо, и попросила брата прочитать, когда будет время. Девушка подошла к Сачхону и сказала, что доверяет своего брата ему. После этого она отправилась в свои покои, однако Сачхон окликнул ее. Сачхон сказал ей, что формирование происходит путем заблаговременного помещения либо естественных, либо созданных человеком структуры в определенную модель, и спросил у девушки, так это или нет. Также Сачхон сказал, что в случае войны имеется большое количество переменных, поэтому формирование может быть нарушено до воплощения в жизнь. И если подобное случится, у врага может и не быть шанса повлиять на формирование.
Suran asked what he meant. Sochon said that wouldn't the formations become more convenient if they threw something at their enemy and activated it? With these thoughts in mind, Sochon left Suran alone and the boys set off. Ju asked Sochon where they were going. Sochon replied that they were going to Shandong. Ju asked why they were going there. Did they have some business with the Huangfu clan or the Tangshan faction? Sochun smiled and replied that they were heading there to meet an old friend, and Zhu should remember him. Zhu thought for a moment and replied, could it really be that merchant Li? Sochun smiled and replied that it was correct. Zhu said he'd heard a lot about his company within the clan, and he was so proud that part of the money invested was his. Sochun said that while Li's personality might be suspect, his talent was undeniable. Sochun also told Zhu that from now on, Shandong would be his second home. Along with Sochun and Zhu, the boy's father's escort also set out on the journey. The entire time, the escort thought that he might be lazy, but choosing to guard Zhu out of all the people available was truly cruel. At this point, Sochun turned around and addressed his attendant by name. He asked Mr. Yang why he looked so ill. Yang replied that everything was fine. Sochun told him that he might regret it, but he shouldn't worry, as he would thank him many times in the future. At this time, Yan was thinking that if he had known that such a punishment awaited him, he would have worked much harder. Sochun began to think that now everything was really starting. He formed a real plan in his head. He decided to gather his forces in Jihan, Shandong, and march against the Dark Heaven faction. It was a good location from a strategic standpoint. Plenty of untapped resources, such as mines, arable land, and seafood, make this place ripe for trade. Sochun knew he needed to consider the possible future scenarios and make the first move. Meanwhile, the boys had almost arrived. At this time, Merchant Li was reflecting on the fact that money is something that constantly moves. Instead of using money for self-gratification, it's far better to use it to make even more money. Suddenly, someone told the merchant that his laugh was still the same. Li turned around and saw Sochun standing before him. He immediately rushed toward him with a warm embrace. Sochun looked at him carefully and realized that so much time had passed, and to think that Li was already the king of merchants. The boy told the merchant to raise his head, as they would not be able to talk if he stared at the floor. Li explained that he was simply trying to show his respect, and told Sochun that he hadn't changed a bit over the years. At this time, Zhu stood and carefully examined the merchant. He could not understand what kind of miraculous means Li was eating, that he had turned from a thin skeleton into such a plump man. At this point, Sochun suggested moving on to the main topic. He told the merchant that they would soon need weapons. The merchant shared his observations with Sochun, saying he suspected war was coming and felt a need for medicine. The merchant offered his help. At that moment, Zhu couldn't understand whether Sochun was really going to trust Li so easily. Li explained that he could smell money, and his nose had never failed him. He said that getting the money, weapons, and medicine would be a piece of cake for him. Recruiting people, however, is a different story. Sochun said they'd mostly need martial artists. Even mercenaries would do. Li said that leading people was his specialty. And they say even a ghost can be controlled with money. so Sochun should trust him. Meanwhile, the Dark Heaven faction came up with a proposal that they should release new technology to replace the old one, specifically the Blood Monk technique. Not everyone present liked this idea, as it deviated too much from the original plan, and the Shaolin Monastery wouldn't sit idly by. Who was the Bloody Monk? A fighting monk of the Shaolin Monastery. He was a genius who absorbed all the knowledge he received, and the monastery generously granted him permission to use the temple library. The Bloody Monk's desire to master new martial arts was so strong that he even laid hands on a forbidden book in the library. But not only that, he managed to combine demonic techniques with classical muscle modification guidelines, transforming them into an entirely new technique, the classic blood tendons. This technique was created by a monk excommunicated from the monastery. The Dark Heavens faction knew that if they began to spread it, the 108 Arhats would surely stir. The Arhats irritate some of the Dark Heavens faction, but they won't be able to take an extra step. Therefore, the faction doesn't care much. The faction reached a unanimous decision. Whoever foils their plan will die a painful death. During this time, Sochun acquired an army. He commands about 300 men skilled in martial arts. Some are mercenaries, the rest are from other factions. The merchant explained that they had divided the men into 3 regiments to make them easier to manage. The 3rd regiment consisted of newly recruited soldiers, the 2nd from among the martial artists stationed at various points within their faction. They either have a better background or are stronger than those of the 3rd regiment. And the 1st regiment is the elite. 10 of the strongest warriors command their own squads and are under the direct command of Merchant Lee. After hearing all this, Sochun concluded that they were exploiting their weaknesses to earn their loyalty. It sounds like blackmail, but it's not. Impressive. Sochun told the merchant that from now on, he would command the 2nd regiment. The merchant escorted the boy to the regiment and introduced him as the new commander. However, the warriors weren't overly pleased to hear this, as Sochun was too young. The merchant was bombarded with questions and accusations, claiming that Sochun was from a well-known faction, but what could an inexperienced youth teach them? The merchant ordered everyone to shut up immediately and explained that this guy could actually be a god of martial arts. Sochun asked Lee to do something else while he took care of the shelf. Lee listened and left. Then Sochun turned to the warriors and said it would be better if he simply demonstrated his skills. He ordered them to attack all at once. The warriors couldn't understand what nonsense this boy was spouting. Then Sochun declared that he would strike the first blow. Less than 5 seconds later, the warriors were already on the ground, and not a single one of them could stand upright against Sochun. Sochun looked at this whole scene and told his warriors that this was how their training would proceed from now on, and the organization would treat their injuries and supply them with weapons. One of the warriors became very angry because some young man thought he was a god of martial arts. He attacked Sochun. However, his attempt was unsuccessful. The boy smiled and said that this was how the training would continue. Sochun addressed the warriors and explained that he wasn't going to teach them martial arts just because he was in charge. And looking at them, he could tell their base was in disarray. Time passed, and Sochun earned the respect of the 2nd regiment. The merchant couldn't stop admiring his skill and training. Lee told Sochun it was simply unbelievable. The young man then ordered him to find people in the 3rd regiment who could be transferred to the 1st or 2nd. The merchant replied that he had taken everything into account and asked the boy what to do with those who did not fit. Sochun ordered them to simply send them with a couple of coins in their pockets. The merchant agreed and asked what else was needed. The guy said that he needed about 200 people and asked to find children who fit his requirements and bring them to him. Sochun said they should be between 9 and 10 years old and have no physical defects. They should be children who wouldn't cause problems. Orphans would be the best choice. The merchant smiled and asked Sochun if he really intended to form his own army. He advised the boy that with such a large force, it would be better to form a faction to manage it. The merchant proposed building a dueling and training ground, as well as other infrastructure to nurture warriors. Sochun responded that it was a good idea. Sochun also asked the merchant to leave the leadership position alone for now, as he would find a suitable person in the future. The merchant replied that he understood, and asked what about the title. Sochun smiled and looked at him, saying that since he had formed the faction under his leadership, it was therefore his. Therefore, he allowed the merchant to name it whatever he wished. The merchant promised to think about it. Sochun knew perfectly well what the merchant would name the faction, as this wasn't the first time a faction had been created under the organization's leadership. This was supposed to happen in the future, and Sochun really sped up the process slightly. Lee decided that the faction would be called the Sword Faction. However, he continued to ponder. As the Merchant King often said, money is power. He hired those skilled in martial arts and also purchased various techniques. A faction created by money for the sake of money. And then the merchant realized, and he shouted loudly, "Golden Sword Faction!" In his previous life, Sochan had a man on the enemy's side who was renowned for his techniques. The Sword Demon. Sochan's main task was to retrieve the Sword Demon from the Dark Heaven faction leader. Sochan went to Sichuan, specifically to the Tang clan. Fire Phoenix wasn't expecting such a visitor. The girl decided to treat her guest to some tea. However, Sochan immediately realized it was poisoned. Phoenix said he was right, and whoever drank it would experience unimaginable stomach pain. Sochan smiled and thanked him for the warm welcome. The guy asked if this was revenge for last time. Phoenix smiled and replied that it was a casual greeting. She asked the boy why he had come all the way from Shandong. Sochan was surprised that the girl knew where he was. Phoenix explained that she wasn't exactly following him, but she knew the general outline. That Sochan took that eccentric from the Jegal clan with him and went to the gold merchant organization. After that, she asked Sochan not to think she was interested in him. Sochan smiled and said he came here to give her a chance to win back her feelings. Phoenix said she'd see who would give whom a chance. Then Sochan asked if they would have to make a bet again. Phoenix became angry. Then Sochan drew his sword and put it on the line, and Sochan added 1,000 gold coins to the sword. The girl's eyes no longer seemed so angry, and she asked the boy what he wanted. Then Sochan announced he wanted a poisonous phoenix. Not a second later, the girl sprayed poison in his face. Sochan, of course, dodged. However, the girl asked if he needed a prescription. Sochan replied that was correct, or even better, an antidote. The girl replied that he had come to the right place. After this, Sochan told the girl she could choose what to bet on. The girl glared at him and told him he was mistaken if he thought she'd fall for his taunts. Meanwhile, the Tang clan's chief elder woke up. He immediately sensed something was rather noisy this morning. He was immediately informed that Sochan had arrived. The elder had expected as much. The subordinate said he could expel him. The elder said there was no need, as the boy was traveling and should enjoy it for now. After this, the subordinate told the elder that there was something else. Namely, young Miss He was asking to open a pub. The subordinate also added that Sochan had made a bet. The elder couldn't believe that He had decided to create even more corpses. Meanwhile, a girl approached Sochan and greeted him, saying her name was Qingqing and that she would be his assistant for the duration of his stay. She would also accompany him to the family pub. Sochan asked, "What kind of pub is this?" Then the guy who came with Qingqing told Sochan to just follow the girl. The guy looked at Sochan and didn't understand how he had won against the lady last time. But he knew for sure that he wouldn't be able to pull off that trick this time. Sochan immediately noticed that the man was looking at him like an enemy. He even joked and suggested that Qingqing hurry up while the man stabbed him with a poisonous needle. This made the guy even more angry. He didn't understand how Sochan could treat a warrior of the Tang clan with such disrespect. Along the way, Sochan used the technique on Qingqing, rendering her untouchable. He then suggested she speed up, as her mistress would be angry. The warrior of the Tang clan was going crazy with anger at this time. He did not understand how much longer Sochan intended to insult the young lady. Suddenly, the elder appeared and told the warrior that he understood his anger, but they should go to the pub, as the head elder was waiting. The warrior immediately apologized to the elder. Meanwhile, the elder assessed Sochan, noting that the boy had not only smoothly parried the murderous aura, but had even protected the servants. The elder understood that this was difficult to accomplish, which meant that he had defeated the young lady not only by pure luck. The elder told Qingqing that he would go ahead and that she should accompany Sochan. The girl took this into account. On the way, Sochan asked Qingqing what the Tang clan pub was like. Qingqing explained that it was a pub in the clan building and was usually closed. The girl also added that there are only 2 occasions when it is opened. The first is to greet a guest, and the second, this is when the Tang clan plans to take revenge on someone. The girl finished her story and they approached the tall wooden doors. Qingqing opened the door and Sochan saw a crowd of screaming people. They were shouting, "Drink and die! Drink and live!" Sochan saw a table in the middle of the room, with Mrs. Hai sitting at one end. The chair at the other end was reserved for him, and then Sochan remembered the meaning of the Tang clan pub. If the object of the Tang clan's vengeance escapes, pursue them to the end. The enemy of the Tang clan must not exist in this world. Sochan sat down at the table, and Mrs. Hai began explaining the rules of the game. The girl explained that the game was quite simple and handed him a vial of liquid. Drink and die, or drink and live. Those around him shouted loudly for Sochan to drink. Many hoped the container would contain poisoned alcohol. In addition to the game, Mrs. He handed him a contract. He explained that Sochan wouldn't die because she wasn't an enemy of the Tang clan. The game will end the moment something goes wrong. The chief elder will instantly provide an antidote. But the girl added that he shouldn't relax, because if he tried to expel the poison, he would die immediately. Sochan carefully studied the contract and agreed to the game. The elders watched, and one even considered him an idiot for so carelessly accepting the young mistress's poison. The chief elder couldn't tell whether this guy was brave or stupid. Meanwhile, the secondary elder predicted that Sochan would crumble at the first sip. The chief elder told him there was always a chance something would go wrong, and it might take a long time, so he should just watch. The minor elder agreed, rose from his chair, and said that from now on, any movement without permission was prohibited. The elder continued that in this dispute, Hosan's disciple must drink 5 shots of poisoned alcohol, and after each one he must clearly pronounce a word. And if his face changes color for a few minutes, or he is unable to speak, they will realize that he is unable to withstand the poison, and will count him as a loser. At this point, Sochan looked closely at the elders. He realized that this old man was the very same Poison King. The elder then said that both sides must agree to a 5-move bet. The elder also added that the contract containing the terms of the dispute will be signed in the presence of witnesses. It will also be received by both parties to avoid any unwanted amendments. After this, the elder ordered Lady He to fill the vessel. The girl happily took up the task and asked Sochan if he liked to drink. Sochan smiled and asked if she was serious about asking the ascetic if he liked to drink. He laughed out loud and replied that she hoped so. Otherwise, Sochan wouldn't be able to endure all this. The girl opened the lid of the vessel and the crowd began to scream loudly. He smiled and told Sochan that he wouldn't have many chances in his life to taste 15-year-old alcohol. He said the drink was closely intertwined with the venom of the golden thread snake, so the alcohol might be stronger than what he was used to. The crowd shouted at this time that this was to be expected from a poisonous phoenix, since she could easily withstand such poison. At this time, the elders were discussing that the young mistress's poison was comparable only to the heir's poison, and this rumor was not a lie. Everyone noticed that He wasn't going to stand on ceremony with Sochan, and this guy would go down after the first shot. He turned to Sochan and said that there was no time limit, but the poison would not become weaker over time. And then Sochan drank the first shot, then exhaled, and said it was quite spicy. He nearly turned white. The elders jumped up from their chairs. The crowd fell silent. This made Mrs. He very angry. She didn't expect that Sochan would drink the first glass of poison so easily. Miss He was overcome with anger. She couldn't believe Sochan had done it again. She thought she could get her revenge this time. She glared at the servant and ordered him to bring another vessel. He did so immediately. Sochan looked at the vessel and said, "Just think, he was being given the joy and pride of all Sichuan. Dai Baijiu." The lady looked at him and said that she would see how long the smile would be on his face. The lady told the boy that he would wish to taste the poison of the fiery lotus. The crowd nearly went crazy upon hearing this. The chief elder couldn't understand what was happening. The secondary elder thought his daughter had gone too far. Flame lotus poison is an artificial poison created by powerful yang qi. The Tang clan has only a small amount of it, and it can defeat even the most powerful practitioners. The elders were amazed by Sochan's ability to withstand the poison of the golden snake thread. The boy's vast reserves of qi were able to neutralize it, and qi alone is not enough to neutralize it. The minor elder said that they would have to work hard to remove the flame lotus poison from his body. The chief elder asked another elder to prepare to come to the aid of the young man. Meanwhile, Sochan decided to try this poison and drank a second shot. The lady looked at him and couldn't understand whether he really wanted to die. The crowd was shouting that Sochan was crazy. The boy finished the poison, put the glass down on the table, and hiccuped. Afterwards, Sochan said it was a stunning sensation on his tongue. No one could believe their eyes. At this point, the elder thought that no matter how much qi Sochan had, he was still inexperienced and wouldn't be able to flush the poison out of his system so easily and quickly. The elder assumed Sochan had taken the antidote. The elder approached the table, took the vessel in his hands, and began to sniff the contents to make sure that it contained poison. He was convinced of this and told the second elder that it was definitely the poison of the flame lotus. However, the elder understood that Sochan was too young to reach the stage of harmony. He examined the boy carefully, noting that his complexion hadn't changed. His breathing was even, His eyes weren't trembling, and he was definitely not poisoned. Then the elder suggested that if he didn't even try to remove the poison, then it was definitely immunity to 1,000 poison. The elder told the second elder about this, who couldn't believe what he heard. Meanwhile, Sochan picked up another stack and said they still had a long way to go with 5 stacks. The next day, rumors spread that Poison Phoenix had lost again. Everyone was saying that the guy's first victory hadn't been a fluke. Some said Sochan simply couldn't digest the poison and most likely had that famous immunity to 10,000 levels of poison. Others claimed it was only immune to 100. The second elder was thinking at this time that if it weren't for Sochan's young age, he would have accepted him as a son-in-law. The elder's subordinates told him that if Sochan was immune to thousands of poisons, then he could cross many poisonous valleys and collect a lot of poisonous plants. The elder was also told that Sochan had not taken on any of the important tasks in his faction, so they could lure him over to their side. The elder called his daughter to him. He told her he'd heard the bet was that she would cure someone. Lady He replied that it was true. Then her father looked at her and said it was time for her to go to Gangho. He told her to go with Sochan, and he would assign a couple of guards to her. And if they fell in love, she would bring Sochan into the family. The elder also said that when he returned, she should visit her brother and help him with his work. After these events, Lady He's journey to Gangho was written in stone, and Sochan's title was finally established. He was called the Young Phoenix. Meanwhile, Na continued training and heard rumors about what Sochan was doing in Gangho. This greatly angered her. Suddenly, her teacher approached Nam and asked why she was pouting. The teacher asked, "Is it Sochan again?" The girl replied that while someone was training tirelessly, he was strolling around Gangho and flirting with a girl. She decided to continue her diligent training so she could follow him to Gangho. In the past, the sword demon was a unique figure, but he had one weakness. His precious daughter was stricken with an incurable disease. During that time, the sword demon visited many healers, but couldn't even find out the name of the illness. Finally, he visited the Light Faction's hospital, where the god of medicine himself resided. But the hospital only laughed at the sword demon, who was not famous at the time, and drove him away. And when he had no hope left, the Dark Heavens faction arrived. This incident turned out to be disastrous for the world of Murim, the worst disaster in all of history. The sword demon's daughter wasn't sick. She was poisoned. Sochan understood that by healing the sword demon's daughter, the leader of the Dark Heavens had earned his loyalty. And now, Sochan decided to do just that. But he realized that he couldn't do it alone, since he didn't even have basic knowledge about poisons. But now, such close cooperation with Lady Hai played into Sochan's hands, and the sword demon simply had to wait. Lady Hai and Sochan set out. The girl droned on about immunity to 1,000 poisons the entire way. She told Sochan she couldn't understand how an ascetic could be so deceitful. Sochan asked her what she meant. The girl started screaming, asking if he'd forgotten who had begged for help, and said she wouldn't continue on with him. Sochan started laughing and replied, "Just think, a poisonous phoenix breaking his promise." The girl grew angry and replied that once they were done, she wouldn't let him get away with it. Finally, they arrived in Jiangxi. The lady's guard was again angry with Sochan and couldn't understand why he had brought the lady to this place. Sochan told him to tone down his ardor, because just because this place belongs to the river of evil, it doesn't mean that there are mountains of corpses and a sea of blood everywhere. The guard started yelling and lashing out at Sochan. The boy told him to call him by his first name. However, even this didn't calm the guard down, and Miss Hie had to intervene. She told the guard to shut up. The lady asked him if he really wanted her to burn with shame, since she was almost tempted to drown herself in a bowl of water. The girl said that taking 20 guards with her was the same as ordering everyone to look at her, so she decided to take only 3 with her, and ordered the rest to gather information. Sochan and Miss Hei arrived at their destination. He told her he didn't care what she thought of the man they were about to meet, but he asked her to be wary. The gates were opened for them, and a subordinate asked who they were. Sochan said they had come to meet a ghostly swordsman obsessed with money. The subordinate immediately pulled out his sword and said that if they came here with evil intent, then they should not even think about leaving there safe and sound. A subordinate was approached for help, and he said that not many people knew about him. He asked them to tell him who they were. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd of guards and subordinates. Sochan saw the sword demon, Mizar, standing before him. Sochan stared at him for a few seconds, unable to discern the limits of his powers. The boy simply admired him. Mitsara then noticed the plum blossom symbol on Sochan's robe. Mitsara immediately recognized the master of harmony before him. He realized that Hosan had created a monster. Mitsara also noticed that there were a couple of good masters in the group. He thought that if they were planning to take her hostage, he was done for. He wouldn't be able to fight properly while protecting her. At this time, Sochon raised his hands and said that they did not come to fight, and he had nothing to worry about. The boy said it was better to get straight to the point. He asked Mitsara if his daughter was bedridden, and if so, they would heal her. This angered Mitsara greatly. He replied that he didn't know what Sochon was planning, but if he tried anything weird, he wouldn't leave alive. Then, Sochon asked Lady Hye to remove her veil. The girl did so, and then Mitsara realized he was looking at a phoenix. The girl introduced herself and said they weren't some rabble of idiots. At that moment, she wondered how it was possible that she'd never heard of Mitsara. Sochon placed his sword on the floor and said that they would surrender their weapons if that was Mitsara's wish. He asked to be heard. Then Mitsara asked the boy who he was. Sochon explained that he was a fourth-generation disciple of the Hosan faction. The people of Gangho nicknamed him the Young Phoenix. Those present immediately understood who was being talked about, the one who defeated the poisonous phoenix in her own game. Mitsara said that none of the doctors had answers, and even the luminaries of medicine shook their heads after examining his daughter. He asked Sochon why he was so sure he could cure her. Sochon replied that it would be the phoenix, not he, who would heal her. Mitsara was skeptical, as he'd never heard of a poison expert curing illnesses. Sochon said he should try to believe her. Mitsara thought and replied that there was some logic in his words, and invited the guests to go inside. Miss Hye and Sochon entered the room where the sick girl lay. She showed no signs of life. Mitsara warned the lady that he would cut off her wrist if she tried to harm her daughter. Phoenix told him that if he didn't stop looking like that, she wouldn't be able to figure out what was wrong with her daughter, or even feel her pulse. The girl lifted the girl's hand and tried to feel her pulse. Mitsara kept his eyes on her. Phoenix looked at the girl for a long time. Then she turned around and asked Mitsara what happened to her mother while she was pregnant. Mitsara replied that she had been attacked by a centipede, but the doctor had immediately taken care of her. Then Phoenix paused and asked if she was close to her due date. Mitsara confirmed this. Then he said that poisoning during pregnancy is much more dangerous than he could have imagined. The girl said the doctor likely missed some details and assumed her mother was safe. This could have become a problem. After hearing this, Mitsara asked the girl if she knew what kind of illness it was. Then he asked him if he'd ever heard of fetal poisoning. The man was very surprised and asked the girl what kind of fetal poisoning this was. As the name suggests, this terrifying technique is designed to develop resistance to poisons while the child is still in the fetal stage. A child born in this way is theoretically immune to 100 poisons and can learn various poisonous techniques. Phoenix also added that this was sometimes practiced by the demon temple, but she heard that even they had stopped using this technique. And apparently, the chances of mother and child surviving were too slim. They either poisoned the mother with the help of an animal or sent toxic energy into his body and treated him accordingly. Mitsara looked at his mistress with fear, and the girl answered him that yes, it seemed that the centipede's poison had been transmitted to her in her mother's womb. Phoenix also told the man it was a miracle the girl was still alive. Mitsara replied that he thought she was weak because she looked like her mother. Ken asked the man how old his daughter was. Mitsara replied that the girl was already 14 years old. The lady examined the girl again and said that only she had a small dose of poison that had spread throughout her body. So the only one who could have noticed him was either a poison master equal to Lady Hu in strength or the god of medicine himself. An ordinary healer wouldn't have been able to detect him. Mitsara looked at Lady Hye for a few seconds, then fell to his knees in front of her and began to beg that he would do anything. Sochon glanced at Hye and asked the girl what she thought about it. The girl replied that her title as the poisonous phoenix wasn't just for show, but the girl added that in that case, she would need the help of an artifact. Sochon looked at her in surprise and asked, "What is that?" The girl spoke, "Divider of mind and chi." Sochon immediately understood what phoenix meant. As the name suggests, mind and chi splitter is a ring that allows you to split chi and mind into tiny pieces. If we were to explain this using martial arts as an example, let's take a person who is trying to use fist techniques and sword techniques at the same time. The difference is not only in the weapons used in the techniques, but also in the positions that need to be taken, as well as in how exactly the chi should be directed in your body. But with a Raum and Chi divider, one person can use both techniques simultaneously, ignoring the limitations described above. Because when you manage to split your mind and chi, it's like two people fighting in one body. Frankly, it's an artifact that defies all logic. So-chun heard that the artifact was lost in the war between the Light faction and the Evil faction. So it turns out the Dark Heaven faction had it in its possession all this time. And it was precisely this that the Dark Heaven's leader used to cure the Sword Demon's daughter. But in any case, this is one of the evil factions of all places. So-chun shared this with Miss Hai. She couldn't believe the artifact was in the possession of one of the evil factions. Mitsara said he couldn't go there. This surprised Phoenix greatly, so she asked Mitsara if he hadn't just said that he would do anything for his daughter. So-chun said he thought he knew why Mitsara couldn't go. He added that he'd heard Mitsara had fought in various battles to earn money. Mitsara replied that that was exactly it, and that it had made him a couple of enemies. Then So-chun asked him if his enemies knew where he lived. The man said that his enemies do not know the exact location, but they know that he is in this city. So-chun explained that he'd spent a lot of money finding Mitsara, so it would be difficult for others to find him. He shouldn't worry about it too much. The boy also added that he would try to obtain the artifact himself. Phoenix told So-chun that she didn't know how the artifact ended up in the hands of the 8 evil factions, but he shouldn't take them so lightly. So-chun thanked the girl for her worries, and replied that he knew where he was going and what he was doing. Miss Hay warned So-chun that she wouldn't be helping him because she needed to prepare for treatment. She hoped he would cope. Unlike the Light faction, which values pride and reputation immensely, the Evil faction doesn't hide their activities very well. Because of this, battles constantly break out between them, practically for no apparent reason. The Explosive Blade faction claimed that martial arts were all about blades. Only idiots and weaklings, like the hypocrites of the Light faction, used swords. The Miao Sword faction claimed that a spear lasted for 100 days, a blade for 1,000, and a sword for 10,000. And any idiot knows that the sword is the king of weapons. The reason was simple. From a simple argument to a fist fight. The battle soon escalated, turning into a feud between 2 former allies after one side lost a fighter. So-chun headed to the sword faction. At the entrance, they asked his name, and So-chun introduced himself and said he was from the Hosan faction. The guard immediately formed his opinion about the guy. He thought that he was a disciple of Hosan, who decided to take part in the feud between 2 evil factions because he was tired of living. The guard warned So-chun that if he lived until the armistice, he would receive 2 silver coins. But if he died, the money would go to his family. If he brought back the head of the Explosive Sword faction commander, he'd receive a bonus. So-chun dismissed them as mere thieves, earning only 2 silver coins for his life. They came to an agreement and parted ways. The guards scoffed, thinking they would surely go broke sending money to the families of all the fallen soldiers. The boss ordered them to cross out the names of everyone who was sure to die quickly, and the guard thought that So-chun would be the first in line. So-chun saw a whole field of corpses before him. He knew, of course, that the evil factions were weak and not particularly stealthy. It seemed utterly foolish to him to fight to the death to prove whose weapon was superior. However, this wasn't So-chun's problem. He was only here for the artifact. The commander ordered everyone gathered to walk about 5 kilometers and find the second base of the Explosive Blade faction. The goal was to capture it and move on to the next one. The commander ordered everyone to disperse and form groups of 10. So-chun did just that. Suddenly, one of the upstarts introduced himself and said his name was Chosam. Chosam assumed he was the strongest of them all. He would be the squad captain, and the others would follow him. He warned that if they obeyed, they would survive. So-chun smiled and shouted that he was pleased to meet him, and told him his name. This angered Chosam, who called him a disrespectful brat. So-chun burst out laughing, so Chosam drew his sword and ordered the arrogant brat to shut up. He then attacked So-chun to teach him a lesson. So-chun slapped him, sending him flying back several meters. Then the boy looked at everyone present and declared that he was now the strongest here. The warriors looked at So-chun and asked what would happen if they refused. So-chun smiled and replied that they would also be slapped. Then the warriors bowed before So-chun and asked him to take care of them. The guy assessed the strength of his squad. Only one of them turned out to be a second-class warrior. The rest were all third class. One of the warriors told So-chun that he had a worried look on his face and asked if it was true that if they followed him, they would survive. At this point, So-chun thought it would be better to be alone than to protect those he didn't even know. But it seemed he couldn't dance alone. And besides, if they realize he's from the Light faction, they'll kick him out in a heartbeat. So he needs people who will follow him. So-chun understood that even if he infiltrated the Explosive Blade faction, he would need time to find the artifact. And he couldn't do it alone. He was tired of being alone. So-chun told his warriors that he would cover them, and that they should attack without looking back. One of the warriors asked if he had really decided to use a bow.
Sochan started yelling at them to move their legs faster if they didn't want to be grabbed on the cheeks again.
At this time, the warriors thought Sochan simply wanted to get rid of them and couldn't understand how he could use a bow.
The carnage on the battlefield began, and only during the battle did the warriors see the full power of the bow. They did not know that arrows could be so fast and sharp.
The warriors didn't have to strain themselves much, as Sochan had dispatched all the enemies with his arrows. However, the enemy was attacking from another direction, so there was no time to relax.
The crowd could hear Sochan being called the god of the bow. The enemies had already figured it out too. Their leaders ordered the archers to be found quickly. Suddenly, during the battle, someone shouted, "Stop!"
Sochan turned around and saw that it was boss Hunim.
At this time, the warriors fell at Sochan's feet and told him that they would follow him until death.
Sochan replied that of course, but they needed to collect their paychecks first. At that moment, the boss approached Sochan.
The boss introduced himself and said his name was Jinbei.
Sochan immediately recognized the Miao-style left sword in front of him. The boss laughed and said his assumptions were correct. He also told the boy that he'd seen him and his bow skills, and that he was a good commander. So the boss offered Sochan the chance to command a squad of 100 men, starting tomorrow, with a pay raise included. Sochan agreed.
The boss replied that he was pleased to see that Sochan's character was as lightning fast as his martial arts. He called the boy a bow that kills noise.
Sochan asked what the bow that kills noise meant.
The boss explained it was a nickname warriors gave him in battle. A bow that kills as soon as the bowstring is pulled. Then Sochan glared at him and replied that he was a swordsman. The boss laughed loudly and said that he liked Sochan even more now. They parted ways and the boss's subordinate asked him who it was. The boss replied that it was a noise-killing bow. He continued that the guy's name started with something like Chu, but it didn't matter since he was going to die tomorrow anyway, so there was no point in worrying about it.
The boss had planned to put Sochan forward as a shield, and the Sochperniks would finish him off. And Sochan is just a dumb archer.
Meanwhile, thanks to his unique hearing, Sochan overheard this conversation. And while his warriors admired the boss, Sochan was making his plan in his head. The young man gathered his subordinates and announced that today he would be leading a detachment of 100 men, so they would most likely all be under his command. During the conversation, Sochan assessed the strength of his squad. He noticed 2 first class, 8 second class, and 93rd class. He singled out 2 warriors and said that from now on they would be called Chol and Il. At this point, dissatisfied murmurs could be heard from the crowd. Some said they were going to die soon anyway, and that Sochan thought he was a badass for earning the title of archer. Sochan shouted loudly that he was a swordsman from the Hozan faction. The crowd began shouting that they knew he had lied about his past to hide the fact that he was actually an archer, and that the sword was just for show. After this, the crowd attacked Sochan, saying that they would teach him a lesson. Merchants who sell weapons and food on the battlefield are called military merchants. Currently, the largest trading organization is the Gold Merchant Organization. There are those who think badly of them because they sell weapons to both the light faction and the evil faction. But everyone knows them, and all because the Gold Merchant Organization always appears with the most necessary things at turning points. Sochan conveyed this idea to his soldiers. He said that therefore, if they want to buy something, they should buy from the Gold Merchant Organization, and all the others are scammers. The warriors Sochan had beaten agreed with his opinion. Sochan warned them that there was absolutely no point in wasting all their hard-earned money on women and alcohol. They needed to invest in good weapons and medicine first. There was a smart guy in the crowd who asked Sochan if they didn't say that masters don't need to take care of their weapons. Sochan glared at him and asked if he was a master. He quickly closed his mouth and said nothing. Sochan smiled. Another warrior emerged from the crowd and said he'd bought his sword from a good blacksmith in Bayon. Sochan explained that his enemies were likely in league with the blacksmith, so he needed to go get a new one. Another warrior told Sochan that he had picked up his weapon from a previous battle and that it looked brand new. Sochan asked him if he had picked it up from a corpse. The boy confirmed this, and Sochan then said that he probably lost because of his inferior weapons. But the Gold Merchant Organization definitely had the best weapons. After talking with the warriors, Sochan wished them a good rest and said that they would all see each other in battle tomorrow. The next day arrived and the battle began. Sochan's opponents shouted at them to quickly kill the bow that kills the noise. However, before they could even utter a word, Sochan would immediately strike them with his arrow. Suddenly, one of the leaders began to shout that they were all weaklings and were afraid of just an arrow. A group called the 4 Explosive Blade Dogs had gathered, and they were planning to destroy Sochan. However, one of them noticed that the power of this arrow was enormous, and it was faster than anything he had ever seen. One of the leaders started shouting at these idiots to close the distance, as archers were becoming useless at short distances. Everything turned out as Sochan thought. His arrows were useless against the first class. At this time, the first class opponent approached Sochan and attacked him with a sword. Sochan smiled and told him that this was where he would die. The boy drew his sword and slit his throat. Everyone around was surprised that Sochan could fight with a sword too. Sochan smiled and said that he had told them he was much better with a sword. The boy attacked the allies of the brave man he had killed. However, Sochan noticed an unexpected explosion of power in his opponent's body. Now Sochan understood what kind of martial art the explosive sword faction used. Everyone around him watched the battle, shocked that the noise-killing bow could fight so masterfully with a sword. Some warriors were confident that Sochan would win this battle, although many thought he was an ordinary archer. The opponent fought with dignity against Sochan, and his brothers shouted to him to help him fight to the end and not give up. However, the opponent was surprised when Sochan pushed him away with incredible force. He did not understand what the hell was happening to Chi Sochan. Sochan started laughing and replied that yes, he had a little more than he needed. Then Sochan struck. The boy defeated his opponent, and his brothers attacked Sochan to avenge such a loss. However, after only a few seconds of fighting with Sochan, the opponents realized Sochan was a true master. Afterward, Sochan used the plum blossom petal technique, and with just one blow, the boy defeated them all. Sochan's squad couldn't believe their eyes. They began shouting for everyone to follow Sochan. Meanwhile, the boss was laughing and thinking everything was going exactly as he'd planned. However, a subordinate approached and said something strange was happening. The boss asked what had happened. The subordinate replied that everything seemed too easy. The boss replied that it was just paranoia, and his strategy was excellent. Suddenly, a blade giant appeared before the boss. The giant told the boss they hadn't seen each other in a while. The boss asked him why he came here alone. The giant smiled and replied that the boss was a complete idiot for asking such a question. Then the giant snapped his fingers, and a crowd erupted from somewhere. The boss's subordinates started shouting that it was a real trap, and then the boss realized he had fallen into a trap. The giant asked the boss if he seriously thought he wouldn't find out about his plan. The boss replied that even though the giant had brought almost all of his warriors, he would still quickly defeat them. The giant replied that this was precisely why he had sent his elite troops, specifically the explosive blade masters. The boss started laughing and asked if the giant was talking about his dogs and that they were of no value since they were not around now. The giant laughed so loudly that the ground shook beneath his feet. This angered the boss, who said that once he defeated him, it would all be over. The giant glared menacingly at the boss and asked if he seriously thought he was his equal, as he was the leader of the explosive blade faction and one of the 100 strongest masters in this world. The boss told him he could gloat about his prowess as much as he wanted, and it wouldn't stop him. Suddenly, he noticed the glowing sword in the giant's hands. The boss started shouting that it was impossible. Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to him and started shouting that there was an urgent message. The boss sternly ordered everyone to quickly tell him what had happened, and then the subordinate blurted out that the deputy chief had been killed. The boss couldn't believe it. A subordinate said he heard it from those who had barely survived, unfortunately. And then the boss realized that his brother was dead. He promised to kill Sochan with his own hands. The subordinate reminded him that he should calm down and forget about revenge, since now he could lose his own life. The subordinate also said something else, which infuriated the boss even more. The subordinate said that Sochan had used very dense qi. Then the boss decided there was nothing better to do than give the order to retreat. But as soon as he looked back, he saw a fleeing crowd led by Sochan. The giant looked at the boss and said that they were now all surrounded and trapped. The giant asked his subordinate who the hell this noise-killing bow was, and why the hell his children were taking so long to get to him. At that moment, Sochan appeared and, in an ominous voice, told the giant that his children had long been dead. The giant began to scream angrily and asked Sochan who he was. Sochan replied that he was very pleased to meet you, and that he was Sochan of the Hosan faction. Hatred and anger filled the giant. Sochan asked the giant not to think ill of him, as it was merely self-defense. His son tried to kill him, but Sochan was quicker. The giant grew even more enraged, covered his eyes with both hands, and began to scream loudly. And there it was. Sochun noticed a ring on one of the giant's fingers. It was what Sochun had been looking for. The mind-chi separator. Now Sochun thought things would get easier. However, he now had a rather problematic opponent. Sochun understood that he had killed his family, and there was no point in running and hiding, as the giant would pursue him and find him. Therefore, he had to kill him first. The giant's eyes were filled with blood. His hatred was so great that it seemed that if you touched him, you could burst into flames like a match. The giant warned Sochun that he didn't know who he was, and that he certainly wouldn't die peacefully. After these words, the giant attacked Sochun. Meanwhile, Sochun's troop continued to fight in his name. Meanwhile, Sochun reached the stage of chi harmony. Sochun told his warriors that he would take on the giant. The giant was currently experiencing a chi disturbance and was unable to properly exert his power. Sochun looked at his warriors and asked who they thought he was. The noise-killing bow. The guy charged his warriors with victory and sent them into battle, while he himself prepared for a difficult battle. Sochun began to fight the giant, expecting the kind of power he saw from him. His strength is incredible. Those around watched this battle and understood that this is exactly what a battle using dense chi looks like.